awful
In
for the
fear.
rest of your life. I used to write when I was at school.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I didn't watch sort of kids' programmes when I was growing up. I watched sort of crap adult ones. You know, I mean, ITV on the telly from 12 midday through to, like, midnight. And I'd watch all the police series. Police Story, Charlie's Angels, Steve Austin. And
Teen Knight Rider.
Teen Knight Rider, yeah. And I wrote this essay at school once, and I just couldn't stop. And I started serialising it. And every time I just kept writing, I was sort of like, you know, people were reading it at school. And it was about a cop, a New York cop, who was as hard as, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I worked out what his name was. Now, God, this is how television influences me. Because it was one word name, which is his surname. That was the title of the book, title of the series, and that's what all his friends called him. Right. It was called Jezuk.
Jezuk?
Yeah.
Jezuk.
Yeah, I thought it had a Z and a J. Jezuk.
Jezuk.
Yeah. Do you know
It
what I mean?
does sound so close to, like, Pillock or Jesse.
Yeah.
Or Nonce.
No, nonce. There's no nonce.
Well, do you know what I mean?
Cross between sort of
Jezuk.
like Pillock and Jism.
Damn you, Jezuk!
Yeah,
You're off the case!
Give me the badge. Keep the stinking badge. I don't need a badge to be a cop. It was all stuff like that. And he'd burst, yeah. And so he'd look at his gun and go, "This is my law."
My God, it's Jezuk. How did he find us?
Jezuk. Yeah, it was great. There'd be shootouts and everything. Oh, fantastic.
Let me just ask, did he have perhaps a broken marriage? He was hard-boiled. He played by his own rules. Didn't he?
Yeah.
I imagine.
Simultaneous with this.
He was a bit of a drunkard as well, had a bit of drink.
No, he didn't drink, no.
Good,
he was a good-looking fella.
But he was letting himself go. He was a bit hard-bitten.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
the other thing I was sort of simultaneous, which was more of a novel. I wasn't serious. I was actually writing a novel, and I got like 3 exercise books, right? It was about this kid, right? Oh, God. Right? He saw his parents just brutally murdered for no reason by a gang of outlaws, yeah? And he buried his father, and he knelt down on the grave, and he said, looked up, and he goes, "As God is my witness, I will avenge thee." And then he sort of went to the store, and he got loads of bullets, and he practiced, and he was the fastest guy. He was only about 16.
Yeah.
Right? His name was Jody Barnes.
Jody Barnes is alright, yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine, that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
Have you still got any of those exercise books?
I hope not.
That would
Because
be
the
incredible.
teachers used to sort of like, I must have gone, yeah, it's good. I must have passed around the, he's done another one. Gervais has written another episode of Jezuk. Yeah.
But I say, seriously, if you brought one of those in and read it out, I'd be entranced.
Imagine it.
Seriously, that'd be great. Do you think
The
your mum
ramblings
might...
of a twisted 14-year-old brain that only ever watched ITV cop shows.
Do you think your mum might still have some copies of Jezuk?
No.
Was it like sort of, the initial one was like Jezuk, then it was like Jezuk abroad, Jezuk in Paris, Jezuk on safari.
Yeah.
Here comes Jezuk.
My mum...
Return of Jezuk.
I liked that Jezuk. He's a proper man.
Yeah.
It's not like you. But Mum, I invented Jezuk. You're a Nazi. You couldn't be like Jezuk. He's in my mind.
Return of Jezuk. Here comes Jezuk, son of Jezuk.
Oh, it's fantastic. What if Jezuk met Jody Barnes? They'd get on. They'd have no quarrels.
They could team up.
Oh, it'd be fantastic. After the break, a little bit of, Lars.
Team Jezuk. Still here then. Gervais, you've embarrassed yourself.
Oh, just shut your ugly gob, you bug-eyed, anemic, fish-faced tosser.
Nice to have you back.
4:05 on a Sunday, Ricky Gervais, XFM 104.9, London's, only alternative. Steve.
Yeah.
You know we gave away those CDs. Hey, great giveaways. Just good radio, isn't it? We've got CDs to give away. Tickets and that's good radio. Do you remember who won them?
What, last week?
Yeah.
Well, no.
Right. I've got to get them back.
What, are these the CDs that we took from the library?
Yeah. I've got to get them back. 0171 580 2000. If you won those CDs, could you give us a call?
Well, why should they bother? They're probably busy listening to them. Do you know what I mean? You can't give something away and then take it back.
Yeah, I need big time. I've got to get them back.
We've had a bill for the computer as well.
That's mine.
No, it's not yours.
It is mine.
It's not yours.
procured that, that is mine now.
No,
that technically counts as ownership.
Listen, Gervais, it's not yours, all right? I've told you this before. I've explained this to you 100 times.
What?
All right? If you urinate on something,
yeah,
it is not yours.
It does in the cat world. That's what cats do. That is what cats do. They go around their territory. That's theirs. They urinate on it. That computer's mine.
If a cat urinates on something, right? Yeah, in its cat philosophy, it owns that. I agree. That's a sort of what's it called? A sort of territory thing.
What's the difference?
You're not a cat.
No, I know.
You're not a cat.
That's discrimination.
No, you're not a cat. You can't live life by cat rules.
Well, I've got loads of stuff like that. My flat's full of stuff that I've got like that.
What?
Yeah, I've got 2 telephone boxes.
Right.
I've got a cash point machine. Yeah. Glyn was furious. He was getting out money.
Right.
Side of a church.
That's yours.
Yeah. 2 BMWs. Well, I had 2. I've got 1 now.
What happened?
The second one, the owner caught me, and he started doing the same. And because I started first, I finished first, so he finished last, so it was technically his again.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
If I piss on something, then that's mine.
Yeah.
But if someone else pisses on it, then that's theirs.
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
Could you say urinate? This is XFM 104.9. They are mine now.
They're not yours.
They are.
They're not. They're my shoes, Jimmy.
Yeah, and they're mine now.
No, they're not. I can't believe. This is why I don't want to do this anymore.
Why?
I can't believe you.
They're my shoes now. That is ownership. That counts.
In the cat world.
They're my shoes now, and some of the carpet is mine as well.
In the cat world.
Yeah. Wow.
You cannot live your life by the rules of the cat world.
I can.
What does your girlfriend?
What's this?
Oh,
not many people can do that. XFM 4.9 quarter past.
How do these sort of little theories of yours develop?
What? They come in my head. Then they're all right. Then I like them and they happen. Right. Then they're mine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah. What do other people make of the fact?
They go along with it.
What, your girlfriend?
Yeah. And all my special friends and the friends that I make.
Does she mind that your flat looks like an East End lockup and stinks of urine?
No.
She don't have a problem with that?
No. The sinuses are gone now. Completely gone.
Her sinuses are gone?
Yeah.
The Charlie?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought as much. Well, I know what you rock and rollers get up to, Gervais, in your spare time.
Oh dear.
It's beautiful to see you again, though, because we thought you would.
I'm looking good.
We thought you'd be gone forever.
Why?
But you're back.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see you.
No, I'll be around for
anything planned?
I didn't expect. It's like my life. I didn't expect to be here this long, so anything is a bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Any plans for today's show?
Got some more records than that, and some absolute drivel.
Right.
Yeah. Packed into 2 hours.
So no different.
No. No.
Great. Well, it's going well. Going well. I've got a little competition.
Yeah.
Which I'll maybe introduce after the next record.
Is there anyone mad enough to sleep with me competition? Is there? Is it? I'm not doing that one again.
All right. I've got a different one.
Yeah.
I've got a different competition.
Keep calling the Samaritans, please. We don't do that sort of thing, sir. Please. Or else. Can't threaten the Samaritans.
Why do you like that song so much?
Because they're singing about you being an ugly tosser, all right? Just gone 20 past 4.
Gervais, I hate to kick people when they're down.
No, you don't. You like it. And you like people twitching when they've been badly hurt.
But I don't know how this came about, but I started to consider the song. I don't know why. Someone was playing one in my house, and we were flipping through the record, the lyric sheets.
Fruit bat.
Now I don't know. When I was when I was in the sixth form, when I was in the sixth form, Gervais, everybody had a Carter USM T-shirt.
Yeah.
You know? And I imagine you probably.
By the end of the 80s, early 90s, all events officers, A&R men. Yeah.
What were you doing about that time? You'd have been what? That was when you were claiming benefit while still working.
Yeah. Yeah.
You had the wheelchair and everything.
Yeah, the tartan blanket.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Because you see, everybody had a Carter USM T-shirt. I didn't have one because I didn't. No. Do you know what I mean? That wasn't me. It was all a bit cliquey, and they didn't like me for it.
Yeah, it wasn't because of that, though, was it? It was because they sort of had like symmetrical heads. They were running in their human packs, weren't they? And just ostracising you. Go, oh dear.
Those start. Yeah. Right. I'm just looking through the lyric sheet. This is from the album 1992, the Love album, right, by Carter.
Yeah.
Just give you a taste of some of the lyrics.
Yeah, go on.
Which we thought were so profound in 1990 or whatever.
I never did.
This is from the track "Look, Mum, No Hands." I should point out that many of the titles of their songs are appalling. There's obviously my favourite, possibly the worst, is "The Road to Domestos." That is the worst name for a song I've ever heard. I mean, what's that supposed to mean? Anyway, check this lyric out. This is one of the worst lyrics
Go
ever.
on, I'm ready. Go on.
He flies through the air with the greatest of ease, that daring young man in the blue dungarees. What the hell does that mean?
Oh,
is that supposed to be profound?
Oh, she flies like a bird in the sky high. That ugly old tart with a sty in her eye.
This is quite a nice one. Listen to this. Is clever. This is bloody clever.
Go on. What they done? What's Fruit Bat done here? Go
If
on.
we club together, with all the diamonds,
Hey, hold on. I'll stop you there. Club.
Go on,
Diamond. That's so far. Oh no! Wait.
Stop there.
Oh come on. Go on.
If we club together with all the diamonds we've saved, we could look to our hearts and say,
Hold on, hearts is a suit in the...
That's incredible.
Oh, go on. Clubs, diamonds, hearts.
We could look to all our hearts and say, we've got it in spades.
What does that mean?
Spades.
Hold on. What does that sentence mean?
If we club together with all the diamonds we've saved, we can look to our hearts and say, we've got it in spades.
I don't know what that means.
I've no idea, but that's the kind of brilliance.
So they see what they did there? They got all those
It's
things
incredible. Let me just, there's a good great one here.
Could they do it with signs of the zodiac? Parts of the body.
Here we are. I've been GBH'd and ABH'd for a packet of B&H. I've been taken and I've been driven away. My telephone is always ringing and my number is XXX directory. Call 0898 333 talk dirty to me. That is some of the worst lyrics, Gervais, surely, that you've ever heard.
Unless you knew different. 0171 580 2000. I've been thinking some of my own as well.
The worst lyrics you've ever come across.
Oh, there's going to be arguments.
0171 580 2000. Or you can fax us 0171 580 1234.
And think realistically, because I hate it when you see in like the Melody Maker Enemy and they ask one of these pop stars, what's the worst song of all time? And they go, the Birdie song. Or, no, it's not. It's something by Carter or Suede or David Bowie, because they're in that framework. They're potentially, do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Don't go for chirpy, chirpy, cheap, cheap. Go for something like that, because that is disgusting.
Let me just say this is my final one before we go away, which is... yes, sorry, boy, there's nothing worth living for, but it really ain't worth dying for, so just say 3 Hail Jesus and Mary chains.
Early in the morning, I put breakfast at your table. Make sure that your coffee has a sugar and cream. Your eggs are over easy. It's sort of like a breakfast song. I can't remember it, but it goes, I'm not your superwoman. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah.
This is... I've never heard this.
There's one great bit as well. He goes, now you say your juice is sour. It used to be so sweet. And I can't help but wondering if you're talking about me. Isn't that great?
Oh.
Sorry, look, this juice is a bit sour. It used to be so sweet. Oh, fine, I'll change it. No, let me explain. This juice, it's sour. It used to be sweet. Well, it's thought we've always had. No, you're not listening. You're not listening. I think you're an ugly pig. I want to leave you. So I mean, he didn't state it. Your eggs are over easy. Oh, who's that by?
No, I didn't. Never heard it. You've made it up.
I'm not your superwoman. 0171 580 2000. I just thought of another one as well. So, do you know John Waite? I ain't missing you at all. Missing you since you've been gone away. And he's worried about people that think that he's really not missing her. So towards the end, he goes, I can lie to myself. Oh, he was lying all along then, wasn't he? Oh, got any more Carter lyrics?
Well, I'm still wading through them, Gervais, and it's just making me quite low. So I'll try and dig out a few more for the next time we have a chat. But I would say that Emma, of course, who helps us out here, she's mentioned track. What was it, Emma? What was yours?
It was
YMCA.
YMCA.
I've got a worse one.
Have you? Oh, hold on. Oh, what's that another one?
That's worse.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, Emma, we'll save that one. Emma's was, you can get yourself clean, you can have a good meal.
You can get yourself clean, you have a good meal. Well, I don't have a problem with it, you see, because I just think it's a wonderful thing. You know, the YMCA doesn't get enough publicity, good press,
Yeah.
and the Village People did them a favour. I mean, why on earth they wrote that song.
Well,
you know,
what,
to
are you serious?
publicise the YMCA. I mean, who thinks? I don't know. People have done the police force. You know, they've done.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait, this is very good. But I think you mean this. So you don't know what that song was. You think that they were actually some sort of advertising for the YMCA, were you?
Well, I don't know. It just seems really odd to me.
Well, if I remember at the time, the YMCA complained at the time because the connotations.
What kind of, it's just a PR thing for the YMCA, I imagine. It's like that one that in the Navy. In the Navy.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Another sort of PR thing for the Navy. It's just bizarre.
When they were dressed up as sailors and stuff.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Whereas usually they sort of like construction worker with a nice moustache, aren't they?
Yeah.
Traffic cop.
Yeah.
Jobbers. And
what? I don't. It's just.
I'm worried about the Red Indian chief.
Am I supposed to be?
I know that's been
am I supposed to be reading between the lines or something? I don't understand. I mean, I don't really understand. I mean this seriously.
Okay,
I don't
right.
understand what you're talking about.
Okay, this is fine. Well, that's it. Obviously, there were gay connotations. It's like a gay icon record, isn't it? YMCA in the Navy. That was the point of it. What did you need? One of them dressed as Judy Garland. What? I don't understand. What was your problem with that?
What? But there's no. I don't understand why that suggests that people are gay. I don't.
It doesn't necessarily. It's like it's high camp, isn't it? It's been adopted since as well.
But the four of them, there's a guy dressed as a motorcycle cop. There's no reason why he should be gay.
There's no reason why anyone should be gay. There's a
builder.
Yeah.
All right.
So no builders are gay ever.
There's another one. I can't. What's the other one is?
Right.
And then there's a Red Indian. Why on earth the Red Indian is supposed to be an icon?
I don't know about that.
I have no idea.
I'm flummoxed on that one. I'll be honest.
But so what I'm saying to you, Gervais, is if you're going to if you can talk about gay people, then why don't they use the cliches? Why isn't there a hairdresser?
Right.
And
because it's probably the sort of cliches that even scene gays want to get away from. Also, you're confusing camp. ITV gays with real homosexual people who live normal lives.
If I'm going to write a song about gay people, I'm going to have a hairdresser.
Yeah, you are.
In order to appeal to a gay community, I'd have a hairdresser, John Inman, Larry Grayson,
obviously,
and I don't know.
You wouldn't have Jason Donovan then, obviously, because he's not. So you wouldn't have him, would you?
No, I wouldn't have Jason Donovan.
No.
Well, I wouldn't have Philip Schofield.
Well,
I wouldn't have Andy Peters.
Right.
I wouldn't have Andy Peters.
Okay, I'm getting scared.
Shut up! I would not have Andy Peters.
I'm getting scared.
I would not have Andy Peters. A few more Carter lyrics for you.
Go on.
You'll enjoy this one. It's just one big knees up, a night on the town, a storm in a teacup, more like a teacup in a storm.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, man?
Yeah.
It's more like a teacup in a storm.
Yeah, they've twisted it, haven't they?
All right.
Yeah. Ian Camfield, you know, he's 12 now. He does the rock show.
Oh.
He called, and that I'm not your superwoman. It was Karen White. And he also says a worse lyric in YMCA is, young man, there's no need to feel down.
Fair enough. Another Carter lyric for you. The tequila sun is rising. And listen to me. The tequila sun is rising and the Harvey's Bristol moon is shining. Because they've got Harvey's, shine on Harvey's moon.
Yeah.
And somehow Harvey's Bristol moon is shining. I have no idea.
It's got to be something about pulling your trousers down in a coach.
It's just rubbish.
And also, you know, Quick Space, I played that and you said, oh, why is that your favourite? And I got annoyed because you've got no taste and shouldn't even question me. And I said it was about you being an ugly tosser. Well, Nina, from the band, who's round at Jan's, said, no, it's not about him being ugly. And the worst lyric is from the Beatles. You should see her in drag in a polythene bag. What's that from, then?
I don't know, polythene Pam or whatever it's called.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could well be.
All right, then the worst Beatles lyrics, we'll have those as well.
There's a lot of them to choose from.
There are a lot.
No, I'm not dissing the Beatles.
No.
I'm just saying they wrote, they can't keep up that level, can they?
Gervais, I've heard the songs you've written. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
You're not in a position to disrespect anybody.
No, I don't.
I'm talking about people on the tube, all right, that can barely speak, all right, that just go with like a kazoo. There's a guy near my tube, he just got a kazoo, and just taps his foot, and then tries to sell lighters to you by playing a kazoo. Right? You can't even disrespect him for his musical ability.
Of course, you're laughing about him now. If that was female, it'd be a whole different story, wouldn't it?
Well, you've got to take it where you can get it.
You'd have a lot of lighters every day, wouldn't you? You'd be struggling down that road with loads of little They're called
say-
clippers.
I'd say, you know, I think there's a sad lack of kazoos on the wireless, and I'd have her in here for a quick session.
Well, we better do a competition now.
Okay, yeah, well, we've got these two pairs of pulp tickets? Or
So
just-
you've
just
no
a
idea,
set?
have you?
I've no idea.
You just want to, we've got the, oh, can I do this bit? No, you don't know what you're doing, do you? It's never stopped me, no.
Well,
Exactly.
I wasn't going to mention it.
No.
All right, you do it. Go on then. I'll sit over it. I'm out the way.
Okay, how many tickets have we got, Emma?
One pair.
One pair. That's two to you, Steve. To give away.
see who,
Pulp.
when,
Next Saturday,
where,
Finsbury Park.
at what time,
About 9.
and what have people got to do to win the tickets?
Uh,
Yeah, now you're stumped.
what? You suggesting I should plan this show?
Yes.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Why?
All right, now listen, I think we should just give people an added reason to phone in with their word this pair of pulp tickets.
Yeah.
And then if we get bored with that in, say, about 10 minutes' time, we'll come up with another
As
reason.
if it'd take 10 minutes for us to get bored. I'll be surprised if we actually bother.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Got an ad break, and then I've got a pulp song lined up.
Before you do that,
Oh, we should tell them what the competition is, shouldn't we?
I just did.
What was it? I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening. I really do turn off when you talk.
Emma, what was the competition?
I'm not sure if I want listening.
01715802000. Any ideas what the competition was?
What was the competition? Coldplay, Speed of Sound. Steve, I know you like an insight to my musical taste,
Always.
but that's my favourite Coldplay track of all time. I just thought I'd just throw that in.
Not a fan of clocks?
No, I think I've overplayed Parachutes a little bit, and but that's my favourite one. Like it.
I'm afraid to say I'm a bit of a Philistine when it comes to Coldplay. That sounds the same as all the other ones. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, you'll have to meet these boys one day.
Yeah,
And
well,
they say-
I'll tell them to their face. I don't care. A little bit rock and roll. I don't care.
Well, I'm Ricky Gervais. That little funny little Wurzel type voice over there is Stephen Merchant, and with us our producer Carl Pilkington. All right. All right.
Whenever we say producer, of course, that is in inverted commas.
Yeah.
Done with the fingers.
Well, he didn't have it. I wanted to play some off my iPod today to record it because they didn't have it here. It's a great track called Anthony and the Johnsons. He didn't even have the lead. He went, right, it's difficult. And he went, is it any good? I went, yeah, it's really good. He went, well, why haven't we got it here already then? Oh, that's the paradigm, is it? If XFAM hasn't got it, it's no good. Four Non-Blondes doing well, is it? That's still in the cupboard, is it? Unbelievable. We're a little bit annoyed today, aren't we, actually?
I'm really annoyed.
Yeah, all that stuff we did last week, that Landauer sent us some sparkling wine, and we thought, right, you shamelessly plugged it.
Yeah.
How many times you mentioned it?
I
Like
must have
20
mentioned it about
times?
20 times.
Well, the finale was hitting Carl on the head with a cork. That's on the website, by the way.
Okay.
RickyGervais.com. Go there and see Carl being hit in the head with a cork, right?
Yeah.
We said, look, send us free stuff, we'll talk about it.
Nothing. The cupboard
literally
is
nothing.
empty. The cupboard is bare.
No one has thought, I tell you what, there's those guys from The Office.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's be honest, Rick, we are taste makers. We're
Yeah.
opinion formers, you and
Yeah,
I.
yeah.
And you'd have thought if anyone was going to send us some free stuff,
yeah.
you know, it makes me
Unbelievable.
fume. And do you know what it is? It's because people, PR people and that, they've realised no one's listening.
But not only are we going against all our principles and losing our dignity just for some free stuff.
And integrity.
And integrity, yeah.
well,
We're going against excellent policy, because obviously they would have got thousands of pounds for Landauer to be mentioned last
come
week.
on,
20 times. No, it wouldn't have. It's 40
It's
quid, isn't it?
XFM, Rick.
It's 40 quid.
Yeah.
40 quid for a 9-minute advert.
Exactly.
So advertise your quality stuff here.
Yeah.
Jeff's Garage. Cheaper than some other garages. Anyway, actually, if there
Did we
is a
play an
ga-
advert once for a tattoo parlour?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? I'm sure we played an advert for a tattoo parlour. What tattoo parlour can afford to advertise on a radio station? Unless it's a tin pot one like this.
Oh, God. Oh, got some good music today, though, Steve.
Oh, really? I hope so. I'll be the judge of that. Go on,
Yeah,
what have we got?
well, AC/DC.
Oh.
Have you got a bit of bare skin you need colouring in? Come along to Ron's Bike Shop and Tattoo Parlour. He'll write Mum on your hand and give you Harley a tune-up while you wait.
I can't believe no one wants to advertise with us.
And that only costs, what, 20 quid?
Yeah.
And they play that
I mean,
instantly.
I turned down millions of pounds to do adverts because I think it's beneath me. And I thought last week I'll give a little bit back. I'll excite all these people who want to get a bit.
Nothing.
All I'm thinking is, Steve, either our cash rate's gone down, no one wants us anymore, right? Which is impossible, surely.
I would have thought so.
Or we're on a tin pot station that no one listens to. Now,
Ding! Correct answer. Correct answer.
Unbelievable. I'm having to hold on the pop shield of this mic because it keeps falling off.
It's embarrassing. This
It's
whole room is
awful.
embarrassing.
I mean, oh, God. Well, Carl, what are your thoughts? Why have you stuck it out here?
Nothing better coming in, I thought.
Well, I'll tell you
alright,
why,
I
because
get
you're always on holiday. You don't do a lot. You get paid, well, doesn't he, really? He's a moany. I mean, he doesn't try and get on at all. He doesn't deal with people. He moans about everything. And, so he's...
I'm alright, I've got my own little room and that.
Yeah. Like a cage. It is like a cage, isn't it? And he can shut the door, shut the door. If people walk past, he can shut the door. He doesn't want them looking in. He's like a miserable old chimp. We noticed today how much he's simian, isn't
It's
he?
very strange, actually. We maybe should try and get a picture on the website, because Carl's arms are particularly chimp-like. It's very, very strange.
Because he's got that he's got long downy hair. It's
And
not
the
like...
long extended knuckles.
Yeah, and his totally round face that sort of the chin goes back and the dome of his cranium. I think, quite seriously, I know we sort of share about 98.5% of our genetic material with bonobos and chimpanzees, but I think he's got a little bit more.
Yeah.
I honestly think he's a little bit of a throwback. Just his line, they just kept to this sort of really the ugliest one in the cave.
Yeah.
And the tree, and he really didn't come out of it. I'm not saying you are, I don't think you'd... Well, you are. Yeah, you're chimp-like.
No, it does annoy me. My hair annoys me on my body and that. Because I've got like hair on my little toes and that.
Have you?
Then on the legs.
Would you
like,
see your little toes? Can you pick things up with them?
no, that's right.
Okay.
Well, that's the finale of this week's show. We're going to see if he can play a record and put the fader up.
From a
using...
tyre. While
Yeah,
swinging in
on
a tyre.
Just using his hairy toes.
Yeah.
I've sort of got hair all the way, but then it just runs out where it should be.
On the
I
top of your
know.
head.
Top of your
Yeah.
head. It's just-
And is this part of the reason why you're always uncomfortable about, being nude or around naked people? Is that partly the reason, do you think, because you look so grotesque?
Well, when I'm on holiday, I don't really like wandering about without a top on unless, like, it's a quiet beach or whatever.
Sure. So what would you
There's
normally
no
wear?
need.
Shirt
I just
and
have
tie?
like a nice sort of light, summery, sort of linen shirt, maybe, just
Yeah.
a few top buttons open.
Yeah.
But I don't like... The naked body isn't that nice anyway, is it? You know what I mean? Whatever it is, if you're a cat and you're shaved, you don't look that nice. You know what I mean? But with
I
hair
think
on
you'll
it-
find a cat is naked even with its fur on. Cats don't wear clothes.
No, but what I mean is,
Right.
a bald cat isn't that good. You know it does me head in that I'm bald. I'm not, I wish, if I could have hair, it would be nice, but that's life.
Would you
isn't it?
prefer animals to wear clothes like Mickey Mouse does? Or Goofy?
You know that I don't like nudist and all that, we've done it.
But don't you think sometimes you could sort of like maybe I don't know, fancify it a little bit? Like if there was such a thing as an ape salon, and there isn't, Carl. There isn't, right? Would you give a orangutan a trim, maybe sort of his hair? Because some of those look like they're going bald, but they've got a comb over,
They
don't
should
they?
just have a shave. When it's like that. That's what I did. Take it back.
And the underarms as well. Yeah, they've really got a lot of underarm hair. Even the women ones.
Really?
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
I know. I don't know. I don't even know why they breed. I don't know. I don't know how they get they laid, some of those horrible old hairy ginger orangutans.
Yeah, they are particularly grim, some of those.
I know. Yeah.
The big ones.
I know.
Ginger
yeah.
ones.
Yeah.
They can't be happy, can they? What is that? Where did that happen, the ginger thing? Why do people give them, like, a hard time and that?
Well, you just gave them a hard time then, so why did you do it? You were
No,
just
it's
flying in,
it's
were you,
just that people do sort of give... I don't understand why, but ginger people get quite a bit of stick, and I've never understood it.
No, I was doing it. It's just, I don't know why. I
They
don't
do,
know.
though, don't they?
I don't know. It might be historical. It might have been because I'm sure they don't everywhere in the world. I'm sure it's probably.
No, they are. They're always... I've said to you about even, like, ginger cats are always fat, because they're sort of sick of it, probably.
Wait a minute.
Ginger cats, what do you mean
Well,
they're
when you
secret?
see a
What
ginger cat-
they've been eating, like, because
Yeah,
they're
'cause
upset,
fed up and
they're being
that.
bullied
You
and
never
things.
see like a thin, happy ginger cat running about. He's always overweight and looking a bit fed up. It's just a good point, isn't it?
I wouldn't say it was a good point, Carl, it's a point.
So last week, the Chinese don't age well. Now, anything ginger, including cats,
Yeah.
No,
are
no,
sick of it.
No, but I'm just saying.
Are
I
you
don't-
ginger? Would you like to take issue with any of Carl's points? 83
I know I think
XFM is the
ginger-
text. You can text us. Maybe you've seen a thin ginger cat.
I'm not having a go though. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's weird how people give him a hard time. And it's if I could have hair, I'd go for ginger hair rather than being bald.
Really?
Well,
Landed from Ben Folds on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington.
Had a fax. Never mind champagne and freebies like that. Just forget that. We're not doing that anymore. It didn't work. Okay, but we are still in demand. Got a fax here, right? So guy says, I produce a programme for the BAS scientists, right? Wintering in Antarctica. Now, what this bloke is saying is, there are scientists, right, researching in Antarctica, and they're already locked away and sort of like out of touch, because they can't get to them, right? But they're soon going to be living in 24-hour darkness, because through midsummer here, it's darkness for 24 hours for like 3 months, and they're totally cut off, and he's trying to get some stuff together, and he wants us to record a message, and it said, every year, they choose a celebrity to do something, a message, of their choice. They had Rolf Harris, David Attenborough, Jonathan Ross. This year, Ricky is the popular choice. So I'm up there with Rolf Harris, David Attenborough and Jonathan Ross in terms of the vote amongst some scientists stuck in a hut in Antarctica for 3 months.
I think they've just got cabin fever.
So that's another poll I've won. A British Antarctic scientist in a hut poll.
I was trapped in a little room with several other men for 3 months of pitch darkness.
Sexist.
Or indeed women.
Yeah.
I can't imagine why I'd ever want a message from Rolf Harris. What would Rolf? I mean, David Attenborough, fascinating.
Well, I
Jonathan
assume
Ross,
it is
amusing.
it's the animal. I assume they're researching penguins or something, aren't they? If they're stuck there, or maybe
But what's that got to do with
seismic
Rolf?
activity, or maybe polar shift. I don't know.
Possibly if you were researching kangaroos.
Yeah.
Strange
He
Antarctic-
knows about all animals, doesn't he? You can take him a budgie with a broken wing and he'll sort it out. Or he knows a man who does.
Sure.
He can, he'll sort that out for you. And he'll do a picture of it.
Yeah.
While you wait.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I thought they want a 5-minute message. We can do better than that. Let's dedicate the whole show to them, Steve.
We're gonna what?
Dedicate the whole show to them. What, was it trouble with my diction?
A little bit. I'm just thinking again, we've got to slow down because these guys are there, they're working, they're busy.
They're used to, speaking eloquent
Yeah,
English.
exactly. They're used to talking to intelligent, educated people.
Yeah.
So Carl should be something of a surprise to them. I imagine they'll just flood back early and come back to...
So, this is, this show is dedicated to all you I know nothing about them. I don't know how many there are. I know they're just, as I say, in a hut somewhere, presumably with a laptop, drinking, hot chocolate out of steel mugs with...
just looking up porn.
They're not on the internet, are they?
Oh, are they not?
Well, no, there's no
What's the
phone
laptop?
line.
Well, how do they charge up the laptop when it runs out?
Well, they've probably got generators.
They must have other stuff. They got a telly and that, haven't they?
Of course they haven't.
No, for DVDs and things.
Well, they could probably have a DVD player that would run off a generator and stuff, so they can play. I don't know what we're giving this on CD or something, but
and what are they...
how can that enhance your life though? That like 2 months has gone, you've sat there, you're chewing Kendall mint cake and just looking round at white walls, right, thinking that the Thing's going to come in any minute and put you out of your misery, right? And you go, all right, lads, it's here. What? A 5-minute message from Ricky Gervais.
Yeah.
Who? The fella from The Office? Oh, yeah. Go on. I mean, so,
Yeah.
I don't know how I can enhance. I mean, I go mental.
One of them's going, I voted for Ricky Martin. What?
Yeah.
But I don't understand what they're researching. You say penguins, but that's just a
Well, I'm
hypothesis.
assuming that because it's Antarctica, where the penguins live.
Is there anything else there? What else is going on?
Well,
There's
there's a lot
presumably
of
climate differences and...
Well, yeah, because it's
atmosphere
a
changes and so on.
landmass, isn't it? Arctic's just on ice, and Antarctica is actually a continent. It's a landmass, so there's stuff there, but presumably not in the winter. I imagine it's like 10 foot of snow, and really not a lot happening.
Sure.
I don't know what they're researching. It could be astronomy. As I say, it could be some sort of seismic thing. It could be just testing polar melting. It could be penguins. I've no idea. I haven't got the information. I don't think they want us to go into what they're doing.
I suppose they already know, yeah.
They probably want to know what's happening in the world for, well, we've got the man here.
That's an interminable 5 minutes for them. We've already wasted that 5 minutes. They're going to put it all excited to hear from you, and they've just got 5 minutes of us discussing what they might be doing.
What I'm worried about is this bit, so for these 10 people there, we've just annoyed the 200 listeners we've got. Because they're thinking, what's in this for me? Well, we'll have fun along the way, and what I think we're doing, they've been stuck there, as I say, they're out of touch, they don't know what's happening, so Carl Pilkington is the man. We're gonna have a break, we'll have a song, maybe some ad breaks, and then Carl is gonna let these scientists who are stuck away in the darkness know what's been happening for the last couple of weeks. Is that alright, Carl?
Well, you know, I don't really follow the news, so they probably
play
know
a
more.
record.
I was going to
Play a
ask them
record.
what's been going on.
Embrace a glorious day. Well, it is a glorious day, Steve.
Brilliant.
Every day's a glorious day, isn't it?
Well, it is when I'm with you.
Yeah, love the world.
Yeah.
So these scientists, they're stuck away in the darkness. Let's tell them what they've been missing. What's the highlights, Carl, of the last, Ricky Gervais and Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington, by the way, XFM 104.9, etc. What have they missed for the last, just do the last few weeks. What have they missed? Remember, they haven't got newspapers, they haven't got telly. What's the... Look at him, he's looking at me like I just said that in Arabic. What do you understand? Think what's happened. Think what they haven't got that you know about. What have you seen and heard in the last couple of weeks that they couldn't have?
Well, like on the news and that, what's gone on in the world and that?
Yeah.
Well, or just things you've done personally. I think that'll be of less interest.
Yeah.
Pope's dead.
Okay.
I like it. I imagine that. Imagine if that was them breaking it to them.
Yeah.
Like they're listening and going, what's happened? The Pope's dead. Well, don't say it like that. Break it to us gently, Carl.
Well, I think that's better than how they do it on the news normally, though, isn't it? They make
What?
a big deal out of it, and you panic a bit when it's just breaking news, and you think, oh, there's a war on. And
Yeah.
you go, Pope's dead, and you go, well...
So you've just
what
used
about
that
it?
short, sharp tactic.
Yeah.
Like ripping a
Softly,
plaster
though,
off quickly.
I just said it softly, no, Pope's dead.
When you know all that coverage of the Pope with like those millions of people that had gathered in Rome and stuff. I was thinking about, you remember we talked about the Queen Mother, and they were queuing up to see the Pope.
Yeah,
lying
like
in state.
4 hours to
And
get
once
a
again, I
glimpse.
couldn't help but feel if they popped him on some kind of like dessert trolley and just wheeled him past everyone else, they could have got that done in about 3/4 of an hour.
Yeah.
You know, once again, people not thinking, they're not expanding their minds.
So you're
Yeah.
like me.
What, like students and ragweed
Exactly.
with a
Put
bed down
put
Oxford
them on one of those
Street?
novelty beds. They're all dressed in kind of cardinals gear.
Yeah.
Just, trundling them off and down the, yes.
But it's the way they also said they've now got a new Pope. He's hardly new, is he? Why didn't they learn from the last one?
Sure.
Keep taking on old people.
Yeah, yeah.
My dad couldn't even get a gig in B&Q. There you go.
Oh God! So who have we offended? I mean, the thing is, it's like, because soon our offensiveness isn't going to be sort of like we're feeling a bit guilty about offending someone. It's going to be like we're going to be living with Salman Rushdie.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? The things. I mean, that's pretty. Don't have a go at the
No,
Pope,
but I'm not having a go at him. It's good that he can carry on working and what have you, but I thought everyone had to retire at like 60 or whatever. Oh, bloody hell. But, whatever, if you can get away with it.
Yeah, why couldn't your dad get a gig in B&Q? I mean, he
That's 'cause
goes
he's
there a lot,
evil
doesn't
bastard.
he? He goes there a lot.
That's why, if you're just joining us for this one-off show because you're trapped in a bunker somewhere in the Antarctic, you should know this of Carl's dad. He's a thief. He steals things, and we've openly discussed this before. He steals this from other elderly ladies and elderly people. Perhaps.
Oh, he's not like
Raffles.
Raffles, though. He doesn't go into their house.
He's not a gentleman thief.
No, let's put this in context. He's not a villain, but sometimes when people leave groceries lying around in a public telephone box.
No, what it was, where they live now, they've retired, right? They've moved. I won't say where they are, but somewhere quiet, right? And it's so quiet.
It's not a witness relocation protection scheme.
Because there's only about 8 people live in this village, it's not worth like the like corner shops.
There's only 8 people living in the village.
It's quiet.
The
It is
village
quiet.
of the damned.
So anyway, rather than keep the shop open, you're meant to call up and go, all right, Harry, I need some milk today.
Right.
And they stick it in a phone box outside in the shop, and my dad found that out. So when he's been out, just stop off at the phone box, have a look at what's left lying around.
Yeah. But of the 8, I mean, there's 8 people in the village. My attention would be instantly drawn to the dodgy Manc fella. I mean, do you know what I mean? It seems, in Manchester you can probably get away with this, there's a lot of scum up there, but down in this little village, you know, you got a little Miss Marple type and a little, you know, country policeman.
He's stopped doing it now.
Has he?
Stopped doing it, yeah.
Cleaned up his act.
Yeah.
Good, alright, so the Pope's dead, any other big news?
There was that thing I told you about last week, the foot-long spider eats chicken.
What does this mean to them? They're going to think that the world's been taken over by them. It's not like this evidently. We're not going back. There's a foot-long spider on the loose.
Are these people bright, though?
Well, let's have a look. Antarctic scientists. Yeah, they've probably got an O-level or
But
two.
they're looking at penguins all day.
Yeah.
So how bright have you got to be?
What do you mean?
Well, what are they doing?
Well, I don't know, do I? But they've been chosen. It's probably cost millions of pounds to set them up there. Oh, Carl.
I'd say this is like, for scientists, this is like Big Brother. You know what I mean? This is like a big dinner. Scientists there watching this, finding out what's going to go on. There's little challenges that they give them, little tasks.
It's like Celebrity Love Island without the sun and slappers. Go on.
I think, what else has gone on?
Well, while you're thinking, Carl, I should just tell you now, you threw that question out earlier, why are ginger people historically mocked? We've had a couple of responses on the text, 83XFM. Again, as ever with XFM listeners, don't believe what they say, don't trust what they say. But one of them,
Have we got any respect for anyone in the world?
get back to you. Pete in Tooting, now again, I think this is nonsense. He claims that the reason ginger people are disliked is because Judas was ginger. From the Bible. I don't know where he's come up with this idea.
No, I've heard that.
But I mean, are there a great many people from, you know, the Middle East who are ginger?
Well, that's probably why he stood out.
Sure.
And he was probably fed up, and he thought, I'll get him back.
Yeah.
Maybe...
Unless he had his hair dyed ginger when he was on the witness protection scheme.
What
Which
did he do?
presumably he had to go into after it all came out in the book.
What did he do?
What did he do?
He
Has he got a bit of a bad name?
stitched him up, didn't he, to the Romans, didn't he, Judas? Didn't he do it for 40 pieces of silver or something? I'm not big on the Bible, but apparently...
Incidentally, if you'd like us to stitch up any kind of messiahs for 40 pieces of silver, just get in touch, 83XFM, we're willing to do that for you as well. So that's one explanation. There's another one here which is, again, I don't believe this for a moment. It says here, ginger people get a lot of stick because in Elizabethan times, people with ginger hair were told that their mother had slept with the devil. And that was why their hair was ginger. So, there's 2 options. Maybe if you've got some more, you can, any more spurious thoughts, then get in touch. 83XFM. But yeah, I don't know.
So, there might be truth to both of those. I mean, the point is that if either of those are true, they were already being picked on, if you know what I mean.
Right.
That's the point. It's sort of like, maybe that's not the total root of it. Well, the Judas thing might be the root of it. The first big, ginger to, do some, a little bit
So if
off.
he was bald, then old bald people would be like,
Yeah.
get a hard time on that.
Yeah.
Well, we do mock you behind your back anyway, Carl. That's going on, don't worry.
So, play a record and think of something that's happened to tell these poor scientists what's going on in the world. All you've come up with so far is the Pope's dead and there's a big spider. What is that?
That eats chicken.
The Pogues, Rainy Night in Soho. I hope there isn't a rainy night in Soho tonight, Rick. You're one of those who agrees with me. So we just had an email here from a guy called James Lee. He says, hi, just writing a bit of info on the scientists in Antarctica. I'm a scientist who's just come back from one of the Antarctic bases called Halley, or Haley. There are 15 people staying there over the Antarctic winter. The scientists are looking mainly at the atmosphere, things like the ozone hole and meteorology. I think there are 6 scientists staying over the winter, as well as a doctor, electrician, mechanic and a carpenter and so on. And so he's saying they do listen, they have the internet, so they maybe could listen to the show on the internet. And if you get the chance, say hi to Francis and the rest of the winter is for me. Sure, no problem, yeah, thanks James. But yeah, there they are, that's what they're doing, that's what they're up to.
But why are they asking you for a message though when? I mean, have these people got families and that, or are they convicts, or?
No! What do you mean? Of course they probably do get messages from their family.
Well, why are you doing one for one? Is that... I mean, say, do you know, like, you see it in, like, Porridge and stuff like that, where if someone's in prison and no one visits them,
Yeah.
and they sort of look a bit fed up and that, it's a letter in the post from...
Brilliant. So they put this on the shelf until someone doesn't get one. All right, Hargreaves? Yes, sir, I didn't get a message today, sir. You have got a message, Hargreaves. Oh, what, sir? Hargreaves, you have got a message. Really, sir? From Ricky Gervais. Really, sir? And I give it... Don't talk, please. There are scientists listening. Try to keep the talking shit down to a minimum today.
Well, what's annoying me is, right, they're saying they're stuck over there for months, but it seems to me like they're wasting a lot of time. Right?
Why?
Well, you're saying they probably watch DVDs. They're saying they've got internet access.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, I'm wrong.
Listening to messages,
Yeah.
get the job done and go home.
Well,
Do it in
that's
a
subtle.
week.
Well, then we don't have to tell them anything then, because they listen to the internet. If they've got the internet, then, yeah, it's a waste of time. Good point. Play a record.
Well, hang on, before that, here's a good point. You've had long time to research what's been going on in the world. We've just had an email here from Nicholas who says, why haven't you told them about the recent pig Olympics that just went on in China? You've missed that one, Carl, once again.
Who won?
First of the gang to die, Morrissey, XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Well, Carl, you failed miserably. The scientists stuck away. Right, one more chance. What's happened in the last couple of weeks? Just one more chance to... What have you seen in the last couple of weeks?
Well, like I say, I don't really watch the news and that, so...
Right.
I can't, tell them about that. But in a way, I think they're better off not knowing... I think that's the only good thing about being out there, isn't it? Not knowing about the bad stuff going on.
Yeah.
So, I can't help them there.
They don't need to look at the weather, do they?
No, don't enough. No. But, tell you about the Pope and that.
Yeah, pretty extensive.
What about the EU Constitution and the no votes? What do you make of that? What are your views?
What's the problem there?
Oh, this isn't
not knowing.
broadcasting though, is it? This is nothing. Come up with something.
Well, the fat baby then, the fat baby that they found, that was on the telly.
Right. Well, what was that?
It's just a little fat baby. That,
Oh,
I don't know what, it's just a little fat kid and that.
What? What?
It was on the telly and
But what was on the telly? You just said fat baby, fat baby, fat baby, fat baby on telly, fat baby on telly. Do you meant to be telling them what's happened in the world? Tell me about the fat baby on telly.
It's just they've found some, there's this illness called Momo, right? And, they've just got this woman had a kid. It's really sad. It was on Channel 4 and that, right? And, kid's born.
You sure it wasn't Jimmy Carr?
Kid's born and that, right?
Momo?
It's called Momo,
Isn't that
yeah.
that Black Music Award?
No, right, little fat baby and that, and, there's only 3 of them in the world. These little fat babies.
Right.
And,
So
one of them...
they're in danger.
How fat? Are you not telling what do you mean? How fat are they?
6 stone it was only 2. And, there's 3 of them in the world, and there was this one, and there was one in Brazil.
Are they, like, endangered? Is that the problem? Because there's only 3 of them in the world. I'm a bit worried. This is like a conservation campaign.
They're hunted for their flesh.
No, it's sad. If you, I know, it's easy to joke and that, but if you've
could make
seen
an
it, you'd
interesting
go, oh, it's a bit sad and that.
Well, I haven't seen it, and I know nothing about it.
Well, I've told you, there's 3 of them in the world.
Okay, what else was on telly?
Something I watched the other night, which was good. Again, you know, I learn stuff from the telly. I don't watch the news.
Yeah, well, you don't learn stuff from the telly.
Yeah,
You
I'll tell you what, though.
you told us there's a fat baby in the world.
Forget about them.
There's a spider eats chickens, and there was a fat kid. That's
All right, forget them in Iceland, right?
Yeah.
We'll give them Rockbusters later to do, right?
Iceland.
But what's her name? I'll tell you what is interesting, Steve.
What?
I didn't know that much about it. Autism.
Okay.
Oh, good. There's some more entertaining stuff on XFM 104.9.
No.
Just to cheer up people. Go on, and what? Come on.
No, right. Have you heard about it, Steve? What it is?
Autism. I'm aware of
It
autism.
scares me to death when he comes up, when he touches on a serious subject. We've been talking about wheeling a dead pope round, the Chinese don't age well, and ginger people are hated, and now we're going to touch on a really, I mean,
No, I said-
my heart's in my throat. Go
Yeah,
on,
I
Carl,
said-
then
I said the little
tell
fat
me your
lady-
insights to autism.
Right, well, there was this, again, Channel 4 coming up with some good stuff at the moment, right? It might have been Channel 5. But what's the name? It was...
It's the attention span I like!
It's these people who, they've got like this autism thing going on.
Yeah.
And, they sort of take in a lot of information, they get sort of they get so into it that they know everything about that subject and what have you, right? And there was this lad who, he knew everything, right, about EastEnders.
Right.
He sort of, the cameraman was saying to him, so, you know, why EastEnders and that? And he said, oh, I don't know, I just like it. And he said, I remember when I first watched it was a Thursday, it was 5 to 8, Pauline Fowler walked in, she had a pink jumper on, she said, alright, love. And he remembers everything from that moment on.
Yeah.
Right, and everything. Which is great, but then, the way the programme was making out, it was almost like they were saying it's a disability.
Right.
When in a way, it's more like a superpower.
Sure. Like Rain Man.
But if you can take
It's
it...
Rain Man.
No, I'm
he
not...
has special autistic powers.
Oh, God,
we must send for Rain Man.
I don't know what to do.
So he would be a great contestant on Mastermind. Sort of autistic Mastermind. He'd
Well,
be
what I'm
dynamite.
saying is, don't be watching EastEnders, though. Sort of, why didn't they give him an encyclopedia and say, get into that?
Sure.
That'll be useful.
Yeah.
Keep him away from EastEnders. Wasting his time there. But I don't think it is a disability.
No.
Yeah, there are other things, and they're not. It's also autism is a matter of degrees. From what I know, and I'm sorry to have to do this, but I feel that I have to at least be the voice of reason, as ill-educated as I am on the subject. But I think there's degrees of autism. I think some are higher performance than others. There's other issues with it. It's not they're just got good memories. They don't go around doing tricks for people because they can remember stuff. There are other issues with it. Do you know what I mean?
Right, well, I mean, they seemed a bit...
But you watched the programme, what did you learn? That he knows when Pauline Fowler came in.
Yeah, I mean, there was other bits where they couldn't control their emotions and stuff.
Oh,
But
that other little bit, yeah.
But the main bit of it was he can soak up information and stuff, and I'm just saying it didn't seem really bad. Do you know what I mean? There's disabilities where people say that's a bad disability. It's like how people say about,
This is brilliant. This is just like this is amazing to be in a room with this man. It's incredible. You just wind him up and listen to what comes out. And I'm going to sit back now. I'm not going to defend you or explain anything. Just go on and tell me about the other disabilities that are worse.
No, what I mean is how people can sometimes easily get mixed up. How people are scared of like a cyclop. When at the end of the day, he's got a disability. A bloke with
Who's scared of a cyclop?
No, it's
apart
just
from
like
Jason and his Argonauts. Where's this cyclop that you're scared of?
No, I'm just saying in history and in books and that.
No, not in history. History happened.
Yeah. But
What are you thinking of? You're mixing history with Greek mythology and Roman mythology and every other type of mythology. What do you mean there wasn't really a giant cyclop that went round picking up ships and throwing them around? That's not history, Carl. Do you think Batman's history?
No, but it was ages ago, wasn't it, when we were sort of
No, I'm not saying it didn't happen ages ago. I'm saying it didn't happen.
Well, it might have done. There's no... I mean, what's so ridiculous about a fellow with one eye?
In the middle of his head, and he's big and scary and lives in a
Why is he
cave.
scary? Because he's got... What, if he had 8 eyes, I'd be scared of him. At the end of the day, he's got a disability... Oh, we'll talk about it in a bit.
Bobby Womack across 110th Street on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Stephen Merchant, and over there, Carl Pilkington.
Can I just remind people that...
A man so stupid, it isn't actually offensive. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
No, just wanted to remind people that they can get in touch on the text, 83XFM. You'll need that text number shortly, because we're going to be playing Rockbusters very soon. Gav has texted in, and he says quite simply, what's happened to the webcam? All I can see is a bald monkey. Well, You're absolutely right. We'll try and get that sorted out for you. But we're rockbustering now.
Should we do it now?
Should we do it now?
Set it up now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So you should just remind people, Rick, particularly if they're trapped in Antarctica for the next 3 months, what this game is.
Well, this is Blockbusters, just totally ripped off, and the clues are bands and artists. Carl says they're cryptic clues. They're not cryptic clues. They're more like, what word am I thinking of? They're tenuous. Some of them don't work at all. So it's really, are you in tune with a shaved monkey? I mean, it's nearly embarrassing to get the clue. I pride myself on that I don't really get them. And I'm sort of proud of that, because you shouldn't.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think I've given it a big sell.
Yeah.
Now, you do win TAT today, but the big prize is going forward to be in the draw in 5 weeks' time, when there's a signed Homer that I got Matt Groening to draw. If you go to rickygervais.com, you can see him drawing it. It's an original.
Well, if they want to see it, they can go to xfm.co.uk/Ricky, and it's actually, just click on it, you can have a look at it.
Oh, you can see all the pictures there, can't you? There's also a signed Nigel Tufnell poster, and us three as Flanimals, but there's a little actually video clip. I was on rickygervais.com. You can actually see Matt Groening drawing it.
Well, those prizes are the ones the big prizes you can win in 5 weeks' time if you get to the grand final. In the meantime, it's the usual selection of mediocre gifts which will be given away.
That we found in a drawer that people would have sent us to give away.
First up, we've got I think most people would agree, the mediocre John Travolta film Ladder 49, which I think barely made it into cinemas over here. We've also got on DVD.
And we're giving that away.
We're giving that away.
Brilliant.
On DVD, the TV series Grumpy Old Men, which I think is repeated every single night on BBC Two.
Oh, and that's free as well, is it?
Yeah, that's free.
Oh, okay.
We've got the complete third series of Alias. Great gift, only if you've seen the previous 2 seasons. So,
is that the one I'm in?
I don't know, possibly. French and Saunders at the Movies, a collection of all their hilarious movie spoofs. Again, on television, I think, every Friday. And the TV series Operation Good Guys. You know, fine series, but you could see that on UK Gold most nights. So, once again, an excellent selection.
But if you win all those and take them straight down to Record and Tape Exchange, you will be able to get 2 albums that you actually like.
That's exactly right.
So,
people send us then, so they sort of get bigged up on the radio, so that's done. We don't need to worry about that.
Angry.
So, anyway then, three clues.
Well, hang on, let's play the jingle.
No, I haven't got one.
You not got a jingle for Rockbusters?
No.
Well, do one quickly now.
Okay. Rockbusters.
Brilliant.
Alright, so we got 3 of them. Cryptic clue and the initials, the band. It could be a band or an artist. We've done all that, haven't we?
Yeah.
Right, first one. The fella.
Oh, for
leg. Right.
Give us that again.
The fella let his wife know how he got the bruise on the leg. He got a little bruise.
Yeah, it's all, imagine that in the Times crossword. You read it again, it's slightly different. Every time I look back at this crossword, it's slightly different. All the words change. It can't be cryptic.
The initials there, CL. Right, CL. Fella got a bruise on his leg. He let his wife know how he got it. What's going on? Right, second one.
All the muttering.
And what's the next cryptic clue?
Second one. That Potter lad had a lot of bottle doing all that stuff with the wizards and that. Right? He had a lot of bottle playing with the wizards and that. What's all that about? Right?
I love it! He always asks, what's all that about?
TB there. Band or artist, the initials TB. That Potter lad. He's got a lot of bottle doing all that stuff with the wizards. Right? And the third one. The Buddhists won't be able to get in their temple without these. Oh. What do they need, right? The Buddhists won't be able to get in their temple without these. The initials TM. Right?
83936 is the text number. We don't want to receive emails from this because we can't be bothered, so just a quick text. Make sure you include all 3 answers. We're not interested unless you've only got, you need to get all 3.
Yeah.
But the winner may only get 2, but it's the first one with the most right answers.
Yeah. And if
that wins all those DVDs. Alias is a box set, to be fair. That's pretty good prize, that one.
Oh, you could probably get two CDs when you take that down to Record Tape Exchange. Just
and you don't need to see the first 2 seasons because you won't know what's happening anyway.
Oh, okay, fine. I'm excited to think that there's some people now in Antarctica just scrabbling around to get a pen, just trying to figure them out. You know, they'll probably stew on that for the next, I don't know, 2 months. XFM.
Forward Inc. Gorillas on XFM. 104.9 on Ricky Gervais with the, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. Carl, okay, we've got to sort this out. We didn't meet again this week, and this is a shoddy show. I thought we had a sort of framework for it, but, do you know what I mean? No, I thought, you know, Carl could sort of tell him what was going on. He doesn't know anything except watching telly. Late night telly on strange channels, like he gets all his information about the news on Anna Nova, and, I mean... I even tried to help because Monkey News last week was awful.
It wasn't Monkey News.
It wasn't Monkey News. It was I can't remember it.
I've been away on holiday.
Brilliant. Yeah, and the Monkey News stops. I phoned him up. There was a front cover of the I think it was the Telegraph one day this week, and it was an ironic story. It was a fluff piece, but it was a funny story. It was about a monkey in a zoo that had a ruck with its father because it's adolescent. It was like the equivalent of like 16 to 18, and it had a fight with its father, and it escaped. It ran away, and it was like, you know, an interesting story.
Yeah.
I phoned Carl up and said, "This is Monkey News. A monkey has escaped from its cage after an argument with its father." And he said, "What was the argument about?" I mean, he thinks like Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
What was the argument about? Like, the zookeepers are going, "Oh, look, oh no, he's brought up his untidy room again." The father, "Oh, look, he's caught him smoking again." I mean, what do you mean, what was the argument about? They have fights. They have fights, and then it ran away.
His dad wanted him to go to college, but he just wants to quit and get a job.
Yeah, and he fancied a monkey in the other cage, and the father was saying, "She's not good enough for you." Oh.
So
what
we've got
was
some
it
Monkey
about?
News today?
Yeah, I got a little bit of Monkey News.
You got a little bit of Monkey News, right? You've redeemed yourself then this week.
We've got some stuff there and that. What else has been going on? What are we going to talk about now? Sort of head's gone now.
Your head's
We've got
gone.
Monkey News.
Yeah.
And,
Why is it it seems like since we've come back on air, you have become dimmer. I mean, it is extraordinary. It's like BSC has kicked in.
Or
and
did
you
we
really
just
are-
forget? We just forgot.
Maybe
what-
it's been a long time we've forgotten just how stupid he is.
Yeah.
Because it's proper. Do you mean it's the silences? You know, he
Yeah.
forgets we're on the radio. There's just
I know,
dead air.
it's unbelievable, and it's our name on this.
know.
They put up, but as I said before, you know, he is that's no offence. He's not a bright lad or educated or anything like that.
Yeah,
but
but-
some things he says does border on the retarded.
Oh, yeah,
I get- I don't-
I've been trying to take in too much information though. That's the problem recently. Well, I said to you last week, I've been like reading more books and what have you, and trying to take in too much. But the problem is, like even watching telly and that now, Suzanne said to me, you know, stop doing that. Stop watching telly late at night and going to bed, because it's making your brain too active. And I'm sort of,
Heaven forbid.
and you know, I'm trying to get to sleep and I can't. And then when I wake up, she had a go at me the other day, right? Because it was the night after watching The Fat Baby, right? Woke up in the morning, and she had a go at me because as soon as I woke up, I said something like, "How can you freeze time?" And she says, "Are you going to say good morning or whatever?"
I'm gonna burst! Just imagine it, right? It's like the sun comes out through the window. Oh, she's Carl's like that, his little head. His eyes open, he goes,
One of those floppy night hats.
"How can you freeze time?" Oh, God!
But it's because, like, whatever, the night before I might have heard that on the news or whatever, and it's just been sort of whizzing round my head.
Sure.
And, you know, it was a big debate. I think have they found a way of doing it or something?
What are you talking about?
They've done something about freezing time and all that.
See, this isn't information, this is nothing. That is nothing, that. They've done something about freezing time. Imagine Jeremy Paxman coming on, going, "Well, the issues tonight said something about freezing time." It's, you think before you talk.
No, but I don't worry about how to do it. I just think about what effects that will
Oh,
have.
they haven't asked you to get involved?
Well, this is what I'm saying, though. You can't explain it. It's a tough thing, isn't it? But what's the point in me worrying
It's
about
not a
that?
question. Do you know what he said to me the other day? This is unbelievable. This is one of the most stupid, incredible things I've ever heard. He was talking, and he suddenly stopped, and he was thinking about it, and he went, "Oh," I went, "What?" He went, "You'd never see a black ghost."
Extraordinary.
True, though, isn't it?
I've never seen a ghost, full stop.
There are no ghosts. There aren't ghosts.
No, but I mean when you just see them in, like, magazines and that.
Play a record!
Hope there's someone who'll take care of me.
Anthony and the Johnsons. Isn't that beautiful?
Interesting.
Hope there's someone on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant, and Carl Pilkington. Well, Carl, more revelation. We were talking about it last week, but Carl brought it up again just now. Didn't want to go to the doctors, didn't want to have a full sort of body checkup that may save his life, because he saw on the website they do a test where they have to insert a finger in his arse.
Oh, don't tell me about it.
Why?
Don't put it on the website. Just put, we look at your heart.
Yeah.
We check your blood pressure out.
Yeah.
And then they could just do it quickly. Could just sort of say, right.
How can they do it quickly?
No, but what I'm saying is, it's worse, isn't it? Going in there, knowing that, I mean, they've got it on the website. So you're on the journey on the bus thinking, in about 20 minutes I'm going to have a finger up my arm.
But they're doctors.
Yeah, but just
They're not doing it for a laugh. They're not filming it with a two-way screen. They're not putting on boxing gloves so it hurts more. They're up. Oh, his prostate's all right. Out again. Out again.
I'm just saying, in the day, the sort of.
Do you think they're in the pub going, here he comes? It's Pilkington, I have my finger up his arse today.
Do they allow ladies to do that? Do they allow female doctors to do it?
Of course they do. They're doctors.
No, that's worse. Though.
You're sounding like him.
No, I'm just interested in, because, you know, do they allow female doctors to do the finger up the arse thing?
Well, of course they do. They're doctors. Forget the female and male. They are doctors.
Right, do you know any female doctors to do that? But what I mean is, isn't it a bit like if you're being searched at an airport, you know, and you're a woman, they send in a woman person to search you. They don't send in a bloke to do it. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, they probably trust someone who's gone through 6 years medical college not to be taking the piss as opposed to a fat security guard who couldn't get anything else. Do you know what I mean?
You're talking about there's doctors all the time coming out in the papers, or they gave them this, so they could look at their boobs or whatever, or, you know, it's all, you're always hearing stuff about dodgy doctors.
But what I'm saying is, the reason why they do that security, because there's lots of security people, and they can, you know, for your own, you know, for your own modesty, there's a female one to search females and a male one to search males, and that's fine. But there's not like 4 or 5 GPs to choose from, and you go in there and you go, is it your arse and testicles? Do you want a bloke or you know, you accept
what if they've
it.
got long fingernails?
They don't have long fingers. What do you think this female GP looks like? She's sitting behind the desk like Cruella de Vil with cleavage and long red false nails, going, "Hello, love, bend over. This may hurt a little bit." There's gloves and Vaseline. I mean, I don't believe there's 2 of you now in the room. Carl, they're doctors. They have to. What would you rather do than put the hand down your throat and round your alimentary canal to feel your arse? It's a quicker way in.
You seem to know a lot about these doctors who stick fingers up people's asses. You're a very well-informed gentleman about this sort of thing.
Well, say if they did find something.
Yeah.
Would you then have to get, like, a second opinion, so someone else's finger?
Well, no. They test it to see if there's anything suspicious. That it's usually a swollen prostate, which can be anything. So you know, they catch it early, and that's it. They feel up there.
But if you want a second opinion, then the same doctor will just stick a thumb up and have a feel around then. Yeah. So it always works in the same way.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a doctor who can, I don't know, put me at ease. I mean, surely there's another way around it. I don't believe that. I mean, what is this? 60 million people or something in the world, isn't there? 60 billion or something?
Well,
6 billion, something.
Yes, you got it.
Right.
You hit it. Well done.
That's good work.
Right, so yeah, there's 6 billion, did I say?
Yeah, what's 6 billion then?
Loads, isn't it?
Yeah, but...
So if you want a doctor to phone up to assure you that the finger at the bum thing's not painful and that it's necessary, and
Just
that
that
it's
it's
not just someone
necessary,
trying to
really.
get
Just that it's not an easy way round.
Alright, what's
You know
the
what I
phone
mean?
number here?
It's, changed, haven't they?
Oh,
You're the
Hang on,
producer!
here it is. 0871 222 1049, and I think you select option 1. It tells you anyway what to do.
Please, if you're a GP, or if, you know, even if you've completed medical, I mean, we want a qualified doctor, really. Anything else is not good enough for Carl Pilkington. We'd love to, you can ask him all the other questions, because you know, Carl, as I said last week, he doesn't, feel his own testicles, because he doesn't like the feel.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'd like a doctor to explain to him how necessary that is.
And this is truthful as well, I've got a very slight pain around the genital area at the moment, and I think it might be some kind of groin strain, but I'm a little bit anxious, not entirely sure
Yeah,
what it is.
you've been with me twice when I've gone along to get them checked.
Yeah.
And I'll go, oh, what's that?
Yeah.
It's terrible. I mean, but, you know, it's usually... I think you're in a pretty low risk, aren't you?
I'd hope so.
You're coming out of the 20s. I think testicular sort of... I shouldn't be doing this, I'm not qualified. we're interested.
Mine sort of felt like they dropped a bit the other week when I was on holiday. I don't know if that's like when you're relaxing or I was wearing shorts a lot.
How far? If it's 2 foot, it's too far.
I was having problems walking.
What do you mean? Why?
It was just a bit, I had shorts on all day, I'm happy, I'm walking about on the beach and what have you. And then, at the night, when I put some long trousers on, I was sort of walking like a rickets.
They probably, like, stretch a little bit. Sometimes, I told you, when I was about 18, I was scared. I went to, the doctor, I felt a pain, right? And, because I was doing biology, I thought I'd show off this doctor. I said, I've got a pain, I think it feels like it starts in the epididymis and goes up through the urethra, either. And, he went...
Finger up the arse?
He said, your jeans are too tight, they're squashing your balls. So, we want a doctor like that.
So what's the phone number again?
It's 0871 222 1049.
A qualified
What do you
doctor.
mean your balls dropped, though? We've got to come back to this.
I don't know, they just felt like... it's not too bad at the moment. I was alright on the way in, but it was just...
I feel twinges all the time, but you never know whether it's just because they're in...
but they felt like they weren't my own. Do you know what I mean? They sort of felt a bit like these are...
There wasn't a bloke standing really close to you, was there?
No, you didn't get them mixed up just on the way back. On the flight back. Someone else has got
Well, take a leaf out of nudist books. They just walk round, they've got nothing on it.
About nudists.
Why?
Well, let's play this ad break and that. And
Have you had another encounter?
if we've got time, I'll tell you about it.
Have you really?
Well,
XFM, London.
Right, we've got who's that on the line?
It's Rob.
Rob, and are you a doctor?
I'm a final year medical student. I'll be a doctor in 2 months, touch wood.
That's close enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Excellent. So, where do you study? Do you want to give more details, or do you want to remain anonymous as you're calling into...
I study at Barts Hospital.
All right, great. So, why do GPs sometimes put their finger up a man's anus?
To see what's there. You know, if you've got hemorrhoids, if you've got an enlarged prostate, you know, it's either that or they stick up a big tube and have a look up with a light.
what?
And it's easier to do that.
Now, are you dumbing this down for us, or are you going to fail your medical exams by saying stick up a big tube with a light?
I'm dumbing it down.
Okay, come on then. We're all intelligent people here, and Carl. So you tell us what's that called?
It's called a sigmoidoscope.
Right.
Nice. That was a clever test, wasn't it, Rick?
12
He's
inch
a real
long,
doctor.
Yeah.
12-inch long tube they can put up there.
So, Carl, would you prefer that or a finger?
Well, so do they sort of do the finger first, and then... I mean, at what point do they say, hang on, we need a light here? I mean...
It's normally if there's something wrong.
But, so if I go then, say if I go to this well-known clinic, right, and they go, yeah, the art's good and that, yeah, finger, there you go, and then they go, hang on, I'm going to go and get me light and tube. I could start worrying then because they've sort of found something.
And they're not likely to go straight in with the tube. They'll probably send you off some tests first.
But Carl, there's nothing... But you go to these places to put your mind at rest and to know where you are with your health. I mean, it's not that you go along... That's what most people worry about. They think that because I'll go along and they'll find something. Well, one, that's illogical. It doesn't heighten the fact they'll find something because you go along. And two, if they do find something, it's a good job you went along. I mean, I'm a hypocrite because I don't go to the doctor. But, I've had that
Carl,
done.
you should be concerned if, when they shine the little light in your ear, it comes out the other side of your ear.
No.
The other ear comes right out the other side. That's when you should be worried.
But Rob, right, you said then, if they find something, they send me off for some tests, why can't I just have the test without that and cut out the middleman? Do you know what I mean?
Because you're wasting lots of money.
There's hundreds of tests they could do, and they could do every test, and they could all come back with nothing, or they could do the finger up there and send you for the 3 tests you need to find out what's wrong with you.
But in this day and age, with all the technology and that, and like brainy doctors and all that, the only way to find out is sticking a finger up there.
What are you worried about, Carl? Is it fundamentally that this doctor who's has done 6 years medical training, is it embarrassing to have a man's finger up your ass?
I just don't understand how you can get round to that without...
But what don't you like? Is it fundamentally you don't like anything up your ass, or is it the fact that it's a man's finger up there?
I don't like going to the doctors. It makes me nervous, because I think if anyone searches you long enough, they're going to find a fault with you, right? And especially if they're going that far into you. They're going to find something. And...
Probably not.
Well, you know, I just don't, I don't know how to get round to that sort of, that point where you get a, what do you talk to the doctor about when he's like, alright, nice day, strap your trousers?
He goes, he says, I'm gonna just,
Most people just shut up and let you do it, and then breathe a sigh of relief when you say there's nothing there.
yeah.
But is that at the end of the test, or is that the first thing he does?
It's the last thing.
So that trousers up out the door.
Because he knows it ends conversation. He knows it's a bit of a faux pas. The doctor says, "Oh, I better not kick off with a finger up the arse." What I do is I'll start on with the the head, and then we're then go, "Oh, one final thing, Mr. Pilkington."
So Rob,
he drops his keys and he goes, "Pick them up." And as you bend over,
will you be doing this, Rob? Is this what you're like open to do? You do all these.
I'll have to do it at some point. All doctors do it at some point, no matter what they specialise in.
So the first one, is there another doctor there to sort of make sure you're doing it right?
Not dentists.
No, but do you know?
Dentists aren't doctors anyway.
But do you know what I mean? Like, normally it's like a co-pilot will have someone with them for the first one. So when you put your first finger in,
yeah,
will someone be there going, right, you just want to move to the left of it?
I've already done it.
Have you?
Yeah. So that's the thing with a student, you're learning. So you get people teaching you
and you learn on
these things.
Can I just point out, Rob, I think I'm right in assuming that you have a glove on.
Yeah.
And there's lubrication.
Yeah.
And it doesn't hurt.
No.
There you go. What are you worried about, Carl?
Who's this person who everyone's testing on in your class?
It's not one person.
One person. There's like, when a patient comes in and they've got a problem, your boss, the consultant, he does his finger up, and if he finds something, he goes to the patient, is it alright if the student has a feel as well? Then the student puts on a glove, puts the leave on the glove, and sticks his finger up and sees what he comes out with.
Rob, I wish you could see Carl's face. I mean, his face when you said, and he says, can this fella have a go as well? He looked horrified. That he thought it was a free-for-all, like there's a queue of people trying on gloves and going, let's have a go. That looks good up there. What have you found?
No, but I mean, how come you had to sort of... Is it not something you could test on yourself rather than waiting for other people to come in? Because then, you know...
It's an awkward position to get to, really, isn't it?
Well, but you can have a good rummage then without feeling too awkward, but to sort of have a go on your first patient when you don't really know what you're looking for anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Never really thought about it.
Because you don't... If you've never done it before... You pop your finger in there, and you've got to sort of look. You've got to have an expression on your face, like you know what you're finding.
Well, they can't see what you look. They can't see your face.
There. You got the big boss consultant there going, now move your finger there, and you'll probably feel this because he's just done it. He knows what's there.
Well, what? Oh, so he's already had a go. He's had a feel, and he's going right. If you feel to the right, that's the conglomeracy or whatever.
The congomblery, yeah. His congomblery is in perfect working order.
Well, I'm still.
Thank you, Rob. I'm sorry you had to go through this. Carl is probably the worst patient you'll ever encounter in your medical career. Good luck with your finals, and thanks very much.
And do you know any female doctors who do this? Or?
Thank you. XFM 104.9. Thank you.
It's the night time on XFM 104.9. Steve Merchant, Ricky Gervais, Carl Pilkington, and is it time?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news.
Right then. So there's this monkey, right?
Right.
In Canada. It's in a zoo in Toronto, I think it is. His name's Pascal. Right, and what happened was all the people in the zoo sort of said, you know, what can we do? Sort of spice the day up a bit. Right?
Yeah.
So they left.
Embellishing. No way this is a news story.
Let him do the news.
Okay.
So they left.
Any dates?
Just let him read the news. Well, you wouldn't interrupt Moira Stewart.
It was about 2 weeks ago.
No, because she always says today, so you know it's news. She doesn't say. Right, there was a monkey, right?
Well,
in Canada,
on,
right?
Just finish the be all night.
A couple of weeks ago, in this zoo in Canada.
Right.
Jesus. They got a camcorder.
Right.
And they said, let's leave it for the monkey to have a play with, right? So, anyway, they passed it around.
Won a BAFTA.
And a couple of chimps and that were rubbish at it. They were, like, filming the floor and all that, and the fingers were always in shot and stuff like that, right? But anyway, there was this one chimp called Pascal, right? Who
Annoys me that he calls them monkeys, though. They're not monkeys, they're apes.
He was a dab hand at it. Right? He was like filming stuff, really good shots, you know, sort of nice mood and that. He used the lighting properly and all the rest of it.
No, he didn't.
Is this the news? What are you talking about? Is this the news?
God,
So
Steve,
anyway.
it's so annoying. You know it annoys me so much. Things like that. He was a dab hand. He was doing really good shots. It really annoys me.
Let's hear the news.
Anyway, right, so he started, at night, like when the zookeepers went home, he started filming, like, other monkeys on the go, like, whilst they were at it, right? And he was filming them and what have you.
The Ron Jeremy of the zoo.
You know it's going to end up on the web.
So anyway, the zookeepers came in the next day and it's like, let's see what shots he's got. Anyway, he's got all this, like, you know, all these monkeys at it and what have you. So,
Oh, yeah, this is, honestly, you don't know what this is doing to me, Steve. Can I stop him now?
So they thought, like, actually there's a few monkeys who aren't at it enough. Do you know what I mean? They have problems and what have you, so let's give them the videos.
That is so untrue. This is so untrue.
So-
It's so untrue that it was filmed by a monkey.
So
It's
what
so
happened then,
untrue.
right?
Rick, I don't know who to believe.
Oh, God, you're talking so much shit again. You must know that's not true. There's no way.
There's a load of tapes out.
Look at me. Look at me. Don't keep talking. Look at me. You must know that's not true.
Can we just hear the end of this
It's all
news?
here. You had a go at me last week because I didn't have the full story. I've got the full story. You're still not happy.
There is no way that, by chance, what should we do? Let's give him a camcorder. That could happen. He then films him at it. That might happen. It might happen, but I don't think he'd keep the camera still. Two, they go, hold on, this is good stuff. This is good shit. This porn's good shit.
Anyway,
look at that. He's got a lovely shot. Yeah. So this is ridiculous.
Let me just recap, because I lost my way there. So the monkey has filmed the monkey porn, and now they're showing it to the other monkeys.
Is he directing? Can you hear him saying stuff? Can you hear him go...
It's just like, anyway, so they've got all these other tapes, because what happened was, they said he's quite good at this.
Oh,
and the animals,
God!
And the animals are happy having him around because he's not a human, he's just one of the gang, do you know what I mean? So they started putting him in with other things like, you know, ostriches.
Right.
And
shit.
There was and you know they have a problem with pandas in Japan.
Yeah.
So they've sent him out there, filming a bit of. Where are you going?
Honestly, you really annoy me. There's no way this is happening.
Can we just hear the end?
Why can't he just find a real story about a monkey?
Let's hear the end.
The end is
He's in
really
China.
that he's going to China. He's filming the pandas and what.
No, he's not. They wouldn't send a monkey director. They would not send a monkey director.
Pointless.
Thunder Road by Bruce Springsteen, possibly the greatest rock song of all time. I don't know. Big words.
Big words indeed, but I echo them.
Well, we're running out of time. We've got to get on with the show. It's near the end. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope the scientists stuck in a big, I don't know, hut in the middle of nowhere in pitch darkness, 10 of them.
I imagine they've been fascinated, Rick, by the finger up the arse discussion. We had
Chinese don't age well, gingers, all that.
The big fat kid.
Well, actually, they're probably securing the knowledge that if they want to kill some time and it's dark, there's anything better than stick your finger up someone else's arse.
Exactly.
So enjoy that. But they've been hanging on for Rockbusters clues, I imagine. There's the answer. So give us the clue again quickly.
Alright, so the first one was, the fella let his wife know how he, got the bruise on his legs.
Go on.
Right, that was, Courtney Love. Yeah, Courtney Love. So that's Courtney Love. That's the first one, CL.
So that one's fine.
The second one, that Potter lad.
What am I doing? Letting that one
Just
go?
let it go, just let it go.
Am I just letting that go?
Annoyingly, we haven't got time to take issue with it, Rick.
Okay.
That Potter lad, he's got a lot of bottle, hasn't he, doing all that stuff with the wizards and that.
Go on.
That's, Brave Harry, the Bravery, current sort of XFM band, the Brave Harry, that works as well.
No, it doesn't.
And the last one,
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't work.
the Buddhists
It doesn't work.
won't be able to get in their temple without
Doesn't
these.
work. Brave Harry. Doesn't work. Brave Harry.
The
Brave Harry.
Buddhists won't be able to get in their temple without these. TM. That's
Yeah.
the monk keys, right? So who got all them?
The monk keys?
Who got all them right?
Which band are called the monk keys?
The monkeys.
Oh, the monkeys.
Yeah, the monkeys. Right, so who's the winner this week?
The winner this week is Gina.
Well, we're letting that go, yeah?
Gina got them all right. I think her text said she was from Horrorstead. I don't know, I've never heard of that place, but I assume that's right. But Gina, you win that selection.
I can't believe she got them. I cannot believe she got them. But she goes, wins those and also goes into the prize draw. We'll have 6 people competing for that original Matt Groening thing. If you go to rickygervais.com, you can see Matt actually doing that. We've got a signed Nigel Tufnell and original drawing of us as Flanimals.
See what I say, xfm.co.uk/Ricky.
Yeah.
We'll look at the picture and
well, that's it. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington.
More drivel next time.
A shaven monkey.
XFM. Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by pinning us to your wall. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, it's Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin, joined this week by my special guest co-hosts,
Joe.
And
Steve.
Yay!
Yeah, we're special guests this week. That's cool.
Yeah, and this week we're going to talk about a mystery.
It's going to be a little one.
Yeah. It is.
This is literally this is the jokes I've been hearing all week. It's
yes, this is going to be a jokey, pun-filled episode.
It's going to be a good one. Yeah. Well, what if we're not careful? You mean if we're careful?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's about a tiny alien. I just gave it away.
Oh man, Joe.
I know.
This week, as you know, because you probably read the title and maybe even the description, we're going to talk about the Atacama skeleton. Also often referred to as the Atacama humanoid or Atacama alien, or I don't know.
Or proof.
Proof for aliens.
Yes.
Proof for the little green guy.
Literally the little green man.
Yeah, that explains why we haven't seen their saucers, because they must be tiny. The size of a garbage can lid.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Actually, it makes sense. That's why we were all convinced by a hubcap for a while.
Yeah.
It's the right size. Okay. We done?
Yeah.
Okay. So our story, just to briefly do a quick little overview here. Quickly? Yep. In 2003, I'm pretty sure that was the year that this was discovered, but I
think so.
It's hard to tell because some of the stories are different, but we're going to say in 2003.
They're hard to validate, but yeah.
A token, quote unquote, collector made a very interesting discovery in a pouch in the Atacama Desert, which is mostly in Chile. It's about 41,000 square miles, which for you people who are not civilized is 105,000 square kilometers. There's very little population there. It's mostly just deserted desert towns from the nitrate era.
Yeah, they closed down the mines and the towns went away.
I was going to ask, you mean because it was nitrate mining?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
No, have you never heard that before?
Wait, I've never heard of the nitrate era.
Yeah, you never heard of that?
You did? You must have just forgotten.
I slipped through that class.
Yeah, and obviously, once the mine closes down, you really don't want to stick around because there's no water in the desert, in that particular desert.
Yeah, there's no, right? We were talking earlier, is it the driest place on Earth?
It is the driest place on Earth.
Yeah, so take that, everyone who thought that you know where it was. So this guy, while scavenging, found he was in a church. He was kind of digging around. He was trying to find things that were worth money.
Yeah, I think in one version of this that I heard, he actually found it in a graveyard next to the church, which was in an abandoned town.
Yeah. Or
he might have even been grave robbing.
Yes,
I was going to say
possible.
basically he's described as a token collector, but really he's just a scavenger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally, just a scavenger, just raiding these deserted towns for anything that might be worth anything.
Yeah, which I mean they're deserted towns, so it's not like anybody's going to get upset about it, but he's scavenging.
Yeah,
pretty much.
So buried just slightly under the ground, I don't think it was very deep. He found a white cloth that was tied with a violet the color ribbon.
Oh.
And it contained a skeleton that was about 6 inches long with a slightly elongated skull and only 10 ribs.
A little unusual.
to make this story a little weirder, I'm just going to throw a quick little thing in here and then we'll talk a little bit about it more. In records that are dating back to, I think it was 1933, a similar 6-inch tall humanoid skeleton was featured in Ripley, Believe It or Not, the Ripley's Believe It or Not book that came out then. And it was also, you know, like I said, a 6-inch tall humanoid skeleton. He was called Attaboy because he was found, believe it or not, in the Atacama Desert, not far from where Atta was found, which is what they called this new skeleton.
It's been speculated there's probably all kinds of these things floating around the Atacama Desert.
Yeah, probably there is.
Because it's so dry, you know,
yeah,
things get mummified.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to say is that it's that desert, it's going to suck the moisture out and preserve things obscenely quickly.
Yeah, and really well, usually,
yes.
too. Okay, so, as we said, this guy, his name was Oscar Muniz. I can't find anything about him except for, as I said, I think he was just a scavenger.
Mm-hmm.
But the skeleton was eventually sold to the current owner. His name was Ramon Navia Osorio, and he's a Spanish businessman. He is currently
He's still
living, still owns this skeleton.
Oh, it's not in his hands, though, these days, right? Did he get it back, or did he?
He did. He got it back. He never was without it.
Well, I thought
when it was examined, it was examined in Spain, in Barcelona.
Okay.
Where he is.
So
it's my understanding that he's never not had possession of it.
Why would he want this creepy little thing at his house?
It's kind of cool. I don't know. I kind of like it. I would take one.
Really?
Yeah, totally. Would you not?
You also collect those weird dolls that have the eyes that follow you, though.
No, I don't. Those scare me. Those scare me a lot. No, we had those when I was a kid, and I did not like them. Yeah.
I don't remember that toy.
What,
the eyes
doll?
actually followed you around?
No.
No, they just appeared to.
Yeah, you know, like paintings do.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Somehow, and I don't totally know how, because Ramon had this thing for a long time, and until 2009, it had kind of just been this obscure thing that he owned. He didn't really talk about it that much, but a guy by the name of Stephen Greer found out about this skeleton he was at a conference and somebody offhandedly mentioned it to him. This tiny little skeleton that they knew some guy who owned. That makes sense, right?
That's more better.
That's more better. It's pretty close, yeah. And so Mr. Greer, or Stephen, we'll just call him Stephen,
Call him Mr. Greer, please.
Mr. Greer managed to convince Ramon that he could investigate the skeleton. So in 2009, that's when kind of this whole story kind of started to hit the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, Greer he is the one that raised all the attention about
He sure did.
And then when did the movie come out?
It was 2012?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe
Serious?
2013, yeah. 2012
yeah, I know we're going to get into that, but...
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. So, Mr. Greer assembled a team of, we're going to call them, air quote, respected scientists, unquote. Some of the people on the team, I think, are actually...
Professionals in their field?
Well, I think some of them are actually good scientists. Some of the research that I've read, I trust these people.
They're competent.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Stephen Greer, maybe not quite
Stephen
so
Greer,
much.
maybe not so much, and some of the other people on his team, maybe not so much. But we'll make sure to make note of when we believe people and when we don't believe people, because you know us, we're good at that. So yeah, Mr. Greer and his team went to Barcelona in 2012 to conduct extensive research on the skeleton. The team was headed up by Dr. Gary Nolan, who, after some Googling, he's a lot of UFO stuff, this guy. He's a physicist at Stanford.
Same guy, you sure?
Same guy, yeah. So I guess he's probably not a total hack?
Maybe not.
I don't know. It's hard to tell with these people sometimes, right?
You think he's got tenure?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he must have tenure.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So anyway, we'll talk a little bit more about the other members of the team, or at least one other member of the team later. But I do want to just first start out by describing the skeleton. I know that we have some listeners that listen to us while they're driving, things like that. So let's talk about what the skeleton looked like and what makes it so strange, other than the fact that it's 6 inches tall.
Okay.
So let's go with that. The team examined Atta.
Attaboy.
And they took DNA samples from the distal ends of the anterior ribs, which is the fancy way of saying that they took samples from the front ends of the ribs, which should have been connected to the sternum. There's no sternum on this skeleton, which isn't really that weird to me, I guess, in the long run.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure how well formed the sternum is
at
at a
point.
young age. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's at what age? That's the question.
Well, yeah, that is a big question around this, but it doesn't really. I mean, in a human fetus, the sternum forms. It's there.
I think the sternum forms in like the 4th or 5th month. Once the rib cage firms up and all the organs have developed, then it kind of, because it shouldn't create too early because it could make the cavity too small. So I think that's one of the reasons that it waits longer.
Right.
But there is a big dispute about this critters or this thing's age.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and we are absolutely going to get into that in a minute. Yeah. But so that's where they took the DNA samples from, and there was bone marrow in the skull as well. So they took a little bit of that for testing.
And I've seen a lot of hubbub about, if you see photos of this and you see the back of the head, there's a hole in it, and they say that's because they punched that hole to get the DNA.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you also hear a lot of people on the internet say, oh no, that's obviously the cause of death.
Okay, so actually I can clarify this.
Okay.
They took CT scans and x-rays before they started to do anything exploratory. And you can see in the CT scans there's a fracture at the back of the head. It's not a huge hole in the back of the head where they had to cut through, but there is a visible fracture in the back of the skull. That's what they're talking about when they say that's the cause of death.
Well, I've seen some where they will say there's the
those people
hole
are
and
dumb.
that's
Yeah.
okay.
Or I
just
guess
want to point it out.
misinformed is probably a better way of saying it. They're misinformed. That big hole, as far as I can tell, they did cut it to extract.
Yeah, they
stuff.
put a hook in there to scrape material out.
Yeah, I am not of the impression that hole existed before.
Prior to the testing.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm in agreement with that.
But there was a fracture in the skull.
There was actually a photograph too from prior where the hole was not there.
Where there was no hole. Yeah.
So.
Yep. But that's good. So, like I said, they took X-rays and CT scans of the tiny skeleton to make sure that they could evaluate the body for any abnormalities before they did any exploration.
So they were following good procedure.
They were following
excellent
exceptional procedure. Yeah, everything was done in a totally sterile environment. Everything was documented. People were taking pictures and filming the entire time, which is really important also, so you can document if somebody happened to do something that caused damage to it. You could come back later and say, okay, did one of us do this while we were exploring or did not?
So this isn't like when they did all the testing on the dinosaur bones and determined that they were part ostrich?
Yeah, no, not like that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. So at least during this part, during the examination, the procedures were very well followed. So Atta, as I've mentioned again and again, 6 inches long, which is
or tall. You'll hear it referred to as 6 inches tall.
Yeah, tall, long.
Tall works,
long,
I think. Yeah.
Long, tall, which is I think it's 15 centimeters is what I see. That's about equal. One place I saw it described as 150 millimeters, which I thought was silly. Why wouldn't you just use centimeters?
It might be a little more accurate to break it into millimeters. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, so it's about that size, again, for our not American measurers.
Measurers.
Yeah.
It's got a goofy looking head, though.
It's very elongated. It's you know what it reminds me of is the Crystal Skull from Indiana Jones.
That was a terrible movie, but
I
do know what you're talking about.
So it's a very long, oval, almost shaped skull.
Which would explain why a lot of people think it's an alien.
Yeah, and you can see there's some bone abnormalities just like in the formation of it. So it doesn't seem as though the skull was crushed post-mortem to be that way.
Like squeezed
yeah.
and collapsed on itself a little bit. I see what you're getting out of that. Yeah.
And like I said, there's a fracture on the back right side of the skull, which is often ruled as the cause of death. There's a tooth in the jaw, actually. I don't know if you guys actually got a chance to look at this or not. It's kind of interesting. There's an actual tooth in the jaw. It's not like little infant, nublins. It's like an actual, they describe it as a mature tooth, which is interesting.
Yeah. Well,
again, interesting.
Yeah, it's unusual.
It is unusual. There's a fracture on the right arm just above the elbow. The skeleton has just 10 ribs, which is weird. Humans have 12 ribs.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that. And after 2 months in utero, a human fetus will have developed all 12 ribs.
Generally.
Mentioning. Usually.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah. In almost every circumstance, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. During the CT scan, it was revealed that there are lungs in this mummy skeleton
or were
thing, or were. Well,
remains of. They're still there.
And quote, what appears to be the remains of a heart structure, unquote. And this has caused the team at Stanford and also pretty much every researcher to look at this stuff to believe that it's a real skeleton of a real living thing.
It's not just a little carved.
It's not just a hoax.
Not just a little carved wooden.
No.
If this is a hoax, this is the best hoax ever.
I saw a very tongue-in-cheek thing recently when I was reading about this. I think it was actually just like an hour or two ago that said the quote was, "This couldn't be a hoax unless it was hoaxed by aliens." Which was like, oh God, of course you would go there.
Who says aliens don't have a sense of humor?
Yeah, really.
Practical jokers.
There's also a fairly pronounced curve to the spine. There's a hump, but I think that's just from the way it was preserved.
Near the shoulders.
Yeah, hump near the shoulders, kind of. But also the spine curves, like in a C shape.
It's got a serious S curve to it.
Yeah.
Really
well, I don't
deep.
think it's an S curve. I don't think it ever curves back. It's just the C. It just curves the one way. And again, we don't know. I don't know certainly
it's hard
if
to
it's
say.
just from the mummification. Thank you. The mummifying of it.
The mummifying, and also being wrapped up in a cloth and compressed could.
While there was still moisture in the body,
Yeah,
and then when
absolutely.
it dries out, it's gonna stiffen in whatever position it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's one more thing to mention. Well, I guess there's a few more things to mention. I want to mention how tiny the little feet are. Tiny little feet and
tiny
hands.
little feet, smaller than yours.
Yeah, but smaller than mine, but also like proportionately tiny, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
Yeah.
You can almost miss them, almost at the little bottom of the legs.
I didn't find them to be out of proportion, but then again, it is so small to begin with.
Yeah.
That that's why I don't find them to be disproportionately small.
That's fair. The other thing that I have to mention is the knees. Knees, it turns out, for those of you who don't know, are a pretty good way of determining age, early years in life.
In humans.
In humans, yeah. Because when we're born, we don't really have kneecaps, which is a misnomer. We do have kneecaps, they're just all cartilage, and then they harden over time.
Ossification.
But when you're born, you basically don't have kneecaps.
Gross.
And you can look at the x-rays of knees. It's very interesting. There's they don't look like knees, basically, when you're an infant. They just don't. And it's hard to describe, so I would encourage you guys to go out and Google this, because it is kind of fascinating. I didn't really know this about knees.
Oh, what knees on babies look like?
Yeah.
It basically just looks like there's two leg bones and
there's like
nothing there.
There's little balls of bone on either side. But there's no noticeable joint, and there's no cap or anything like that.
It hasn't formed.
Right.
Babies are weird.
Babies are really weird.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So they stay cartilage until you're about 3, and then they calcify all the way up until you're about 6 to 8, depending on your own personal development. But apparently, and I know Steve has some things to say about this that we'll tackle in the theories sections, but apparently Ada had fully formed kneecaps. Which, again, it's like hard to tell because he's so tiny that it's really hard to see what's going on in
I haven't seen anything that looks like a kneecap to me.
It's interesting, right? It's hard. Like I said, it's hard to tell, and we'll grab onto this a little bit more in the theories.
I know we're going to have to come back to this. So yeah.
But you will see that around, and again, it's hard. I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Like I don't know. I'm also not a scientist, so I can't look at that and be like, oh, yeah, totally, that's a kneecap. I don't really know.
You can't?
Can you?
Yeah, of course. I got knees. I know what they look like.
The inside? You examine the inside of your knees regularly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking no kneecaps, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob got it.
Yeah.
So people go ahead and say that with the knees and the presence of a developed tooth, that would put this being at having lived for some time.
Yeah.
At least a year,
in other
as
words,
many as
outside of
outside of the womb.
Yeah, in other words, it can't be a fetus. It can't be the skeleton of a fetus.
Right. That's the thing that you draw. That's the conclusion that you would draw from this information.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to talk about all this stuff in the theories, so like everybody
okay.
stop yelling at me, please.
There's some more to come.
Yeah, because there's another really big twist.
Right on.
It's a really big twist. And that is, you remember I said they took DNA from the ribs?
Yep.
And they tested that as well as the bone marrow found in the skull. And apparently, the report is that Ada only shares 91% of its DNA with humans.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. For comparison, we share about 90% of our DNA with cats, 80% with cows, and 50% with bananas.
Oh my God.
So
I guess I shouldn't be eating cows, I guess.
No, I guess not. Yeah. And there is some
why
variance.
I don't eat bananas.
There's variance between humans, right? That's an actual thing. There's genetic variance, but it's about 0.5% variance.
0.5%.
Yeah, 0.5% variance between any Homo sapien.
Okay.
Yeah. One last thing. I keep saying that, right? I keep saying, and one last thing I have to mention, but
You have now gone to the same level as TV news.
Oh, that's true.
Which is, we're going to drop the story, but first we're going to tell you about this. We're going to come back with this main story, but now we're going to go to the weather. So that's what she's.
Isn't that annoying when they do that?
That's
you
how
mean
she's
brilliant.
formulated this.
Yeah, brilliant.
Okay, we'll be back after this word from our sponsors.
Yeah. One last thing. Again, it's actually the second to last thing.
And then we'll talk about the weather in Edinburgh?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can say all the names, yeah, we will. Nobody really knows how old this thing is. Obviously, when they first found it, they thought, "Oh my God, this thing is like millennia old. It's got to be
because it
so
was mummified.
Because it was mummified, and it didn't look like anything we knew about. And they were like, "Well, maybe it's some like pre-Homo sapien type thing. Maybe it's a Neanderthal. Maybe it's who knows." And they've come to the conclusion since then that it's like a couple decades old.
Yeah, at the most.
Yeah. But as I mentioned, Ripley of Ripley's Believe It or Not, his name is Robert Ripley. He's involved in the case, like I said.
Isn't he dead?
I'm sorry, he was.
Okay.
He was sort of involved.
Kind of, in a way. You guys know Ripley was obsessed with shrunken heads.
Oh, yeah.
Like, obsessed with shrunken heads.
Which is weird.
I kind of think shrunken heads are awesome.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
you know how many times I have found myself in front of the computer at 12 o'clock at night, drunk, and Googling shrunken heads and trying to figure out if the website that says I can buy one is legit or not?
I feel like I need to have a conversation with you about your adult, mature choices that you're making.
Seriously.
Wait, is it the drinking
Drunk
or the Google?
At midnight, and you're choosing to Google shrunken heads, which makes me a little concerned about you.
That's a little weird, yeah. And what I want to know about these websites is, how does it work? Do you have to cut somebody's head off and mail it to them, and they shrink it for you?
But is it also like, are there like hot shrunken head
They're
singles?
authentic. They're authentic from natives. I don't know. I was drunk. Can we keep going, please?
I'm very concerned.
Actually, yeah.
We're going to have an intervention later.
When we wrap this up, I'm going to go out on eBay and see if there's anything out there.
I'm sure there is, yeah.
Probably is.
Yeah. Anyway, on Ripley's Shrunken Head, Quest for the Shrunken Head, which is an actual book, by the way. It's Ripley's Quest for the Shrunken Head. I almost bought it. I came closer than I ever have to buying a book for the podcast, so there's that. He found this tiny skeleton in the 1930s, early 1930s. He found this tiny skeleton he called Attaboy. He found his in Peru, but the Atacama Desert does actually go all the way up into Peru. It's like I said, it's really, really big desert. So Ripley called his skeleton Attaboy, and that's that. They look vaguely kind of similar. Not really.
No.
Not really.
No, they don't.
Actually, at all.
So
they are both 3 inches tall. Or 6 inches tall.
But
that's about
Attaboy
it.
looks more akin to a shrunken head in terms of the shape and the texture in the photos that I've seen.
I think Attaboy's kind of cute. Not like the skeleton, but I think it's cute that Ripley called him that.
Oh, the name?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a cute name. Yeah, so an Attaboy does look different. They don't really look the same.
Sort of.
Attaboy and Atta. I think it's true that the resemblance pretty much ends at their height.
I would say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Theories?
Yeah, theories.
I guess we're there.
I guess we are.
Aliens?
Let's start with hoax.
Oh, was it a hoax?
No.
I don't think so.
I actually don't think that there's anybody who seriously thinks it's a hoax, except for the anonymous forum user here and there who says, no, it's a hoax, didn't you know?
Well, it's easy to think it's a hoax.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a hoax when I first started to read about it. And then once I saw the stuff about the CT scans, I knew, okay, right there, that proves it's not actually a hoax. It's
not a little
something
carved,
real.
Not a little carved wooden figurine.
Yeah. So, no, it's not a hoax.
No, not a hoax.
Yeah.
Also, probably not a cryptid, but You'll see that around.
Is this a fairy?
No.
Cryptid as
If it was
in
a cryptid, it could be a fairy.
It could be a fairy,
It's
but
a mummified
no
fairy.
wings.
Hmm.
No wing structure. Wings have to have bones in them.
Do fairies
maybe.
actually have wings, though?
Yeah.
We don't know that.
We don't know anything.
Elves?
right?
Yeah.
Could it be a Smurf?
It could be the South American version of a leprechaun.
Oh ho ho!
There you go.
It's true.
Or it could be the
it's
South American Bigfoot.
It could.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish
The
you
little
guys,
known.
I wish you guys were in the studio to see with how much sincerity Joe just said that. There was no laugh in his face for a moment. It was good.
Just all deadpan.
It
all
was.
the
It
time.
was totally
Yeah.
deadpan. Okay, so those two out the window. Cool. That's the end of our theories.
Okay. Bye.
It's not? No? Okay. Next up, I guess, is aliens.
Yeah, they're obviously that theory has been put out there, so we have to talk about it. Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of people think this is like the remains of an alien.
Yep.
But
Well, and one of the things I will mention is there is a strong history of reported UFO activity around the Atacama Desert.
There's a strong history of reported UFO activity around most places.
hey,
Steve.
yeah,
I'm just putting it in perspective.
Yeah.
Well, so the theory is that this thing is an alien. It kind of, frankly, it looks really alien.
it does,
It looks
especially
very
the
alien.
shape of the skull.
With the shape of the skull and the size, to conceptualize of something being that size and like living is crazy.
Well, there's many creatures on our planet that are tiny.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
The problem is that unless maybe there's an alien race and they figured out a way to save space on interstellar trips to shrink themselves down to 6 inches tall.
Well, no, this thing is much like was it the first or the second Men in Black, where there was the little guy that drove the human-sized robot? Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, I remember that, yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what this would be.
How long?
Maybe.
How long could you really survive if you're that size, though? Wouldn't you go
That's
extinct?
my
Because
big question.
The predators would all eat you. I mean, you'd be snacks. Owls would be snatching you out of the skies or whatever the equivalent.
Well,
of
I
the
guess
owl
I mean
is
the
over there.
argument would be that you might be from a planet that was so high gravity that everything was small.
Uh-huh.
So you
Yeah.
could feasibly be the largest thing. It could be a race of shrimpkins from Futurama.
Well, it could be.
You guys
Yeah.
remember that episode?
Nah.
Yeah.
Sort of.
When Bender becomes God and then meets God. They're just tiny little humans that live on him.
Yes.
It could have been that. I mean, aliens.
It's possible.
And I guess this is probably a good time to mention Dr. Greer, Mr. Greer. He's a doctor. He's a medical doctor.
He was a medical doctor. He was an ER doc, I think.
Oh, was he really? Oh.
He was a practicing doctor.
Yeah.
And then he sort of went off the deep end and
He left.
became an
He
ufologist.
His
That's
practice.
a nice way of saying it. Yeah.
He left his practice.
He did leave his practice. Our listeners may be familiar with the documentary Sirius, which is basically tries to prove that aliens are real.
It's about an hour long. We talked about it in the Gary McKinnon episode.
Yeah, it's actually 48 minutes long. I found it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
48 minutes and like 50-something seconds.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
12 minutes for commercials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. And Dr. Greer is the guy who's in charge of that thing.
Well, he is in control of CSETI.
Yeah.
Which stands for the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and he started that in the mid-2000s, I want to say. And then it was sometime, I think it was the late 2000s or 2010, somewhere in there, he then began the Disclosure Project.
Yeah.
Which is the one where it's all the ex-government employees testifying to him on camera about aliens.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a major ufologist.
He is.
He is, I'm not making fun of him when I say this, he has bought in quite heavily to the belief, and he's very committed to it.
He is.
But that makes me question him quite a lot.
Yeah, it makes me question with things like this just because I think there's that confirmation bias there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And the
Particularly something like this that is kind of open to interpretation. It is hard to know what this thing is for sure. But the fact that I guess I don't know. It's hard. It's hard when you're hearing a ufologist constantly saying, "Oh, it's obviously an alien. It's proof."
Yeah, good luck
constantly.
with that.
Never once saying, I don't know, it probably isn't an alien.
Well, the other thing about guys like Greer is they tend to be a magnet for lunatics who come to them with crazy stories and
people who are like-minded. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
No, I mean, but also that's not to say that everybody who believes in UFOs or aliens is a lunatic.
Right. That's what I'm.
Y'all know
it's
me.
like-minded in terms of believe in or want to. But there's a broad spectrum of that.
There are crazy people in all walks of life.
Oh yes.
And there are extra crazy people in some walks of life.
Yep.
Which are, this one is one of them.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
Yeah. So that's a problem already.
Yeah.
And my one concern with Greer being as involved as he is in this, because he was. What's that?
You only have one concern.
Well, no. This is one of my big concerns.
Okay.
Is that the story of how Ada was found and all of this stuff? I've never been able to find the source of it. In other words, you always hear the story, but you never find anything from the origin of that, where it actually began, and the early accountings of it reported anywhere, anything. It popped up, and it popped up on the radar from what I found.
There's
with Greer.
The guy that actually found it, you can find the first publication of talking about this in the media at all.
Uh-huh.
And it was around the time when that scavenger found it. But it was...
when was that again?
2003-ish.
Okay.
But it was in a tabloid in Chile. That was the first announcement. So again, it's one of those things where it's like, you can confirm that it did happen at a time, but
that the equivalent of the Weekly World News reported on it, and not Bat Boy.
Yeah. But which is kind of a bummer, because we do know it exists and we do know it's real, but they were the only ones who didn't cry hoax immediately, so they printed it. And then, and I guess to that point, Greer never tells the whole story. He always just says, "Oh, a token hunter or a token collector."
Yeah, he's got a very sanitized version.
But he doesn't
of the
ever
story.
say like he was robbing graves in the church. He doesn't say anything about that. They always say it in this kind of amorphous like pouch. He never says it was in a white cloth. It was this velvet tie. All of the kind of nitty gritty details that almost humanize it. He doesn't ever talk about. So I think to that point, he is. I mean, he's trying to skew it a little more towards, if you're just saying, oh, it was found in a pouch just in the desert, that sounds way more like an alien died or got dropped off. The remains of an alien got dropped off than
because they have a burial ritual that involves pouches.
I don't know, just more than like it was found in a grave in a church, wrapped in white and purple. That sounds way more human than it was found in a pouch in the desert.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to let the Greer issue go.
Okay.
It's really just I really, really question whenever he's involved.
Yeah. Well, that's fair. And
the
alien stuff. Do you have anything else to add to the alien theory?
Well, I would add to that is it's if it is an alien, then how does it happen to have 91% human DNA?
Actually, that's a good segue into our next theory, which is that it's an alien-human hybrid.
Okay.
But that goes down the crazy rabbit hole because it's mostly Greer being the proponent or being the most vocal proponent of this theory. This is his theory, actually, is that it's a hybrid, and it goes kind of from, what if it's an alien-human hybrid to, what if we are all alien-human hybrids? That's what we are. That's how humans existed.
Well, then we're
That's how we came about. So then we would share 91...
We're not actually alien-human hybrids because we're humans, so whatever our ancestor was, it made it with them.
We're alien... I don't know, Neanderthal hybrids or something like that.
Yeah.
The things that we branched off from, that they went off to die, but they were very humanoid. They were, we were like them, and then we changed somehow. And
wait, you saying aliens came to Earth? They were slumming with Neanderthals, and then they went home.
Yeah.
So Earth is what, like the dance club of?
It's okay. I guess we can kind of go into this. I don't want to make this whole episode about this, but there are two theories on this. You're looking at me like I'm a crazy person, but I'm just going to keep talking. One of the theories is that it's a controlled experiment, that aliens who are hyper intelligent came to Earth and wanted to. It's like controlled evolution. That they altered the DNA of Neanderthals to create Homo sapiens.
And now they're watching the experiment play out?
Yes. The other theory is...
That's the long game.
That's the long game. The other theory is that aliens... I guess there's a lot more than that. Aliens, in order to survive, came and intermingled.
Their species?
So in order to elongate their species, had to kind of alter what their species was. So they came to intermingle their people with our people, and that totally changed and progressed into Homo sapiens. Or, nightclub. Like, they were curious.
We just came here and had sex with all of our women and then took off again.
Yeah. So those are the three, like, main human hybrid theory. So then this theory would be that this was a subset that went a little wrong but has survived maybe in the desert. Or maybe they're the ones who were the initial ones and that they, bred with Neanderthals and so were the size basically of Neanderthals, but
so the problem with that though is the age thing. Is that if that is the case, then it would have to be much older.
Unless it was coming to check up on us. So if it was the controlled, if the base theory was that it's a controlled evolution, the long game, basically, right? Mm-hmm. You come and check on your long game, right? You observe them. So if this alien, in this theory, died while observing us, then 10 years, whatever.
Oh wait, okay. So they're very tiny aliens.
Mm-hmm.
So the wardens are itsy bitsy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I still don't buy that this thing was an alien though, because it's 91% human DNA.
I agree, but so those
an
are
alien human hybrid. That's impossible too, because like for example, cats and dogs can't interbreed.
That's true.
And so we'd be a little further apart.
Humans and bananas cannot interbreed.
Yeah, that's
You're
true.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's a valid, interesting point. The other thing I guess we should probably bring up at this very moment in time is that it's not that we only share 91% of the DNA. It's that it was like 8 or 9% of the DNA was unable to be read from the samples that they got from Ada.
Which doesn't
So it doesn't mean that they didn't match. It just meant that they couldn't read them because it was too corroded.
It was degraded, unreadable, which it's not uncommon for that to happen in DNA samples, to have a portion of it.
Yeah, particularly post-mortem DNA samples.
Yeah,
so this is why Greer bothers me so much, because he's the one who says it's 91% human DNA, but we don't know what the other 9% is. Well, no, we
don't.
We kind of probably do, but it's not unusual. 100% of the DNA that was readable was human. It's just 9% of the total sample was unreadable.
Although, to their credit, on almost all of the websites that you read about this DNA, they do add the caveat that research on the DNA is ongoing.
Of course.
And that they will reveal more as they know it.
They
which
might
at
be
least
able to
that
get better DNA out of him.
It's possible.
And also this is one of the reasons that because they used to think it was kind of old, and now they're thinking no more than 2 decades, just because the DNA is degraded somewhat, but if it was...
There's still viable DNA.
Exactly. If it was a lot older, then there'd be a lot less DNA to read.
Yeah. So next is the theory that it's human. And this is, again, typical Devon style. We've got a couple different bullet points here.
Yes, we do.
So let's start with human, shrunken.
Oh, Ripley?
Yeah. We come back to Ripley here. Ripley was he was a very honest showman. He liked to kind of discount these, like, weird sideshow things that he found a lot. He was very famous for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he would go around and find these, it was a mermaid man skeleton and display it, but say, this is the part that's the monkey skeleton, and this is the part that's the fish skeleton. It's not real, but it's interesting nonetheless, right? And so he was one of the first people, despite his
Which is why he's saying, believe it or not.
Heads.
You can believe it if you want, or not.
Or not, and here's your reason to, not.
Yeah, I remember, I remember watching that show, and it did that all the time.
We watched it, too. And he goes, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then wasn't the guy from Star Trek on it at one point when they tried to resurrect it?
That was the one I watched.
Which one are you talking about?
The guy who played Will Riker?
Oh, yeah.
In Star Trek Next Generation? Wasn't he the host for it?
No, I'd have to look it up. Do you care enough for me to look it up?
No.
Yeah,
Jack Palance was the host for a while, too. Remember that?
That was the old one.
Yeah, he'd always at the end, believe it or not, because he had that weird voice.
Yeah. So, shrunken heads, just briefly, if you guys don't know how they're made, I mean, I think everybody in this room knows how they're made, but it's possible.
What you do is you run them through the dryer, and you leave them in too long.
And then you get it wet, you put it back in. It's like wool socks.
Yeah, it's perfect, yeah. Less itchy, though, a little bit.
Yeah.
So shrunken heads, the way they do it is they cut a hole in the back of the skull, or back of the head.
The scalp.
The scalp, thank you. They pull all the bones out. They put little red berries where the eyes should be and sew them shut. And then they put a wood ball.
They sew all the orifices closed.
Yeah.
So your nostrils, your eyes, your mouth, all
The
of
mouth is held in place by 3 palm fronds.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently
Why?
that's the traditional thing.
Who came up with this idea?
I don't know. I still think they're interesting, but then the skin is put around a ball and then pulled tight.
After it's boiled.
Yeah, after it's boiled.
You gotta boil it to shrink
it. Yeah, and then it's
becomes
put
like leather.
there, and so it looks like it's on a skull, and
Mm-hmm.
so that's how that happens. So Ripley said that his attaboy was just a whole body shrunken thing, which I guess I kind of believe because it doesn't really look like there are any bones in there. It just kind of looks like it's leathery skin.
Yeah, that's the impression. I mean, there does appear to be possible protrusions
But
that
that's
could
not-
be bones, but they could be
Pieces of
sticks.
wood. Yeah, absolutely. But that's in stark contrast to what Ada actually looks like.
Right.
And so as we in this room, I think, can all agree that Ada, is not a shrunken something because it's mostly bones and internal organs. There's not skin.
And a thin coating
there's
shell
not.
that's holding it together.
Yeah, which I don't really know what is holding it together.
It's
a little
skin.
weird.
It's a very, very thin, leathery layer of skin.
I suppose the sinews and stuff, the tendons are probably still present, right?
On the skeleton?
Yeah.
It kind of just looks like bone.
But it is.
But there's like a very thin
what was
layer.
a fleshy membrane at one time surrounding everything, and what is dry and desiccated now. That's what's holding it together.
Right. Yeah.
It's like catgut almost.
Like what?
Catgut. You know the stuff that you can sew with. Haven't you heard of catgut?
That's what they used to use for surgery, to stitch people up.
I'm not making this up. You're looking at me like I'm nuts.
Yeah.
No, what, Joe? Do you remember what catgut is made from?
Catgut.
It's made from. It's intestines of animals like cows or sheep.
Ew!
And but it's very tough and it's very stringy.
But you used it to close wounds?
Well, they originally did.
Oh.
They haven't been doing that for a while.
Well,
no, people make.
Yeah, I know that.
People make jewelry and stuff out of it.
Ew.
Yeah. No, it's very tough stuff, but that's why it reminds me of catgut. Because it's very, very tough, but it's an organic material.
Okay, that's fair, I guess.
Creep factor 17 for Devin.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so, but I think we can all agree it's not. Ada's got bones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
not
it's
a shrunken
mostly
body.
bones, so it's not a shrunken body.
Right.
Can't be.
But still kind of interesting, nonetheless. Okay. Next up is human, premature.
A prematurely born baby.
Prematurely born baby.
Normal human baby.
Totally normal human baby. Which all you have to do is really look at the skeleton to know it's not a totally normal baby.
Even a preemie is not going to be 6 inches long.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
It'd have to be really premature, but you can look at, actually this was one of the most interesting comparisons I saw, was there was a scan of a fetus at 2 months old, and they're about 6 inches long or so.
Yep.
And then compared to the scan of the Ada skeleton, not attaboy, Ada. And they look totally different.
So
I mean, there's a thing. I mean, part of it is ribs, part of it is head shape, part of it is just typical bones.
So the thing is that the research that I've seen said that this was, if it was a human fetus, it was 12 to 16 weeks.
Okay.
Which is the first trimester.
Yep.
The end of the first trimester, beginning of the second trimester.
Yep.
And the typical fetus at that time. There's always this thing on the internet, what size is my baby?
Mm-hmm.
And it's about the size of an apple at that point. Mm-hmm. But a lot of things have formed at that point. So all of the bones will have formed.
Mm-hmm.
The head is going to have formed. Though, and this is why I bring this up, the bones of your skull, of your cranium, those are still not connected because your brain hasn't grown in yet, and they've got to stay loose to allow that to happen. So if this is a premature child, that would explain why the head is misshapen, because they would have collapsed on each other and set into this kind of pointy shape instead of what was a round shape. If you follow that line of thinking.
Yeah.
The other thing is,
plus it's also soft. I mean, your skull when you're a kid like that,
it's very, very soft material. And the other thing that I will bring up is that you had spent a good amount of time talking about the kneecaps. Okay, kneecaps are present at that time, but they're cartilage, like we said. Cartilage is something that hardens. When it's outside of the body, it'll harden in the right environment. I mean, it's like if you find a mummy that's been in this desert, the nose will probably be there because it's mummified.
Yeah, there's not a nose, but
But,
yeah.
but you know what, your nose is cartilage.
Yeah.
And so what I've looked at this as is that what was the infant placeholder cartilage kneecaps is just the stuff that it hardened.
Oh.
It actually set in place, so it looks like bone.
What about the tooth?
The tooth I can't explain. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why the hell there's a tooth there, but I
Yeah.
can explain the cranium being misshapen.
Okay.
And I can explain the kneecaps, which is why I still feel that this is very much premature birth.
Yeah. Well,
which is why it would have such a ceremonial burial.
I feel differently about it, but we'll talk about it in a minute because I
Okay.
know Joe wants to say some things.
Well, I'll say something, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess, or whatever, fine.
I was reading the blog of this guy named Paolo Viscardi, who works at the Grant Museum of Zoology in University College London.
Okay.
He has a fairly lengthy posting on it with a lot of big, long, huge comment threads from a lot of scientific types.
Mhm.
And I don't know if you read that one or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so he says that it looks to him just pretty much exactly like an aborted fetus. He says he's seen other ones, mummified ones, in museums and various collections of 14 to 16 weeks, he estimates. As far as the shape of the skull, partly what you were saying might have something to do with it. He thinks it might also. He thinks it was aborted, and he thinks that perhaps during the procedure, the head was, sort of pulled damaged, and that might also explain the odd shape.
Mm-hmm.
He also said that as far as some of the misreadings of the age of the thing, they found greater than you would expect in a fetus.
Right.
But he said that that's actually an artifact of the mummification process. He says he's seen it in other mummies when they try to, he actually wrote a long paper on the whole thing.
I've seen something about the fact that when they try to x-ray them and do all these certain scans, those young bones look like they should be much older just because of the process that's involved in the scan.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can't read into that too heavily.
Yeah, so as far as it being like 6 to 8 years old or a year old or anything, and also he said he looked at the CAT scans and everything. He says he saw no evidence of teeth whatsoever. He says that there's a piece of exposed mandible that looks like a tooth, looks suspiciously like a tooth. But he said that, and again, I haven't seen these CAT scans that he's talking about, but he says, and he sounds like he's pretty objective and pretty smart, pretty knowledgeable guy. He says there's no teeth.
So he's on board with it's just a premature
or more likely an aborted fetus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a lot of social conditions in that country that would explain potentially why that would happen. Because unwed sex is not okay.
And abortion's kind of hard to get.
Right. So
it's illegal.
If you're with somebody and something happens, you got to take care of it.
Yeah. This is one of the sad things. It'd be nice to find the quote unquote token collector or whatever that goes, and find out precisely what grave. Because if it was found in a graveyard, I'd like to know what grave he found it in. Because that would be kind of interesting. Because imagine somebody going back to this village where they have family buried.
Yeah.
And sort of digging up a few inches of dirt and burying it there. It would be kind of, you might be able to actually find out who the mother of the Atacama skeleton is.
Yeah. that's a premature birth
That's
theory.
it for the premature
Yeah, I think we
thing.
pretty well
we
walked
definitely
through
have.
that entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the
More than you wanted.
yeah, a little bit, yeah. And then the last kind of theory here is that that it was a human being that was born, likely, but with a genetic disorder.
And it just grew to 6 inches tall.
Yeah, or didn't really survive out of the womb for too terribly long, but obviously there aren't
an extended period of time though.
Yeah, and so there obviously aren't any genetic disorders that we know of that cause a actual human being to only grow to 6 inches tall. That's not a thing.
And you wouldn't live very long.
You would not. No.
Sooner or later, mom or dad would
It's going to step on you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and on top of that,
shortest recorded person in history was only 2 foot tall,
something like that.
I thought it was something like 21 inches or
21.
something.
Yeah, but that's
still like
considerably
like 3 or 4 times as tall as this
much
thing
much
was.
larger than this
skeleton.
Thank you. I
know
couldn't think of what to
feels
call
wrong,
it.
but
yeah,
it is kind of
this form.
This yeah. But added to that, they did this genetic testing on the skeleton, and they couldn't find any markers for common things like dwarfism or anything like that.
Yeah, well, plus this would be a real one-off disorder because there is such a thing as dwarfism.
There is.
But now, how many 6-inch tall human beings have we produced so far?
None.
None. Yeah.
Yeah.
That we know of.
Well,
that's true. Maybe they're hiding. They might be hiding right here in
all
my house.
in the desert.
Yeah.
They're so little, you don't know. Yeah.
That's why you keep hearing those weird banging noises in your pipes.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a theory out there that it's kind of a dual theory, I guess. It's a combination of a genetic disorder and a premature birth or aborted birth situation. Because a lot of women who are pregnant with babies who have progeria often have miscarriages with these babies. And progeria is something that I guess I knew about because I listened to Di Antwood. You guys know them?
No.
No.
It's okay. I wouldn't expect you to. It's like a...
Ow!
It doesn't matter.
Because we're so old, I guess.
Yeah. Anyways, there was a guy by the name of Leon Botha who collaborated with them. He was a DJ.
Di Antwood is a band?
They're a group.
Or a group?
Yeah, out of South Africa. They do rap mostly.
Okay.
Kind of. It's hard to explain.
Anyway.
It's performance art. It's awesome.
Well, so anyway, who's got progeria?
Well, Leon Botha did. He died a few years ago.
At what age?
He was 26 when he died, which is actually a very long lifespan for somebody with progeria. Usually progeria, I'm sorry. They don't usually live often. People who have this live 13, 14 years at the most.
Because it's rapid aging.
Well, it's not actually rapid aging.
It's signs that appear to look like rapid aging.
It causes you to look like you are rapidly aging, yeah. It's found in about 1 in every 8 million live births, but the instances are higher. But I didn't write down the number, I'm sorry, of stillborn or premature births.
Okay.
The defining features of somebody with this disorder are, I'm just going to quote here, limited growth, full body alopecia, so hair loss, and a distinctive appearance that includes a small face with a shallow recessed jaw and a very pinched nose. And often their face looks small on their head.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Proportion.
In proportion to the head.
To the size of their head.
Yeah. And the heads are, often kind of more elongated. So, I mean, I think it's a fair theory to say that it's possible that Ada had this disorder in utero and was born prematurely, that it accounts for the way that he looks with the skull. I mean, as does your theory of, kind of aborted fetus situation.
When they're fetuses, their skulls look oversized.
They look oversized, but they don't usually look pointy like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they do often in fetuses with progeria. I'm sorry, I don't know why I can't say that word. But, again, it's hard to tell. And then scientists are also saying that they also haven't found any of the genetic markers for progeria. So,
well, probably not.
So I don't know. I don't have a good answer, really. I think it's probably a human. I think it's probably a premature
I'm totally on board with the premature.
Whichever way it happened, if it happened that there was some genetic disorder that caused the fetus to look this way, if it was just a premature birth. It's also hard to tell because it is a mummy, and it looks much too thin to be a normal fetus.
But
to me, but again, it's a mummy, so it's hard to tell.
It's a mummy. As it dries out, the skin shrinks up, and it draws the rib tight.
Exactly. I mean, that's part of it.
I was gonna say, if you look at those ribs, they almost look like they should have broken from the pressure.
Yeah. Although still the question is there should be more ribs than there are, but
well, no. Apparently, the two missing ribs are the lower floating ribs, which form the last. It's entirely possible that
it would have to have been really early, though. It feels.
They may not have been fully formed, and so they may not have, when everything dried out and pulled in, they may not have been enough substance to them. They may have been mostly fleshy instead of bony.
In the X-rays of a 2-month-old fetus, they are ribs. They are all ribs.
All 12.
All 12 of them, yeah. But it's possible, it's possible that it was a younger fetus. It's possible that there was some birth defect that caused them to not have the, ribs. I don't know. But
you never know. If you go back to that area to check up on the people, maybe there's a whole subset of people that have a genetic defect. They've been passing it along.
Don't have the floating rib.
Yeah,
they're
absolutely.
missing them.
Yeah.
I don't even know what is the purpose of the floating rib. Does anybody know?
I think it's just one more rib to get broken. I think that's about it. Yeah.
I always figured it was the one that pinches when you get a pinch in your side.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was just always weird.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's maybe a little extra protection for your kidneys or something like that.
I don't know.
So yeah, there you go. It's the Atacama skeleton or humanoid. Probably not an alien. Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not an alien. Probably just a very, very sad story.
It's a very small story.
Yeah, tiny. But, actually, go digging around up there, you might find a lot of these things.
Yeah, it is a little weird. 2 would be found in the desert, but I guess not really that weird.
Yeah, no, because the conditions are such that, they're going to get naturally mummified.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And luckily in the Atacama Desert, there's probably, it's so dry, no four-legged scavengers really exist out there to come along and eat it, so it just lays there undisturbed and then just, becomes mummified.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Until the two-legged scavenger comes along.
And do you guys have anything else to
I don't, after that.
add to this story?
Yeah, not really. We'll have to go down there and check it out one of these days.
Yeah,
dig
totally.
around.
As soon as our listeners fund our trips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding, everyone. I'm just kidding. If you want to see some of our research, if you want to leave a comment on this show, if you want to find merch or links to donate, all of that information, as well as links to download the episode, are on our website. That website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can find us on social media. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitter. We're on Reddit.
Yep.
We've got a subreddit. We're Thinking Sideways on Twitter, and then we've got a group and a page. If you're looking for discussion, join the group on Facebook. Don't like the page and start posting on the wall because nobody's going to find you there. Sorry. Nobody looks at that. I'm sorry. You're probably listening to us on iTunes. If you are, leave a comment and a rating. That's how other people find us.
Mm-hmm.
If you're streaming us, I don't know how streaming things work. Can you leave comments and ratings
I
there?
think you might be able to. Depends on the provider.
Rate us. If you are listening to us in a place where you can rate us, do so.
That'd
please.
be nice.
There we go.
Rate us highly too.
Highly, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we like that better.
If you have feedback, if you want to chat, if you have suggestions,
if we've morally offended you by mispronouncing a word,
which we probably have,
we get that a lot. Actually,
we sure do. Yeah.
By concatenating it.
You mean co-cantonate?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You can send us an email. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And last but not least, if you would like to donate to the show, we have a few ways to do that. You can either just send us a one-time donation via PayPal, or you can become a sustaining donator, a patron, if you will, on Patreon. And that is patreon.com/thinkingsideways. No pressure, but we
I think it's 3 o'clock.
It's like 3. Let me see what
When you are ready.
when I'm done getting this eyelash out of my
Yeah, it's precisely 3 o'clock, according to my phone.
Exactly.
I guess we
3
better get
o'clock.
rolling here.
All right.
First off, actually, before you go, sorry to interrupt. Is there anybody here from Indiana? Hey, hi,
Cool.
folks. So we're going to do an Indiana mystery.
That Joe's already told people about.
I haven't told you though, and so that's the important thing.
So we are doing this as a live taping. So we're going to do our normal intro. And you guys can make as much or as little noise as you want. You guys ready? Okay.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it.
Approach the aliens. You must unlearn what you have learned.
I don't know. Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey there. Welcome to a very special episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin, joined as usual by
Steve
and Joe.
And we're going to talk about a mystery.
And we're joined also, I should say, by a live studio audience. Guys, say hi.
It's a group of very loud five
That was
people.
That was kind of too loud. Okay, let's do that again. Guys, say hi.
Yay, whatever. It's cool.
No, thanks. That was a
here.
good round of applause. Appreciate that.
We're going to talk about a mystery. It's a local mystery. Well, it took place in Indiana, so it's local.
Brown County. Anybody here from Brown County?
Good.
Okay.
Great.
Kind of south of here
Dodged
somewhere.
a bullet there.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about the case of Clarence Roberts' death. Is anybody familiar with that case? The death of Clarence Roberts?
You guys haven't heard about Clarence Roberts?
All right.
Well,
you're in for a treat.
Joe, why don't you tell them a little bit about Clarence Roberts?
Let me give you. It says Joe Shatner style. My Shatner imitation kind of sucks, so I'm just going to read it. So early in the hours of October 15th, 1970, a shed, which was being used as a garage on the Roberts property in Brown County, caught fire, and volunteer firefighters came by and tried to put it out.
They haven't lost a basement yet?
No, not yet. Not around here. But the only thing they were able to save was Clarence's pickup truck. He had a pickup truck parked in there. They wheeled that out and saved it, but didn't save Clarence, who perished in the fire, along with 2 other cars. But then the next day, after things had cooled down a little bit, they were coming through the ashes, and they found an interesting surprise, which was a burned, limbless body of a man. Apparently Clarence Roberts, and the body was laying on his back, had a 16-gauge shotgun laying across its chest. But investigators were also sifting through the ash, and they found a Masonic ring buried in the ash, not far from the body.
Completely undamaged.
No, not completely, but pretty much undamaged. And Clarence, of course, was a Mason. He was like a 33-degree like Grand
We forgot to
Poobah.
talk to our experts about this. So.
Yeah, but it was in pretty good shape for having been through a fire. Clarence Roberts was a local businessman. He and his brother owned a small local chain of hardware feed stores called, I think, the Roberts Lumber Company. So obviously sold a little lumber too. They were pretty well to do. They had 4 children, all boys, and owned a nice house and a lot of nice luxury cars. And also Clarence had several life insurance policies, which was lucky for his family when he died. So it's time to collect the life insurance, right? And this is valued at more than $1 million. This is 1970.
So $6 million now.
Yeah, or $1 billion or something like that. So all they had to do was collect that money. But there was a hitch. There was a fly in the ointment.
Yeah, they didn't quite get that. So tragedy would hit the family again 10 years later when another fire would destroy a shack that was it owned by the Roberts family?
It was, it was down in Camp Roberts. Anybody here heard about Camp Roberts? Southeast, about 3 miles southeast of Nashville, Indiana, a little place that's mostly owned by the Roberts family, apparently, and the family and the shack was owned by her nephew.
Okay. I knew somebody in the family owned it.
Yeah, she was staying there rent-free,
So the
apparently.
Roberts' shack.
Yeah,
Another
somebody in the
Roberts'
Roberts family owned
building.
that
Yes.
shack. Yeah.
Another one burns down. This time, however, there are 2 bodies. Well, that was loud. The first body was identified as Geneva Roberts, Clarence's wife, and the second body was identified as that of Clarence Roberts.
Dun dun dun. No? Ah. Hi.
Hey. Hey.
What's up?
I didn't know we had service up here.
Yeah,
This is
great.
awesome.
It's great. Sorry,
I thought I
everyone.
would do this and use their water instead of my water.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, good.
You guys wanted an unedited show, right?
Yes, we're asked for this
great.
all the time, so this is what you get. So as we said, this life insurance policy they had tried to collect, the family had, but the insurance company had decided that there were some things wrong that made them not believe that it was gonna be actually be Clarence's body. So Geneva didn't get any of the money, so she was left essentially penniless at that point. They, had to sell the family home. The cars were repossessed, or I think the brothers that owned them actually took them back for some of those cars.
Yeah, one of them was taken back by his creditors. I talked to a lawyer who knew the Roberts, and he told me this story about they were in court, and Clarence was being confronted by one of his creditors. And suddenly the creditor's lawyer says, "Clarence, how'd you get here today?" And Clarence said, "I drove." And the lawyer turned to the judge and said, "Your Honor, we want that car." And so the judge made Clarence hand over the keys to his Cadillac right there in court. And that's how deep in. Clarence was living beyond his means, way beyond his means.
And Uber wasn't a thing yet.
No.
So
yeah, and so
getting home was not fun.
A humiliating moment for poor Clarence Roberts.
Yes. Well, and especially for Geneva, because she and the family had been trying to collect on the insurance for now 10 years and hadn't got it. So at this point, she has to take a job. She is working at the Howard Johnson's. I believe she's working in the kitchen washing dishes.
Or baking pies. I've heard that story too.
Okay. Her children abandoned her. The entire family shunned her. So she was on her own at that point.
So we're going to play this one a little fast and loose. And we're going to try to add to the story as we talk about theories.
That doesn't mean we're going to make stuff up. But
Well,
by
we
adding,
never do that.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
a little.
We wouldn't do that.
So I'm just going to, I'm hosting, so we've got some bullet points here. I'm going to go ahead and just talk about the high level of what the theories might be, and then we're going to get into it. Sound good?
Sounds
Cool.
good.
So we need to talk about Clarence. We need to talk about if he died in the first fire or the second fire.
There are people out there, by the way, who still believe Clarence did die in the first fire.
Yep. We
Yep.
need to talk about Clarence and if he set the first fire or the second fire or neither or both. And we need to talk about if he didn't die in the first fire, where did he go? And then we need to talk about Geneva because it seems like she should have known about this, right?
You would think.
But maybe not. So let's talk about this.
Sweet.
First theory would be Clarence died in the first fire.
Yeah. This does not have a lot of subscribers.
Yeah.
Well, there's a really, really good reason. I don't know if we had talked about the fact that when the body was found, we'd said that, there was no limbs. It's believed that those were burned off. I know, Joe, through your conversations with, was it the prosecutor?
Yeah, I was actually lucky enough to track down a guy named James T. Roberts, who says he's no relation to Clarence, but he was the county prosecutor in 1970 when this happened. He told me there's stories on the internet that somebody actually chopped off the arms and legs from the body and then put it in the barn and set the fire. But
And
he
you
said
will
those
see
are-
where it says there's
Yeah.
like wound or marks on the bones.
Yeah,
Apparently.
apparently that's not true, according to somebody who was there, and he claims to know everything there is to know about this case.
Well, he was the prosecutor.
Yeah, he should know everything
should
about
know.
it. Yeah.
But the thing about the body is, it's got no arms and legs, so theoretically the fire is so intense that it would have burned them off. There was also talk of a shotgun being found near the body, so it's believed, okay, he set the fire maybe, but he also must have tried to commit suicide by using the weapon on himself.
But there was a problem.
There was no gunshot wound in the body. There's an issue.
Come on, dude.
That raised the first red flags for the coroner, yeah.
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 Yeah. So I guess I really just don't understand even how it plays out that he died in the first fire.
Yeah, I guess you would have to say that is Clarence backs the truck up into the barn, lights the barn on fire, and with the attempt of then he's going to use the gun on himself. I mean, this whole series of events, did that make any sense to anybody else? Because it doesn't to me.
No.
So that's
And
why
the
it's so
ring,
strange.
right? It was undamaged. If the fire was hot enough to burn his limbs off,
That was a bit of a red flag.
the ring
yeah.
on the finger should be damaged, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then the coroner actually did an autopsy, believe it or not, and they found out that the body had a huge level of CO2, or not CO, carbon monoxide in the bloodstream, enough to be fatal, and yet no evidence of smoke inhalation at all. The lungs were all clean and pink, so that was a little bit suspicious. And let's see what else.
Blood type?
Oh, there was a blood type. Yeah, that didn't match. And then they found one tooth, and that didn't really match Clarence either.
It was also, wasn't it missing a kidney or?
I heard that in one place. I'm not going to totally swear by that one, but supposedly the body was missing a kidney, and Clarence had both his kidneys.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if
No
it
evidence.
wasn't Clarence's body dead in the barn,
Well, who could it
was
have been?
it?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the vagrant?
I can talk about the vagrant.
Talk about
vagrants all the time. So there's two versions of this story, but it is said that Clarence met a vagrant a town away, right, Joe? It was not actually in the town he lived in.
No, the town
No,
in the
Clarence
north,
would not be that dumb.
He was still dumb, but yeah, he didn't quite. Yeah.
Okay, so there is a vagrant, and either Clarence met him in a bar and poured so much liquor into him that when they walked out, the guy started falling down, and Clarence said, "I'm going to take him to get help." Or the other version of the story is that Clarence met this vagrant, he collapsed on the street having some sort of medical condition, and Clarence says, "I'll get my car, I'll take him to a doctor." There's no record of Clarence ever showing up in front of any doctor with this man. So there's the big first red flag about the vagrant.
Oh, the vagrant also, by the way, was, according to witnesses, had a brown plaid shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
Aye. And then it turns out that
Why is the brown shirt important?
the brown shirt's important?
Yeah, why is that important?
Why is that? Well, I will tell you why. The body was, even though it was badly burned, it was laying against the pavement, and
The
so
dirt?
Or the dirt. I don't know. Was that paved floor? We don't care. We'll just assume it was something or the other. But
We'll just call it the floor.
yeah, apparently it got enough heat protection that a fragment of the shirt actually survived the fire. It turns out it was brown plaid. Clarence's cousin had stopped by to visit him like about 15 minutes before the fire actually broke out. And he said that Clarence was wearing a blue shirt, not a brown plaid shirt. So, well, that looked a little funny to the authorities. And so people, even though Clarence's family was swearing, and actually one pathologist was pretty sure it was Clarence also, but
that maybe seems really wrong.
well, it does, because, I mean, after all, I mean, how do you gas yourself and then start a fire? I mean, how do you do that? Exactly. I don't know, because the body should have succumbed totally to smoke inhalation, or excuse me, CO2. Not even
Carbon
CO2.
monoxide?
Carbon monoxide, damn it. You know, you people are making me nervous. Cut it out.
Or just close your eyes, turn around.
Everybody look that way.
Okay, so we're pretty sure that Clarence did not die in that first fire, right?
Yeah, everybody's
Yeah.
pretty sure, except
Yeah.
for a few people. Like I said, his sons still contend, at least most of his sons, his family, they have a grave, actually, I think, with the original corpse buried in it and marked Clarence Roberts. So
Yeah, well,
they're
they're
still
$6 million lighter since it wasn't.
Well, not lighter, but, you know, they're not.
Well, okay.
Yeah, they're not $6 million heavier
So,
like they would have preferred.
Do you think Geneva knew that it wasn't Clarence?
You know,
Do you think she was in on it from the beginning?
I was kind of thinking it was Geneva, although when I talked to James Roberts about it, again, he was the one, more than me and more than the internet, who actually knew these two. And she was actually very sure that Geneva was not involved in any of this scheme. Because,
the first one.
At least in the beginning. At some point, of course, it appears that Clarence did come back to town. He actually absconded with a fair amount of cash, and at some point he must have run out of money, is the thinking, and he came back to Geneva. She took him back in, and at that point, of course, she becomes complicit, because I didn't mention that there was a grand jury in 1975 that indicted Clarence on charges of kidnapping and murder for the murder of this vagrant. And so he was a wanted man. Local police were looking for him. They were staking out Geneva's home from time to time. So at that point, she became complicit, but he's very sure that she was not actually part of this conspiracy at the beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
So Clarence would have then placed the ring himself?
Probably Clarence put it in there himself, came back after the fire was done. And
After the
put that
volunteer
ring in.
firefighters left for the night?
Yeah, that's the thing. Clarence may not have been as smart as he thought he was.
Maybe.
I think, yeah. And one of the things that screwed Clarence up is that he had a pickup truck, as I mentioned, that the firefighters saved, and he had rigged it up as kind of a rolling gas chamber. He plugged the tailpipe, and he had taken what appeared to be a hammer and a punch and punched a bunch of holes in the tailpipe. And the firefighters saved the truck from the fire. It was actually inside there. It should have been consumed by the fire, but these firefighters show up and they roll the truck out of there and save it. Later on, somebody discovered that a lot of carbon monoxide was leaking into the cab of the truck. And so that's when they looked at the tailpipe and discovered it had been punctured all over the place. I think Clarence probably intended for the truck to be consumed in the flames of the fire, but that didn't happen. So you got to ask yourself, why do you have a little rolling gas chamber? He didn't need it to gas himself inside a closed garage, obviously. Why do you have something like that?
To murder someone.
To like gas a vagrant, maybe. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's some other people are thinking. But it's kind of funny that the volunteer firefighter screwed up his plan because obviously
We'll save it.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty hilarious, actually, when you think about it.
Okay, so that's theory number 1 done, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Theory number 2 would be Clarence set and died in the second fire with Geneva. I mean, the story here, right, is that a few years after Geneva moved into the shack, neighbors started talking about a strange man lurking around. And Geneva, who was diabetic and did not drink, though...
She wasn't supposed to drink.
Well, she didn't, but then, her husband died or ran off or something, and...
She had a good reason to drink.
She had some good reasons to drink.
I think so.
But she was reportedly purchasing a lot of beer and liquor and bringing it back to the house. So it's possible that, Clarence, as mentioned, came back, and that was Clarence that was lurking about, right?
Yeah, but the important thing to know about the lurker is nobody 100% could say that was Clarence, because this guy, he had a really, really good habit of knowing when somebody was looking at him. Just one of those people, you get the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Apparently, he had spidey sense super good. And so somebody would be there, and he would immediately, he'd realize you were there, he would turn and start walking away. So if they were on one side of the house, he would put himself on the other side of the building. So nobody ever really got a good view of him. They never could say.
He was pretty distinctive looking.
Yeah, Clarence is actually not a bad looking guy. That's not Clarence.
Yeah.
Who's that?
That's Clarence.
That's Clarence?
You guys want to see?
Okay, there you go. Oh, I thought Clarence had darker hair.
Well, he was old.
Of course, the guy could... What's that?
He was old.
Oh, okay. So his hair kind of went gray. All right, that happens. Of course, it could have been some guy with a facial deformity. He was shy about it, or maybe some agoraphobia.
Yeah,
well,
it's possible it wasn't.
The police were staking out Geneva's house. Apparently, this is a huge story in Brown County. I think people swung by just to check on Geneva themselves.
Just to laugh at her or something?
Yeah, or just to check out the rumors, see if they spotted Clarence in the front yard or something like that. So Geneva wound up nailing her front door shut. So she came and went by the back door just to avoid people watching her. Which proved to be kind of maybe sort of fatal for her in the end, because they had that second fire.
They did.
And they couldn't escape by the front door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the problem with nailing things shut.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Can't get back out.
So again, the question though is who set that second fire?
Well,
we haven't really.
Somebody did apparently, because somebody used an accelerant, probably like I don't know what gas, something like that.
Yeah, gas or something like that.
Again, according to James Roberts, the prosecutor, he said somebody set that fire. He said it was definitely not an accident.
Yeah, and it was a weird fire because the bodies of apparently the Robertses were found in the bedroom, right?
No, actually, she was on a cot in the living room, and he was in
they
one
were
of the
asleep.
bedrooms.
That's why I thought
they were sleeping apart. Yeah.
They were sleeping apart.
Yeah.
Anyway, they were found.
Yeah.
And they died of smoke inhalation. Correct?
Yeah, they didn't get their limbs fried off this time.
No.
Yeah.
But the trail of accelerant led to the back door. So it would be kind of weird to me that somebody would set a fire in their own house with the intention of killing themselves or whatever and lead it from the back door, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just soak the room you're in?
Well, the only thing that I can think of, and this is Clarence's plan went wrong. If we're saying that Clarence is the one who set this fire.
Yeah.
The
Set
only
and
way
died.
that I can see that working is if Clarence did indeed walk into the shack, he's pouring accelerant as he's walking in. He then, he says goodbye to Geneva in whatever his, I love you, bye, I'm leaving again scenario is, and lights it, not realizing how fast a fire in a shack with accelerant is going to run, and therefore he traps himself in.
Seems like he should know, because he did that once before.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he did a whole lot of things. If he did it, there's a whole lot of things in that first fire that didn't seem to add up, like,
That's
the
true.
shotgun and not shooting the guy and the rolling gas chamber. I mean, none of this seems like it's a really well-formulated plan.
That's fair, yeah.
Not if it was two of them. And there's been speculation about murder, suicide, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, what if they
Although-
committed suicide? Why would you, set a fire and kill yourself that way?
Are there any arsonists here? You guys have a point of view on this?
No?
But
Never tried to kill yourself with fire? None of
No.
you?
Okay, good. Don't do it.
Good.
Yeah,
don't.
we
let's not
will
do
have a couple of minutes at the end for audience participation if you guys want to throw out any theories, and special preference if you think OJ did it. You get to come to the front of the line.
You can skip the line.
Well, but there is the issue of the alcohol levels in both of the bodies.
They had a lot of booze in them.
They both had a lot of booze. Devin, do you remember?
It was 0.3 for Clarence, and 0.2 for Geneva, correct?
Yeah.
Does that sound right? I have it written down somewhere, but we're not on script at all
That's
anymore.
an exceptionally high level of alcohol to have in your system, which is why I'm thinking, that's why I wondered if, whoever said it completely bungled it.
Has anybody here ever been busted for DUI and had a breathalyzer? Has anybody ever blown 0.3? Anybody? I'll take that as a no. Okay.
Dang it.
I had no idea what 0.3 does to you if you're even conscious.
Well, and especially, I mean, I know that you wanted to say that, maybe since Geneva had less alcohol in her system, maybe she did it, but she wasn't a drinker.
No, probably not a heavy drinker.
So I don't think she would have been able to even do that.
Probably not.
Well,
although that could explain how sloppy the whole thing was.
Well, but if Clarence is the one who's, if it was Clarence that's the lurker and she is bringing home all this booze for him, he may have had an exceptionally high tolerance. I mean, guys who sit around and do nothing but drink all day, every day for an extended period of time, their tolerance is high.
And he was a fugitive from the law, so when you're a fugitive, what do you do?
Sit around and drink.
You drink, I mean, yeah. I don't know what else you would do.
I think that's probably all you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I think that's most likely, but there's a lot of other theories out here.
Okay.
What if that lurker wasn't Clarence?
Mm-hmm.
So who was it?
A boyfriend?
Who was jealous about Clarence being
Or
back
what
home?
if, Clarence came back and was like, what? You boyfriend? You're
So-
supposed to wait for me. You thought I was dead, but
supposed
wait
to
for
wait
me
10
forever.
years for me, yeah. Makes sense.
And then killed them both by fire.
Clarence killed them both?
Yeah.
Or the boyfriend killed Clarence and her?
No, Clarence killed them both.
Oh, Clarence killed them. Oh, I see. So Clarence wasn't killed in the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either fire.
That's
what
Either
saying.
fire.
Yeah.
Clarence is still out there somewhere.
Yeah. Well,
He's
that's
right there now.
There's always that possibility. Yeah, according to what I have heard, they used X-rays because apparently Clarence had been admitted to a couple of different hospitals a few times, and so there were bone X-rays out there of Clarence, and they compared the bones in the body to his X-rays from those stays, and they matched. And a dentist looked at the dental records of Clarence plus the corpse, and those matched. So it's a pretty definitive identification, I think.
You're ruining this episode.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Or at least this theory.
I kind of reckon the theory. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
you are.
Well, I mean, I should say this. I mean, the police had been struggling with this case for a long time. They obviously really wanted to get Clarence, and so you can see there might have been a little incentive there to sort of fudge things a little bit and close the case.
Oh.
So even though I don't really think that's what
You
happened.
mean a police conspiracy?
Exactly. So there is always that possibility. I don't really subscribe to it, but
Yeah, it seems
it's a possibility.
weird. Like, why?
They wanted to close the case. It looks better.
But wasn't it kind of closed? No?
No, it's still an open case. They were still staking out Geneva's house
That's
from time to
true.
time.
Ugh.
Yeah.
He's a wanted man.
Dang
Yeah.
it. Okay.
I think it might have been a third party myself.
Who?
Well, that's a good question.
Do you want to talk about third party first? Or you want to
Well,
talk
let's see.
about
Who would have a
Geneva
motive?
first?
Oh, what, Geneva?
Yeah.
That's true. Oh, you want to throw that one?
What if it was Geneva?
Well, yeah.
You're the leader on this one, but.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
you added this. I don't know.
Okay. Let's do this then, real quick. So there was this big to-do with the insurance companies about the life insurance policies. The insurance companies didn't want to pay it because they weren't convinced that Clarence had died in that first fire.
Surprise.
Yeah. So this went on for a long time. After 7 years, they wanted to get him declared legally dead, but they were having a bit of trouble with that because nobody believed at that point in time that it was actually Clarence who had died. So they took him. She took the insurance companies to court. And the case was finally decided, I don't remember when, like 1979, something like that. And then they took it to the Indiana Court of Appeals. Mid-October 1980, about a month before the second fire.
October 15th.
Was it October 15th? Okay. They handed down their ruling, which is they upheld the lower court's ruling. And then it was appealed again to the court for a rehearing, like an en banc hearing, if you guys know what that means, en banc. Yeah.
What does it mean?
That means where usually courts of appeals usually they will typically have 3-judge panels deciding a case, and then if somebody wants to appeal that, they can appeal for an en banc thing, which means that the entire panel of judges on the court hears the entire thing. So they appealed for that, and November 24th, 1980, the appeal for the rehearing was turned down. So that's 5 days.
5 days.
5 days before that second fire. So my theory is that somebody was extremely disappointed with that court ruling.
Geneva.
It could have been Geneva. I mean, Geneva, after all, had been suffering for 10 years, and that was her, light at the end of the tunnel. And when that was snuffed out, well, she might have lost it and decided, well, I'm killing myself and taking Clarence with me.
Yeah.
Because it's all his fault.
Yeah. Well, it kind of was all his fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said that.
Yeah. Or there's somebody else maybe who was disappointed. I mean, Clarence, kind of liked to live beyond his means, as I said.
Just kind of,
A little bit, yeah. He was not the most responsible human being out there. He might have had a creditor or two, maybe somebody who was like, one of these guys, these lenders that kind of skirt the edges of the law a little bit.
Loan shark.
The guy kept coming around suggesting that maybe it was going to break his kneecaps, and Clarence kept saying, hey, no, we're going to collect all this money from the insurance company. And then when that possibility was finally shut off, the loan shark comes around and says, not only you've been shining me on for like years, dude, I'm going to kill you. And so maybe that's what happened.
So you're saying it was murder?
I'm thinking it was murder.
You're saying it's murder, and you're not saying it was Choopy that did the murder.
Well, you never know. Could have been Choopy. I'm actually wearing a Choopy t-shirt. By the way.
It's true.
Available for sale.
Buy our stuff.
Yeah. Please. And so, I don't know. And of course, we wanted to leave a little bit of time open for the audience because I know you guys have probably got all kinds of theories of your own. Are you guys ready to throw it to the audience?
Did you want to talk about it being an accident? Did we talk about it being an accident?
Yeah,
No, thank you.
Well, it could have been. I originally thought there was that possibility. After I talked to John Roberts about it, he was pretty definitive that it was not an accident. It was deliberately set. But let's talk about it anyway. I mean, they were drunk. Maybe you're really hammered and you decide you're going to put on a little green tea or something like that. And then you forget, you pass out, you forget about the burner you left on. I mean,
yeah. Although accelerant.
And then on your way back to your cot in the living room to pass out, you trip over that can of gas
that you keep by the door. In case of emergency.
You pick it up upside down and it's just trailing behind you somehow.
I'm kind of thinking, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Do you like it?
No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, the only other suspect that we haven't talked about, if indeed it wasn't Clarence or Geneva that did it, would be one of their children.
Yeah.
Because,
they have pretty good reason.
If you think about it, your dad disappeared and apparently tried to defraud the insurance company and, in a way, has smeared the family name. I mean, they were not happy to the point that they disowned their mother, so they must have been carrying some sort of baggage.
Yeah, but she didn't have a life insurance policy or anything.
But they may have believed that she was in on it. And so
they just killed her because they were mad at her?
Yeah, well, no. So they disown her because they're mad at her, and then one of them catches wind that Clarence is back. and through whatever process, and so they go over, and maybe it's a scenario where they walk in and they say, oh yeah, that's him, and they're here, and I don't know what ensues from there, and then
actually maybe
somebody drops a cigarette.
I mean, so.
Don't
Whoops, Butterfingers. I mean, I'm actually just thinking about this. What if, the appeal had just been revoked, right?
Yeah,
so they said,
denied.
no, he didn't die in the first fire, definitively. And so what if a kid thought, oh, well, the insurance will pay out if he dies in a different fire.
And we know it's him.
Yeah.
And we can prove it's him. So
that would be pretty stupid because who's been paying the premiums? I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying that kid is stupid.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
No, it's okay. You're saying I'm stupid. It's
No.
It's fine. I'm stupid.
I'm not saying you're not stupid. Some of your theories are. I'm
a lot
totally
of them
kidding.
are. Yeah.
Bevan's a smart person.
He's smart. It's fine. Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe they're dumb, but that kind of ran in the family.
Well,
so.
yeah, that's true. There is some raging dumbness out there. Well, yeah, there is that possibility that they were mad at their dad about the whole thing. They were very disappointed. They decided to go burn the house down. But there's also another person who might have been motivated, which is family of the vagrant that was killed. Although whoever it was never identified. Nobody ever figured out who it was. Might just be that the family knew who it was and kept their mouths shut, and then when they got their chance for a little vengeance, they came and took it.
But we don't know if the vagrant was local.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the hard part with that, is he may have been traveling around. What was the phrase we used before? A
Rambling man?
Yes.
Yeah, jet-setting wino.
Oh, that
Yes.
hasn't come out yet.
That's what I'm aspiring to be someday.
Yeah. Rambling man.
No, jet-setting wino.
Oh.
Yeah.
Aren't you already? Shh.
I don't know. I mean, the people that are vagrants and take up residence in small towns, I don't think they jet in from New York City to take up residence in Nashville, Indiana. But
sorry,
yeah,
everyone who's from. Oh wait, no. Okay, wait, no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, and let's see. Well, I guess that's about.
It is.
Yeah,
so I think that I don't know why they both died in the second fire. I don't have a resolution to that, but definitely Clarence did not die in the first fire. Definitely he died in the second fire.
Looks like.
But I still am not satisfied as to the reason why. What about you?
So I think we're all in agreement on the fact that it was Clarence in the second fire, not in the first.
Yeah.
But I still think that it had to have been one of the two that set the fire. While it's
on accident or on purpose?
With their track record, I really don't know. I mean, the problem is that it's so easy to say that it's some unknown outside third party, part of some giant conspiracy against the Roberts family. It just seems too easy.
Was Clarence a smoker?
Everybody was a smoker at that time.
That's a good point. Yeah,
it was the 70s and 80s.
Maybe he accidentally, I don't know, dropped a bunch of accelerant and then went out to smoke and accidentally flicked it in the house, and he was like, oh no, my love, Geneva.
And ran in,
ran inside,
and then was like, oh no, why did you nail the front door shut?
Yeah. Yeah, that
We're
could be
stuck
it.
in here.
I like that, yeah.
And then he died tragically a hero.
Yeah, I know.
It's the perfect theory.
That's such a good point. I'm going to go with that one.
Great.
Well, actually, I kind of have I've already talked about there were people who were disappointed by the outcome of the court hearing, and I think that there might have been a creditor or two back there who maybe, who knows? I mean,
They usually just break kneecaps, though. Why are we, like, murder?
Well,
they're never going to get their money if they murder him.
Well, let's not forget that. I mean, we don't know the circumstances, but you could have owed somebody a bunch of money. It could have led to this person's financial ruin, that they were left holding the bag, or at least a lot of hardship. And of course, everybody knew by this point that Clarence was a murderer, and so he probably figured, well, I hate his guts. He wrecked my business or whatever, and also he's a murderer. So why not go burn him out? Hey, so it could have been somebody like that.
So the other thing about, don't kill them because you won't get your money, is there are people that are made an example of.
That's true.
So let's just...
You think Nashville is such a hotbed for loan sharks that they had to make an example of him?
If this guy liked to spend money as much as it seems that he did, he may have been in for really deep.
Yeah.
And to such a degree that it was worth it to cut their losses in order to make sure everybody else who ever borrowed from them again paid up.
That's fair.
Okay.
So, does anybody in the audience have theories?
Yeah, let's hear some theories. OJ first, anybody?
No?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a hand. What's that? Russian hackers? I like that one.
Masons? That's a good theory.
That's it.
But why?
Maybe he wanted to get out because he faced his time, and then they found out he was still alive, and maybe gonna leak their super secrets.
I don't think the Grand Masons that listen to us are going to be really happy with that theory.
No, they're already kind of
But it's a good
after us.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm liking the Masons.
It's a good one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see a hand. Oh, Chupacabra, we got that.
Did he
one.
murder or what? It was a murder.
Yeah, he murdered. They accidentally. Well, it was by accident.
Turns
An
out Clarence
accidental
actually had a goat
chupacabra
farm.
murder. More blood.
Chupi is not that incompetent.
They were just having a raucous party, throwing liquor everywhere.
Well, no, I mean it could be basically the equivalent of grain alcohol. You know, I mean,
It's
really,
true.
really, really potent stuff.
Yeah.
That would explain. That would
Yeah.
actually explain. That's a good point. That would explain the blood alcohol content.
Maybe they had a fight. They were throwing liquor bottles at one another, and they were. And
It
then,
could have just knocked over, actually.
Yeah.
Worst water balloon fight ever.
What if there was a slant on the foundation? Could have been on a slant.
Yeah,
and they knocked
probably.
it over, and it just ran
and just
out.
ran and just. Okay.
And then Clarence lit the cigarette, and he was a hero, and it's perfect. It's a good
yeah.
idea. Yeah.
I see a hand.
Yeah.
Look, there's been all these cases that were overturned based on faulty fire science, and a lot of them did have the false, finding that there was accelerant used, and it turned out to be an accident.
Yeah.
Living in like a shack, there's so many ways to accidentally start a fire, like fall asleep with a cigarette, like have the oven open because you have a key, like use candles and that, like kerosene, so I just like that might have been a big
A total accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Entirely
don't,
possible.
We don't know how many fires they were actually investigating in that area.
Just the two, probably.
Yeah, probably.
They've had 2 fires in 10 years and the same guy at both of them. But
It's a
no,
little suspicious.
yeah, it could have been a guy who didn't know what he was doing and
Yeah.
just said.
It's true.
Yeah.
Well, you said that he did the first fire and like should know how long, but if he was planning on leaving Geneva and she argued with him, the longer you leave gasoline sit, the more fumes.
Uh-huh.
The fire goes up.
Yeah.
So he may have just misjudged, and when he lit it, it just went up.
Uh-huh.
True.
Yeah. Maybe. He thought he had more time than he actually did have.
Yeah. It's a good
Yeah.
theory.
Okay. And for our listeners out there who couldn't hear her talking, she was saying that the gasoline could have put out a lot more fumes, and then he realized, and he misjudged that. Okay. Good
Yeah.
theory.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's what we were waiting for.
This is the reason you don't drink till you get to point 2 or 3.
Yeah.
All right.
OJ spontaneously combusted. It's perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
And now. And now we get down to the actual topic of this podcast. So, time to start.
Spontaneous
human
combustion.
Yes.
Welcome to Thinking Sideways. We're going to talk about.
Oh,
Is
no,
there
wait,
another
we're out of
hand?
time. Damn it.
Oh, our intern has a theory.
They were hammered.
One would assume.
They weren't just drunk. I think so.
Maybe.
Uh-huh. Could have been.
Thank you for recapping our theories. That was very helpful.
So if it's murder-suicide, are you saying then that the reason that his blood alcohol content was so high was so that he was so blasted he wouldn't feel anything? Would that be the reason that he did that?
Bravery.
Liquid courage,
Stumbling bravery, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's falling
like that.
asleep bravery.
Yeah, it could have been too. He was just like, flicking that match and then passes out at the very moment that, the fire goes up. Just, yeah.
He was doing that Zippo trick from 4 Rooms.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Just trying to turn it on a number of times.
I saw a hand back there somewhere. Aliens!
Oh, alien loan sharks.
Alien loan sharks, I like it.
alien loan sharks.
Yeah.
So they lent him like 100,000 alien drachmas, and he just wasn't.
Drop-a-stones.
Drop-a-stones.
Drop-a-stones, is that what it was? Yeah. I'm liking the aliens. That's good.
And it would explain why they died. I mean, maybe they were trying to kneecap them, and they were like, oops.
We don't understand how your weird physiology works.
Well, they thought it was a hammer, but it was a Bic lighter.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Dumb
Any
aliens.
more theories out there? Any general questions? We have, I don't know. We probably have the room for as long as we want.
longer.
We're important.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's not where we found it. I wasn't watching it on the couch at home.
It was, but
that didn't
apparently-
happen.
Yeah, I talked to a local journalist in Brown County, and apparently it's a huge story in Brown County. So, yeah, and by the way, that's not that far south of here. If you guys all want to take a jaunt down there and just walk in a local store or gas station and ask them about it, I'm sure you'll find people that will talk to you about it down
According to
there.
reporting, everybody has a theory.
Joe was going to take an Uber down there last night, but that didn't pan out.
Well, I was trying to talk these guys into going down there, and then you could say you've been to Nashville.
But then you wanted to
not the
break
right
in and get the
Nashville.
records, and then we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I'm sure the records are probably in a basement somewhere if they haven't been burned already. But by the way, speaking of the records, that's something I forgot to mention is that in the early 80s, Clarence's son, Forrest Roberts, was... there was some suspicion, of course, that some of his sons may have been involved in this conspiracy, and so he was drugged before a grand jury. I think this was 1982. And given legal immunity and forced to testify. So you can always claim the Fifth Amendment, but if you got immunity, well, you can't plead the Fifth Amendment. So he was forced to tell what he knew. And but the deliberations of the grand jury are, of course, always secret, so nobody knows what exactly he said. But no indictments were handed down. And my attorney buddy, James T. Roberts, seemed to find this kind of significant.
Friends.
Yeah, we're buddies. But he seemed to find this significant in terms of resolving the question of did the children have anything to do with it or not? And he seemed to think not. And they probably didn't.
Well, and you were talking about this when we were chatting about this before, Joe, is that for that immunity, if he had gone in and said he didn't know anything, and then after the fact it was found out that Clarence was alive or that he was involved in some way, then his immunity is no longer valid.
Yeah, you have to tell the truth. Yeah, you
The
do.
whole truth and nothing but the truth.
You got to do that.
No
yeah.
partial truths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's true.
So I don't think that the children, they might have, but I kind of doubt it. I mean, who the hell knows? This is kind of a dysfunctional family. Definitely, Clarence Roberts was an upstanding citizen who turned out to not be so upstanding after all.
True.
It happens from time to time.
Yeah.
But, yeah. How was the what?
Well, two of us flew.
Oh yeah.
Oh, in Seattle?
It took us 3 tries to hit the ground finally in Seattle. Yeah.
So when we left Portland, it was rainy, it was cloudy, it wasn't all that nice. Anybody who doesn't know, by the way, we're from Portland, Oregon, and we didn't, we knew the weather was going to be nice out here, so I presumed no big deal. The city of Seattle, where our first connection was completely socked in to the point that we are making our descent. We can see the ground, sort of, maybe. And okay, lean back, we're going to land. And then the pilot pushed the throttle forward and we lifted off again.
Yeah.
And he said, sorry, folks, it's too foggy. We can't land. I couldn't see.
I'm brand new at this.
He didn't actually.
I still got my learning permit. Yeah.
But he said, I have to come back around. I'll make another approach. So we do the whole circling thing again. And we come down. We can kind of see the ground from my window. Everything's great. And again, he hits the throttle. And up we go. And he circles and he says, I'm sorry, folks. Again, I couldn't see the ground. We're going to make a third try. And just so you know, if we can't land, we'll have to take you back to Portland. And I was panicking because I could not imagine the number of connections I was going to have to make in order to get here.
I kind of wanted to turn around and go back to Portland right about then because I had this picture in my mind of this pilot up there. Like, I'm going to get her on the ground no matter what. And so I was kind of wanting to just go back to Portland. But
I guess
actually,
it was poor planning on our part to have you guys both on the same plane.
probably, yeah. Yeah,
I won't do it again.
Yeah, no, we got to all fly separate flights now. I know, and Devin, meanwhile, was in a car somewhere in the Midwest. I don't know where she was.
I don't know where I was either.
Yeah.
I don't know where I've been.
She was blindfolded. Yeah, we put a hood on her. But we got on the ground, and everybody was happy, and I congratulated the pilot on his good landing because, he did get us down in one piece. And
he said, thanks for rubbing it in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, jerk.
Yeah. Hey, but then we got another flight from Seattle to here, and that actually didn't crash either. So we're here.
So it was good.
Yeah, it's a good
Food
thing.
was expensive.
There's a question in the back.
Oh, question where?
Back there. We have.
Yeah.
All selfies all the time. Yes.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
we're going to issue a lot of takedown requests and get rid of them.
Yeah.
Let him finish his question.
That's the
Go ahead.
problem too, is that whenever I post her a picture, I always come out looking stupid, and there's got to be all these pictures of me looking kind of stupid, and
Okay,
I'm really.
But he didn't finish his question.
Oh, okay.
What are your thoughts going from being completely anonymous to now everybody knows what you look like?
It's weird.
That's the thing is. A little
Nervous.
bit, yeah. Nobody really knows, and so we'll find out. I'm sure it won't be that bad. I mean,
You've seen us. We're pretty disappointing.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
We are.
So we're
Yeah.
expecting a lot of fanfare.
Yeah. No. It's okay. It's weird.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah,
we have to be really on it.
So here's
Joe usually says, like, let me start that over again, like 5 times
Oh
in a
yeah,
row.
the magic of editing. You got to understand, this is obviously not how we record. We usually record in a small room, facing each other. So it's very strange to have to do this back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, we
It's
don't have
weird.
any cats in here. Any cats in here? No.
Meow.
Okay. Yeah.
I really did expect somebody to start using a litter box. It would
Yeah.
have made us feel like we were at home.
Actually, I've got one right down here. It's coming very handy. But yeah. But to answer your question, yeah, we'll see how it all pans out. You know, the internet's a crazy place. You know, it's scary.
But the thing, if you guys, I don't know if you guys like read the interview that that I did with the crime con informant, but really we kind of hit a point where it was just not feasible to keep hiding, right? We've been doing this for 4 years, which is insane. And we just really realized that you guys are fucking awesome.
What? Clean your mouth. That was so funny.
And you are going to
everybody.
be amazing and supportive as you have been. I mean, we've been kind of looking at social and seeing the responses, and everybody's been amazing. And we just really wanted to come meet you guys. And at that point, it just wasn't worth hiding anymore because it just seemed too cool to get the chance to meet you guys. So.
That's it. By the way, when I said that we're worried about all the psychos, I didn't mean any of you guys. You guys are cool.
Just the crazies on Facebook. I think most of our friends know.
Maybe,
I had
yeah.
one. I started a new job recently, and I had somebody was like, do you do a podcast? And I was like, yeah. Dang
I have
it.
one person at the office that knows, and I am curious to see what happens.
Yeah.
Because it's a big company, and I'm just, God, don't call me out in the middle of a giant meeting, please.
Oh, you're the one who does all those murder things.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's what I keep finding on the printer.
And
We don't print at work.
I have lots of friends and family that know, but none of them listen. Although, actually, my nieces listen. So, and by the way, hi Lolo, hi Rachel, hi Charlotte.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
my boyfriend is here, and this is the very first time he's ever heard anything related to the podcast ever.
Yeah, and Steve's married. His wife won't listen to us either.
She doesn't care.
She hears enough of me.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's really what it is.
It's true. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Oh,
Uh-oh.
harder for German.
Me?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, it's a German accent. Yeah. My German accent sucks, but I did have actually, like, I'm about a quarter German, and so I did have, like, you know, ancestors who spoke German, and I actually took a year of German, but my German accent still really blows. I took other foreign languages too, so it's really sad when I try to do an accent in one language, it comes out Italian, and then my
You do not
Spanish
sound
accent sounds like
Italian.
German, and then yeah, it's pathetic. As far as the firearms thing, well, we live in Oregon, which is kind of the Wild West, and so everybody has guns out there.
We
so you
have
can't help but
carriages.
learn a little bit about it, about that whole topic. I wouldn't consider myself an expert.
There was yeah.
What's that?
Oh God, no. I hate this question so much.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that. I think the thing about mysteries is that I'm only interested when they're unsolved. Because, like, that Lori Erica Ruff case got solved recently, and I was like, what? Dang it.
I know.
That's so boring.
I know that. And
I
that
think
episode
that's the case.
That episode is still out there too, so people can go into our back catalog and listen to that and think, "You morons!" I mean, everybody knows
It's
who
solved.
Lori Erica Ruff is, for Christ's
Yeah.
sakes.
I mean, it's like the Facebook.
Yeah.
You can react to comments. No. But no, I mean, I think for me, I don't have a case that I want solved. I mean, I have cases I want solved for the people involved, but on a personal level, it's more interesting if they're not solved. So
They are. I do. Well, if I were to get, I would probably get Choopy to tell me, who D.B. Cooper was, and then I would murder Choopy and take credit for it. Because, yeah, I really want to solve that case myself. I mean, I'll take Choopy solving it, but I prefer to do it myself.
He's
like
not
I said.
lying.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I think I would want to, if I could get the answer from Choopy, I'd want to know about his best buddy, which is Bigfoot. And I want to know the truth, not because I like Bigfoot, but because I am tired of the TV show. And I really just, let's put it to bed. It's a guy in a monkey suit, or it's the real thing. Let's just have it out and be done.
It wouldn't be ghosts for you, because you also hate those ghost shows.
Well, you're going to open a can of worms.
Okay.
I mean, do we want to make this my therapy session? Because I got a lot of issues.
Yeah. I got one more question, and then we're out of time. But quickly.
I think it was collective.
It was. I think it was a little bit more Steve, because Steve has always wanted to do something that would go kind of viral on the internet, and so.
But I stayed off of YouTube.
Yeah, he didn't do YouTube. But you did a couple of websites that were kind of like you did
Fun.
the whole. Yeah, they were fun, but they didn't really take off. But then he thought, well, we should do one of those podcast things.
We're funny.
Yeah.
We're awesome.
We're super smart.
Exactly.
Millions of people will listen to us.
And then it was a question of, well, what do we talk about? And so it didn't take us too long to figure out the unsolved mysteries. But we did debate some other things like cooking show and camping show.
Still doing that.
Yeah,
we thought about true crime. I hear that's popular, but
true crime wasn't really our wheelhouse,
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
I
guys,
think we're
I think we're actually running over here. We're about 5 minutes
Sorry,
over.
guys.
Probably. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
But we'll be at Podcast Row again tomorrow at some point. What time in the morning, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I can pull the schedule out. And then we also have a panel on Sunday that will be moderating.
Yeah.
Citizen detectives.
Woohoo! So
101. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thanks,
everybody.
Guys. Thank you. You guys are awesome. We love you.
Hi, Mom.
She doesn't listen. Shut up.
Hi. Sorry we ran over. We're not going to screw
You
you
cannot
up.
have any. That is what speaker. No. That's
All right.
Okay. Well, we got 7 minutes for everybody to show
That's
up.
a good point. So, hey, we got
7.
time to kill, guys. Anybody got questions? Anybody? No? Okay.
No questions.
All right.
Too late. No, you were too late.
Too late.
What's the question? My favorite episode? Ooh.
Oh no. That's a bad
Oh.
question. Ask a different one.
Yeah, ask Devin first. I got to think about this.
Favorite running joke?
Oh, I can't tell you that one. It's actually kind of a bone of contention between these two and me.
Is
You
it
know
your
what
cats?
No.
What is it?
The GSP. Yeah, and so we can't talk about that. What's another running joke?
Talking about.
No, I don't. As usual, I have no idea what he's talking about.
And I cannot explain it to you guys. Okay, not in front of all these people.
No, the running joke is, I would say one of them is the studio cats.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
they
Studio
like
cats.
to run, and this is exactly what it sounds like when they come into the studio. They're 12-pound cats. How are they so heavy?
They're 14-pound cats.
That's how they're so heavy.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. One of my cats is extremely stealthy, like a cat, and he can be extremely quiet. But for some reason, if we're about to record, he will come stomping through the room, just boom, 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 boom. I don't know why. He knows that we're recording, and he just makes a lot of noise. I don't get it. So, any other questions?
We don't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Joe and I used to. I'll just start that over again because there was a whole lot of words that didn't make sense. Joe and I have known each other for years. We were on a dragon boat team together, paddling, and then we were out Where was it?
Reel 'em in.
Reel 'em in. We were at the Reel 'em in.
Yeah,
having a beer,
we knew the
talking.
bartender, and he would give us a bro deal. So just so you don't think we're total barflies. Yeah.
And we were talking about a mystery which Joe still thinks to this day it's D.B. Cooper. I
It's
have
the
no
only
idea.
mystery he talks about, so
It's
it
true.
probably was.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a good mystery.
And Devin inserted herself into the conversation.
Kind of did.
That will surprise everyone in this room.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
Aye.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Oh, I was still supposed to give you an answer about favorite mystery.
Oh.
Ooh. Still having a
gonna be a
tough
good
time.
episode.
Of course, I still actually am kind of following the Brandon Swanson disappearance story. But that's not going anywhere too fast, unfortunately. Let's see, what are some other ones? Of course, D.B. Cooper, well, we haven't actually talked about that, so I guess that's not legitimate, right? What about you, Devin?
Where's Steve going? I don't know that I have a favorite. Oh, the Lake City Quiet Pills.
No, that was a good one. That was a very popular one.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Herbert Fuller was kind of a fun one. Did you guys hear that one? Murder at Sea? Axe Murder at Sea? That was a very recent one. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that one.
Let's just start listing our episodes and see how many people have listened to any given.
Do you have internet?
I do.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, I have news. I got to meet Nancy Grace. And, hang on.
I met
Cat
her kids.
picture. Cat picture.
Fine picture.
There's me and Nancy. Yeah. And I told her to come and see us at 3. Nancy, you here? No.
Did she just laugh in your face?
No, actually, she said, "Do you have a card?" And she took my card, so I think that means she's going to be here.
I think it means we're getting married.
What's that?
1 second. I'm going to stop this.
Okay.
But they'll get to listen to the intern, so it's okay.
Yeah. Justin really kind of saved the episode.
He did all the research.
He did.
Yeah.
He wrote all the scripting.
Yeah.
He was
pretty much.
indispensable.
Yeah.
It was almost like it was a Generation Y episode.
Yeah. And then we went out and drank alcohol. Yeah. Oh, that's sorry.
You wouldn't move to town.
Sorry.
We got 2 minutes still. Any more questions? Over here.
What are your professions, or because some of you talked about different things that you have expertise, so then what would you consider your expertise?
Ooh.
Who wants to start?
Well, sure. I am in real estate, but I'm going to be a little vague about it, just because I like to be coy. But I'm not a real estate agent, just so you know. Yeah, and
so don't ask for his card.
And prior to that, I worked in IT for a number of years, and then my job was outsourced to India, and so I decided to switch professions, which is probably a good thing because I was kind of bored with the IT thing. And that's about it. So I do that, and actually I really enjoy this job better than the other job, I got to tell you. The other job's a pretty decent job, but this is better.
Sure, I'll go next.
Yeah.
I am a designer, so I work for a tech company in Portland, so I do graphic design, industrial design, software design, so it's pretty varied, but it's all in that kind of art realm, which is why I probably get stuck with making our shirts and stuff.
That is why, yeah. I used to work on a cruise ship.
We all
If
know
you
this.
didn't know.
You didn't know.
She worked on a
but-
cruise ship for like 3 weeks, and we got to
That's
hear about it.
That's all it was. Actually, it was just on a cruise. I'm an event planner now, so I plan events like this for my real life, which at a bar.
Criticizing like everything around you right now?
No.
Yeah, she is actually.
Definitely
From
not.
a work perspective, no. In general, though, she just does that.
I have an eyelash in my eye.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I'm going to turn my ringer off on my phone.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
Yeah, I think so.
Is yours off?
No.
No.
Turn it on.
Why would you do that? Alrighty.
Clocks from the Coldplay on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant, and back Carl Pilkington.
Hey.
He's raring to go. It's nice when you have a bit of time off, isn't it?
Yeah, how long have you had off now
About
then,
3
Carl?
weeks. About 3 weeks, yeah. We can't do that because we're sort of self-employed and we'd be letting people down, but it's different when you get paid anyway whether you turn up or not. But good to have
I'm never off ill.
No,
It's the first time I've
no,
ever
I
been
just-
off ill. Like,
well,
No, I just wish I was the kind of person who could let down an audience
I know,
of regular
really,
listeners.
yeah, but like I say,
Well, no, we spoke to you. You weren't that bad. A cold, you don't go home for a cold. We were discussing this last night in the pub, and you don't go home for a cold. Okay, then, so moving on. What have we got then? We've got some
Wasn't
great
cold,
songs.
though.
I've brought in the Smiths. I've brought in Buzz Cox. I've brought in Neil Young. I know Steve's got some hip hop.
Some great hip hop.
I've got some great Elvis Costello. It's going to be great. Carl, come on, concentrate. You've been away for 3 weeks.
just annoyed. No, stop saying that. Because you're annoying me now.
Why? Oh,
Is that
what you do? Go home ill? Oh, he's annoyed me. Oh, has he? Yeah,
I got a bit of a
wedgies and
headache.
I'm a little bit annoyed. Can I have some time off but still get paid? Yes, of course you can,
Steve,
Carl.
right? He called me up, winding me up about this, and right, I'm 30, right? I'm 30 now. I can only remember being off 2 times.
Oh, his memory's going as well. You have some time off.
And both of them were when I was at school.
School? What's school?
One when it was windy.
Why did you have time off? Because it was windy.
But to be honest, Carl, that lasted for 7 years. Your time off at school.
Wait. Why did you have time off? Because it was windy.
Were you windy, or was it windy outside?
No, it was like when...
Your auntie wasn't out the window, was she?
When the winds were bad in the 70s, and my mum said, oh...
Whoa. What? I remember space operas and flares. I don't remember the winds being bad in the 70s.
Well, my mum just said, you might get blown into the road, so don't go.
She had so much faith in you, didn't she? As a human being.
Is that why she got fired from the pie shop? I'm not coming in today, I might get blown into the road.
God.
The funny thing it was, right, Steve, they had this thing going at school, because a lot of people used to wag it back then.
Used to what?
Wag it, sort of not go in.
Yeah.
Right.
And, they sort of tried to make it interesting for you by giving you
an education.
A certificate if you did a full week.
Reward for the rest of your life with achievement. That sort of carrot.
And also, like, let you go home at 3 o'clock on a Friday.
Right.
If you'd done a full week and that.
Yeah.
So it was lovely weather all week. Then it just sort of changed on a Friday. And I got up and it was all windy.
It was
and
always
my
windy
mum
for Friday on 7, isn't it?
don't, if you don't want, don't go in, because, you might get blown into the road and that. So I said, alright, then I'll stay off. And,
so why did you told you to hold on to a fence or walk you there? What's this? Don't go out
immediately give up.
I love this getting blown into the road. Is that based on your cats that kept getting blown into the road?
Well, so I got to school on the Monday, right? And the teacher said,
Took you
right,
a long time.
today, to punish you, you're the only one who wrecked the whole week, right? Everyone else came in, you didn't. So everyone else is going home at 3 o'clock today, but you're not.
Brilliant. Serves you right, and
I wasn't bothered though. It was great because I said, "Well, you'll have to stay with me, won't you?" And it was great. So all I did for half an hour was doodle and stuff. It was great that afternoon.
Yeah.
And that was ages ago. That was like when I was about 8, and that's one of the times I was off ill.
Yeah.
So it was
but that wasn't even ill. That was wind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's a bit different when you're
to be honest with you,
world though, Carl. You can't just not turn up because you've got a bit of a cold or you're a bit fed up. I mean, we had an appointment 4 o'clock Thursday, wasn't it? And he had to call it because I cancelled it. Meeting went on a bit late.
Yeah.
Time management. Get things done. If it was important, you'd get it done. Play a record, Carl.
Pull your finger out, please.
Elvis Costello, Alison. What a great track that is. Beautiful. Well, Carl, we'd better tell them all the new great features we've come up with in the time you were off.
Right. Well, we've got the film thing still going.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where you take a lead role or a major role in a Hollywood blockbuster, which we then give away on VHS worth $6.99.
And something new we're trying out, because Rockbusters...
He's dead, thankfully, yes.
It's gone for a bit.
It's over.
Crosswords.
Oh, this sounds intriguing. Where'd you get the idea from? What's the basic format of this?
Right, what I've done is, I've take like a popular saying from the show.
A popular what?
A popular saying, something that crops up quite a lot in the show.
In our show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First thing that sprang to mind was, there's this hairy Chinese kid.
Oh,
Okay.
classic.
But more commonly, it would be something like, Carl, you're an idiot.
Yeah, play
Carl,
a record,
you
you're
idiot.
a fool.
Carl, you're a fool.
Oh, what did you mean? You let us down again.
Yeah,
you
Carl,
should
where have you
here.
been?
Yeah,
Oh, you've got a headache, have you, Carl?
Yeah.
You better have a lie down.
Oh.
Typical
Yeah.
phrases like that,
Yeah,
sure.
typical phrases like that, yeah.
Carl, you're a loser. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And what I've done, I've got a load of different songs and took words from the different songs and then joined them together to make There's This Hairy Chinese Kid. And then people have to email in and say what the 5 songs were.
It sounds like the most complicated game ever. I'm looking forward to it. Have you heard any of this, Rick? Because I've not heard this at all. I'm not familiar with this.
Well, all it is, it'd go like, "Hairy Chinese Kid," and it's from sort of 4 different songs, and you've got to identify the songs.
Right. Wow.
How many songs in this, Carl?
5. There's This Hairy Chinese Kid.
Okay.
Right.
So.
And what are the prizes for that? Are these the prizes?
Yeah.
Alright, well, let me tell you what they are. They're not too bad, actually. We've got Live Forever, which I assume is a CD that ties in with this new film.
Think of that! A well-known phrase from the show, and it's Hairy Chinese Kid.
Yeah.
What other... Where would you
There
hear
is no
that
other radio show in the
life?
world.
This is... Go on.
If you've just tuned in,
Yeah,
I mean, what are you
do you
thinking?
think if you've just tuned in? You're going, well-known phrase from Shaw, Hairy Chinese Kid. Oh, yeah, classic. They'll be playing that in charades this Christmas.
So yeah, this is a CD that ties in with this new film Live Forever, which is all about Britpop, and so there's stuff on there from Oasis, Blur, Pulp, etc. We've also got another Red Dwarf DVD, Marion and Jeff, the first series of that, excellent. That's on VHS, sadly, but never mind. And also the very best of Led Zeppelin, a 2 CD set there with all the classics on. So that's not bad prizes, actually. Carl, you've done yourself proud.
We've upped it. We're getting serious now. We're playing in the the bigger league. We've upped the stakes. We want Heat magazine not to lose touch with us just because Rockbusters is gone.
Yeah.
I think they're still behind us.
So we've got film. You appear in a film. We've got crosswords. How is that to do with the crossword?
Because I've got words and sort of cross them.
Okay.
Right, you don't really cross them. But, good. So words. We're playing a game called Words. Word Song. Hello and welcome to Word Song.
And obviously I imagine there'll be some more great music.
But we've got a new feature, haven't we?
Which one's this?
Are we doing within the Monkey News, the new feature?
Oh, Steve.
I'm excited. You know Monkey News is my favourite feature, so what have you added to it?
Explain it.
Right, well, there's been loads of stuff going on in the past few weeks, right? But for the times when I struggle, when sort of monkeys have had a quiet week, and there isn't that much news going on, right? Come up with this thing. I sort of speak to an expert. I've spoke to him already.
You spoke to an expert, a monkey expert.
Yeah. And I ask him a question.
Wow.
Right. The feature, it's got a good name. You know, that's the way I work.
Yep.
Cheapest chimps. Right.
Okay.
And what I do, I ask them a question about, how much does it cost to, keep one? How much does it cost to, feed one for a week?
Yeah.
All this sort of stuff. So I give out like a monkey story, and if that isn't enough for people, they'll also learn something else at the end of it.
Right.
Yeah.
So like...
It sounds fascinating, can I say right now?
Yeah.
That's just some of the things that we've come up with. Play a record, Carl.
Please still continue to listen there.
Yeah.
Baby, come on down.
Richard Ashcroft. Buy it in bottles on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington.
Carl, I need the phone number of your girlfriend. Let me explain why. I was lucky enough, once again, to be on your quiz team this week. Ricky...
Still to beat me. He's still to beat me with his team, yeah. Second I came.
The gang here, and some friends, we sometimes go down to a pub quiz in the local area, and I was very nicely, I was invited by Carl to be on his team. Twice now I've been on that team. Ricky's always on another team. And, what can I say, Carl? Do you mind me saying this now? Because I've analysed the team, and it's very much your team, and you've put the team together. You've recruited some excellent personnel. Your girlfriend's very, very good on the team, as is one of her work colleagues. And you normally bring in, someone like myself. I like to think I'm providing something with the entertainment section. I seem to remember last time I answered at least 6 or 7 questions that other people hadn't got. So I felt I provided something there. Carl, I rather like John Harvey Jones, who used to be called in to sort of troubleshoot companies. I see why you are not winning ever, and it's a rather pricey contest, isn't it? It costs a tenner to enter per
Each.
person, and unless you get in the top 3, you're not going to get to see your money back. So, I think you're going to maybe need to step down from the team because, Carl, I'm not sure. I am not sure. You consider yourself a kind of player manager, but frankly, I'm not sure you're providing enough.
Right.
See, this is funny because as bad as I imagine you are, I don't think Steve would make it into my team, so he's getting a bit cocky here. I want to know what your opinion of him, because he's told me he's great on it.
Well, you bang out of order, first of all.
Okay.
Do you have a good night when you're with us?
I tell you what, I wish I hadn't lost a tenner every time I've come down. That would have improved it.
You point out there about the football analogy.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Ferguson, when did he score a goal?
Right.
He doesn't. He tells the others how to do it.
Yeah.
Right? That's my
He doesn't
role
take
in
up
there.
one of the 11, though, does he?
No, exactly.
It's not like he can only field 10.
Yeah.
Because, we only got 10 again. I want to be in the 11.
Exactly. He's not running around in midfield, falling over.
Yeah, shouting, oh, what have I told you?
Yeah.
No.
Right. I'll admit,
And
right?
there's a limit of 5 players. We should explain that. That's the point.
Yeah, there's only 5 players on the team.
Players,
But it was pretty tricky on Tuesday, though, wasn't it? It was one of the tougher...
Tell everyone the one question you got right.
It was something about...
Well, tell us the answer. The 2 words you had to say to get the answer.
Danny Minogue.
Danny Minogue. That was what you provided, Danny Minogue.
Is this valuable?
Well, no, not really, because there was at least 2 of us who also knew the answer.
Oh, well,
we gave
him.
No, exactly. We gave it to Carl. We massaged his ego.
Oh,
but
dear.
I just feel Carl.
Do you know what? I feel a bit bad now because I just sort of either had a crushed face.
Can I just tell you right now?
He just can't believe this.
Can I just tell you right now? I think the problem is this. I think there's that precious 5th position that is not being filled at the moment, I think, consistently enough by a decent player, right? You've got a solid team. I'm thinking if you want to remain on the team, you are going to have to pull your finger out and find a 5th member that is going to provide, and I'll tell you where the weaknesses are, I can tell you right now, mate. The weaknesses are natural history and science. Something which Ricky Gervais is scoring on week in, week out on his team.
There is a few...
Now, if he was available for a transfer, we could be fine. But we've got to find someone. I'm either going to quit, or you're going to have to step down. Because I don't think I can be on a team where there is these obvious deficiencies. There are visible deficiencies in the team.
And, you know, the £10.
That's £10. I'm not made of money. That's once a month.
I've seen him depressed for 2 hours when he lost £20 at a casino after
Don't bring
5
it back.
hours
Don't bring that back. Don't bring up that again.
Yeah.
That story.
He doesn't like wasting money, Carl. You know that.
What do you think? What's the solution? We've got to think proactively now. We've got to sort this out.
See, there's always other things going on in my mind when I'm in that pub quiz. For me, it's just a little bit of fun.
Sure.
It's a night out. Do you know what I mean? Suzanne enjoys it.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a get-together. We have a chat beforehand.
Yeah.
We have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
But there was other things on my mind.
Carl, I could do that here. I don't have to lose a tenner.
Wait, what were you thinking during the quiz then, when the questions were coming out? What were you thinking of?
Well, what it was, right, just before the quiz started, I had to go to the toilet, right, because the rule is, right, people who don't go to it, once it starts, phones off, no more toilet. They take it dead serious, don't they, right?
Yeah.
So, I went to the toilet. Now, I'm not being out of order here, it just got me thinking, right? I went to the toilet. The gay fella in there, right?
There was a gay fella in there?
Gay fella in the toilet. Now,
how could you tell?
How did you know?
Just typical, you know, everything about it, right?
Everything about it, right, yeah.
Oh.
What, large handlebar moustache, leather cap.
Butt plugs, amyl nitrate. Could I just say that these views do not reflect the views of the management of XFM or me and Steve.
Or most of the people in this country.
Go on, Carl. What's your problem?
Yeah, but this is what I'm worried about, really. But this is why I only got Danny Minogue right. Right? Because this was floating around my mind. Went
She's
to
a
the
big
toilet.
gal icon,
now,
isn't she?
Going to the toilet, they have like men's cubicle and they have women's cubicle.
Yeah.
Now, without sounding out of order, is it wrong for me to think gay men should have their own little cubicle?
Go in.
They should have their own. Well, not cubicle. You mean an actual toilet, I suppose.
When I was at the urinal,
yeah.
Normally, you know, there's a fella there, and you go, all right, and there's no pressure. But I couldn't go. I was thinking, should I wait? If I go into the toilet, it'll look obvious.
Yeah.
I had loads of pressure, and
but
this was going on.
What were you worried about?
I'm so sorry.
What were you concerned about?
Viewers. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's like, right, listen, when I was a kid, right, and it's alright for you to go into women's toilets when you're a kid, it's like, oh, it's a bit cute, right, as long as you're not, like, over 15 or something, right?
Right.
But when I was a kid, I went into a toilet, and women, when they use their little cubicles, they don't shut the door. Some of them just sit down on the toilet,
Yeah.
right? And you see everything. And, no, seriously, that's probably one of the first times I saw, like, a woman.
Yeah.
That, right, and my Auntie Nora when she was staying over.
What happened with your Auntie Nora?
She was, she's into wearing caftans.
Into wearing what?
You know, caftans.
Oh,
What-
yeah.
What are caftans?
Big, bellowy sort of dresses.
Right, right.
And, yeah, I used to sit on the floor at home in front of the telly.
Sure.
She was on the chair behind.
Yeah.
She did a bit of a sort of a Sharon Stone scene.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
There was no underwear?
No.
What age were you?
What was it like?
What age were you?
It was like a ripped tennis ball. So.
What? Right, we're off air. We're off air. Either that or put us in for the Sonys. That's how I'm living. Ice-T. That's how I'm living. Bit of old school hip-hop.
Where's RT? Alright.
Good point, yeah.
Go make me a cup of coffee or something.
Well, before you do that, can I just qualify something? I'm a little bit concerned
Yeah.
about your toilet discussion. What exactly is your point again? I was just a bit bemused.
You see, it's a tricky one. All I'm saying is, right, there I was at the pub quiz. I go to the toilet, not thinking about anything. I try to go, right, there's a little gay fella next to me.
I love this little gay fella.
Now, the weird thing is, there's nothing stopping him having a little glance, right, because he's allowed in the fella's toilet.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not allowed to go into the woman's toilet and have a little look round.
Right.
So all I'm saying is, should they have another toilet area?
What, for gay people?
Yeah.
And so this would be gay men and lesbians? Is that going to complicate things?
Well, I mean, I can only assume. I mean, to what point? I'll ask you a question, right? If you're intimidated, that's a shame. But you know, most gay men aren't looking at your knob. You know that.
What do you mean?
I can only say that 99.9% of gay men who use a urinal standing next to what they assume is a heterosexual man aren't looking at his knob.
What are they doing then?
They're emptying their bladder.
No, but the thing is,
I can't talk
you're
politics
saying,
for Carl.
You're saying, like, you know, about would you have one toilet for lesbian women and gay fellas, right?
What does that mean? Yeah, would it be mixed? Would it just be?
Well,
would it have a man on one? That's heterosexual man. One little picture of a woman, the other, and then what? What would the little icon be?
A man and a woman.
A man and a woman.
Just having a chat.
Yeah. In pink and dot
But
lines.
you couldn't mix them because then what would happen is you'd get people who are going, oh, I'll play up to this a bit.
What, pretend to be gay?
And yeah, you know, sort of grow a moustache and shave their head.
And pretend to be a lesbian.
Right. Yeah. So, I see, so you know people pretending to be gay so they could go in and have a look at the lesbians?
Yeah.
Right. So that would mean that we need 4 cubicles now, would we?
Yeah, no, this is fine. 4 cubicles is fine.
So every pub
How
now...
many toilets do we need at
Every
the
pub's
moment?
now got 4 toilets.
Oh, Carl, bisexuals.
Yeah, no, interesting.
Bisexuals. How many toilets do we need now? Call the council.
Do you use any?
Huh?
No.
No, because they're interested in everything, aren't they?
Because the little bisexual fellow will be looking at your knob.
Right. With them, what
Yeah.
you do, you just have a door, you open it, and there's one urinal there, so you can't get a queue. They have to sort of wait.
I just thought that, well, why can't there just be a thing between the urinals? So no one can look at anyone else's knob.
Wait a minute. Just to go back to Ricky's point, what stops, even if we've got the toilet for gay men, what stops the gay men who want to have a look at your willy going in the regular toilet and pretending that they're straight?
Most men don't
Who is going to police this?
wear gay across their
No,
head.
exactly.
They don't have a tattoo. There's no branding yet in the British house where they have to declare.
So we're going to have to expand this.
What
so we've
do
all got to carry identity
Do you know
cards.
you can see a gay, can you? Coming a mile off. No?
No, I'll just hold it in next time.
No. Can you tell gay men? Do you know a gay man?
I'd say, probably if you did like if you lined some people up,
Yeah.
and said point them out, I reckon I'd get.
But hold on, we're not talking about people dressed in leather with the arse cut out and an handlebar moustache.
Yeah.
We're talking about, you know, the everyday,
No,
non-senior.
of course,
Oh,
yeah.
well, yeah. But I mean, suppose I put you in a room and there was 10 naked men, right?
Yeah.
And there's 5 gay men and 5 hetero. Could you walk along that line looking at those gay?
Am I naked?
No, you don't have to be naked. Why would you have to be naked?
To catch them out.
How would you catch them out?
Don't go into it. Don't go into it. Don't go into it. Play a record.
The Thrills, One Horse Town on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, and Carl Pilkington. Now, Carl Pilkington is getting ready. It's the start of a new strand in the show, a new quiz, a new competition to replace Rockbusters. Now, that's quite a tall order, but what have you done?
Right, like I said, right, if you've only just tuned in, what it is, I've took, and I'll be taking, a well-known saying every week from the show, something that crops up a lot. First one that sprang to mind was...
There's a little gay fella standing next to me in the urinal?
That's next week.
Okay.
This week, there's this airy Chinese kid, right?
Yeah.
That crops up quite a lot.
Sweeping the nation.
Right. So what I've done, I've got 5 songs.
Yeah.
And I've edited them together to make that saying.
You've got words from songs where any part of that sentence occurs to recreate it.
Yeah.
Now, what do they need to do? Do they need to say what the song is? Just the 5 songs?
I mean, I was going to say song and artist, but if you want, just a song.
So there's 5 things there, and if someone doesn't get all 5, it's still worth emailing in because we might give it to the one who's got the most, and then...
Yeah.
Can I suggest we go for artist rather than song? Only because sometimes it's quite tricky to get a song title. Sometimes it's it's very odd or it's not quite what you think it is. So maybe artist is an easier one.
Are you happy with that, Carl? It's your
Is that right?
competition.
I mean, Steve always does this whenever I come up with an idea.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure it's just the best it can be, Carl.
Yeah, no, he came up with a few game shows and Steve was going, no, it's no good. And Carl said to me, he said, it's the one of The Office ever got on telly.
Yeah, but, well, we shall see how Cheapest Chimps plays out. But frankly, the fact that you said to me, Steve, I've come up with the best game show ever, it's called Cheapest Chimps, what's the idea? I don't know, I just like the name. It's something to do with chimps. I thought, well, I'm not sure that's the best game show ever. And what was the other one you came up with that you told me about?
I think a few people will be disagreeing with him, Carl. I think people will say that Cheapest Chimps could be the best game show ever.
You know, when I was at school, people like you, I really didn't like. You're a stirrer, Gervais. He flits, doesn't he, from one side to the next, Carl. The one thing, we may argue, mate, but at least we're consistent. Ricky Gervais flipping from one side to the other. One day he's on Carl's side.
When was the last time Steve wrestled you to the ground and got you in a leg clamp?
No, you're right.
Never.
What, is that supposed to be a good thing?
Well, did you see us?
Yeah, I saw you struggling in Carl's office earlier.
He was punching my legs to release me. We were on the floor, and I was squeezing him with my mighty legs, wasn't I, Carl?
Right.
It was like, I imagine that's what a crab feels like when an octopus has got it. We were playing that, weren't we?
So anyway... So, I'll play you this clip now. It's 10 seconds long. We'll play it a couple of times, because you'll need to take it in. So here it is then. What are we saying? We're saying artists?
Let's go with artists.
Artists. So email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. Name the 5 artists it has taken to make up the saying, there's this airy Chinese kid.
Give that email address again.
ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
There's this airy Chinese kid.
Here we go. Play it again.
Play it again. I think you better play it once more.
I've got them.
Have you got them all?
Yeah.
That's nice work.
Here we go.
I can just remind you now that the prizes include a Red Dwarf DVD, Marion and Jeff, the first series of that on VHS, a Live Forever Britpop CD, and also the very best of Led Zeppelin. Let's play one of those actually while we're here. Brilliant. Rock and roll. One of the prizes on Carl's competition this week is the very best Led Zeppelin. That's obviously rock and roll. We've also got Live Forever, Britpop CD, Marion and Jeff, and Red Dwarf. And should we play it again? So people
There's
have got
this
another
hairy
chance?
Chinese kid.
Who are the artists?
Here we go.
It's tricky. It's not very easy. Once more.
One more.
Well, there you go.
Ricky.gervais at xfm.co.uk. Those prizes can be yours. I, at the quiz, also discovered, of course, and I don't know. I'm just intrigued to know, Carl. I'm just intrigued to know. It was your girlfriend's birthday, wasn't it? Earlier in the week? Or last week?
On Monday, yeah.
And, I mean, obviously it was a triumph with the stuff you got her for Christmas.
The condoms.
The box of condoms?
Box set of condoms.
Oh, yeah.
Not just the singles, the whole set.
Yeah, a complete collection.
Brilliant.
So what did you go for this time?
What did you get her?
Yeah, but...
No, yeah, but it's her birthday. How long have you been together?
About 9 years.
Okay, so, ooh, God, it must cost you so much.
I know, but it starts getting tricky, doesn't it? Because I spoiled her a lot in the first few years.
Yeah.
So then
Here's a packet of rubber bands, enjoy them.
Oh.
Well, it's what she wanted.
Okay.
I mean, you're making out as if...
No, everyone wants paper clips. Come on, what did you get her?
Got her a new pair of gloves.
Right.
Alright, well.
And?
What, nice leather ones from Selfridges or Harrods or something?
They were good ones, the sort she likes, so... They weren't...
Well, they weren't the little woolen ones that she had.
Yeah.
I thought that was a joke when she said he got me these, because I laughed.
No, but I know that's... The one she did have,
When they said it's his birthday, right, it was her birthday Monday, and me and Steve wanted to get her, and she went, he got me these, because she had those little woolen gloves on, I laughed, because I thought she was joking, Carl.
That's what she wanted. Right. I've told you before about buying presents. It's...
Did those gloves have your name sewn in them? And a piece of string that ran over the back of your duffel coat?
You know, I've never been into getting presents and that. I had the problem at that Christmas one, that time with the Victoria Plum.
Yeah, we'd hate that. We'd hate to bring that back.
We've done that.
Because you talked about the book, because it's kind of to do with your dad, isn't it? He's a very bad gift buyer, was that the problem?
Well, yeah, my dad just wouldn't bother. It was my mum who sort of made an effort, and she sort of worked out half of what I wanted, then she left it to my dad to get it off someone, see if he could get one cheap or whatever.
I love the fact that usually people talk about, like, drinking heavily, or, violent abuse, right?
Yeah.
But here's what he's been left with and scarred with from parents is bad gift buying.
Yeah, and
that's
the Victoria
not so bad,
Plum
is it?
incident.
In the greater scheme of things in the world,
Yeah,
that's not a bad thing to have, is it?
Right, there was this, this is what it's like about getting presents and stuff, right? With my mum and dad.
Go on.
My mate, Colin, right?
Colin Mackin?
No, Colin Bailey.
Oh,
right? Yeah. He had a little Sinclair Spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Computer,
yeah.
which was like the thing to have at that time, right?
Yeah.
Used to always go round to his house. The deal was...
Not the one you had to play through the window, because you weren't allowed to.
No, that's another lad.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
This is a different lad. And the deal was, he came to our house, and my mum gave him a pie. And then I'd go round to his, and I'd stay there for a few hours playing, you know, Hungry Horace and stuff like that on it.
Yeah.
Right? Now, my mum and dad knew that I really wanted one of these computers, right? So I waited about a year. Came round to Christmas Day. I thought, I reckon might have one. Turned out they bought me the wrong one. They bought me a ZX81 instead of a Spectrum, right? And Christmas Day, I'm there trying to load the games up. It's not working. I'm thinking, what's wrong, right? And the thing with me, when I was a kid, I used to get quite sort of agitated.
This is the moment,
right? I found out that it needed a RAM pack to make it work, right? Looking in the thing, and it's saying, and make sure you put your RAM pack in the back. And I was like, oh, where's the RAM pack? And my dad's going, I don't know. I've got you the main bit. That's it. So I was that wound up. I just was sick, right? Just sick. I didn't feel sick or anything. I just was like, oh God. Went to the sink, just sick. Because I was that on edge about it. I said, come on, we've got to get one. And my dad's like, Tandy's shut. We're not gonna get anything today. Ruined again, Christmas Day. That was after the year when my train set got blown up by our kid. The following year, no RAM pack. And now you ask me why don't I get good presents?
He's scarred. He just
I'm
threw
gonna
up.
die. Honestly, I'm gonna die. He's just clean sick.
Yeah. There's no RAM pack.
Why did you get to the bottom of it? Why wasn't there a RAM pack?
You have to buy them separate.
Oh,
It's one
right,
of them
okay.
cons.
What do you mean I can't play Frogger?
Oh no.
So, wasn't there another incident when you threw up? Spontaneously threw up?
Oh.
Through sheer anxiety?
I do get it. It's not so much now because I've relaxed a bit, but as a kid I used to be quite on edge all the time with certain things.
Do you think that's what happened to your cat that kept being sick? That it didn't get the food it wanted, and it just threw up? Do you remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
God, so they shaved it.
Yeah, but again, you see, the cat thing, I mean, it's mad. I was thinking about it the other day, right? I used to think I had quite a normal upbringing.
You didn't.
Right? And someone was talking
Your
about the
mother
cat.
once told you not to go to school because it was windy, Carl. It was
Yeah.
not a normal upbringing.
The cat was being sick, so she shaved it, so it was easier to clean.
Right, well, my mum and dad went on holiday, right? And I stayed at the Ross's down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Only a kid, must have been about 5 or something, right? And I was always running around in the house. I had a lot of energy as a kid. What the Rosses did, they had this cat that was dead violent, the most violent sort of angry cat I have ever witnessed.
A tiger.
It was, honestly, Steve, if it was bigger, it would have been, because it was just always having a go at you.
Yeah.
If you went to pat it on the head, it went to bite you and stuff. And what they used to do with it, to stop me running around, I'd sort of be running around, and then I'd get a bit tired, and they'd say, have a lie down on the settee. So I'd lie down on the settee and I'd nod off. And what they used to do, I'd wake up, and they'd have put the cat on my belly. Right? So I'd be scared to move, because it's like it's going to get me.
But it would keep you there.
It kept me there, and it used to sort of slaver on me, and they'd sort of, you know, go out or whatever, and I'd be lying there. That's not normal, is it?
Carl, sorry, were you created by the Brothers Grimm for one of their fairy tales? What kind of a life is that?
A cat paperweight to keep Carl in place. He keeps blowing around. It's windy. We'll have to weigh him down. Be careful. Your mum probably told him that it's a windy day. You got to get something heavy on him. Otherwise, he just gets blown into the road. God.
Bless him. Carl, let's just hear your thing once more. Give
One
people
more
a
time.
final chance.
All right, here we go.
Ricky.Gervais at xfm.co.uk.
Can't stop the spirits when they need you. This life is more than just a read-through.
Ooh, those chili peppers are quite hot. Can't stop. XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais. With me, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington.
Right.
Carl, you know what the time is? Bong. Monkey news.
Yeah. Right.
Imagine if Trevor McDonald started like this.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of stuff going on that with monkeys.
Oh, yeah.
I was mentioning earlier how we sort of making the feature grow a bit, right? So I'm thinking, I haven't told you, Steve, either. I've actually been asked to write a thing about monkeys.
A poem?
No, for a magazine called Something Apes.
Right.
They want me to do like a column, 500 words.
About monkeys?
Anything I want on monkeys. Anything.
What are you going to write?
Don't know. Think about it.
Well, give him a typewriter. We'll come up with Shakespeare eventually.
Yeah. You could write about that. Why didn't you write about that? The fact that you don't believe it. You don't believe that an infinite number of monkeys could type because it was Shakespeare.
Because you reckon most of them hadn't read Shakespeare, so they wouldn't know some of the spellings.
Exactly.
It wouldn't happen.
You idiot. Get on with it.
All right.
There's been a few things, but one that springs to mind is they found a load of monkeys somewhere. Right?
This is brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine this if this was news.
Yeah.
Go on. Where?
I
Somewhere.
think it was in
17th century?
It doesn't matter that bit. Right?
Okay.
Found a load of monkeys
Yeah.
that are having a good chat.
Go on.
They're having a good chat. All right.
They found monkeys that can talk.
Yeah.
They've worked out they've got about 534 different words that they're using. to like have a chat about stuff.
More than you.
Yeah, what do they chat about then?
Just, you know, things that monkeys are worrying about. Just, you know, where do you get that from? You know.
Who does your hair?
You going out with her again, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that,
Sorry, you can't just leave that.
No, I'm just intrigued. I'm just intrigued to know what else. Is there any...
No, I mean, that
were they discussing the humanity? Did you see that programme on Channel 5?
Yeah.
He can walk upright.
Yeah.
Good,
but I mean,
did you see how well
do you mean
he
they
was?
taught them? They taught themselves this language.
Yeah.
Where is this? In the wild, is this? Is it? Not sign language.
It's
but
in some jungle somewhere. They found these monkeys. He heard some explorer was over there, cutting through the woods and that.
And he heard his name, and he thought, "That's what he went. What do you want, Ronnie?" It wasn't me. I didn't say.
Yeah.
I didn't say. Oh, Snodgrass. Where'd you get that gun?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's only me and you here.
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
No, it's not weird. It's not true.
Well,
right, come on then. What's next?
Once again, but what I'm thinking, well, I mean, that did happen.
So, well.
And to sort of add to that feature,
that's not true.
We're doing cheapest chimps.
Right. Can I just say now to the audience, if you thought that piece of rubbish earlier about the Chinese hairy kid was bad, I'm suspecting this is going to be really not very good at all. I'm just pointing the finger.
What do you think of it? What do you think of his negativity, Carl?
He keeps doing it.
I just don't think you should start with the name of the quiz first. This is my only concern. You've come up with cheapest chimps. And now you're trying to construct a game around that, and I'm not sure it's a proper. Well, okay, what is the game? Let's hear it.
Right, it's about a chimp, right?
Surprising.
Spoke to an expert about him.
Who was the expert?
Someone at London Zoo.
Okay.
How many bananas do you think the little chimp that they've got at London Zoo eats a day?
Right. How many bananas does a little chimp at London Zoo?
Can they call in for this?
No, I'd leave it. I'm just testing it out on Steve because we've already got an email thing going on here.
So how many bananas do they eat a day? One chimp per day. How many bananas?
Yeah.
How many bananas does a chimp eat a day? And does this mean that? Because sometimes I've seen them on the telly. They peel one. They'll just eat a bit of it, then they'll throw it away. We're talking a whole banana.
How many bananas does it eat a day?
How many bananas do you eat a day?
Getting angry. Come on.
Well, I'll try and have two if I've got time, but I'm pretty busy.
Well, I'll go swinging on your tyre.
How many do you reckon?
I think a little monkey, tiny little monkey, per day, over the course of a day, I reckon he probably eats 15 bananas.
Right, Ricky, what are you going for? Little chimp at London Zoo.
But hold on, but presumably they don't only feed it bananas. So
Okay.
so the question is.
It's how many bananas does it eat? Come on,
Yeah,
Rick.
but how many does it get given? It would eat 15 if it was given 15, but it might be given one slice of banana, 15 oranges, 200 potatoes, and some lettuce.
How many bananas does it eat? Come on. Have a guess.
5?
Yeah.
Right. It's only one.
Yeah, because it only gets given one.
Cheapest chimps.
What?
So it's pretty cheap to have a chimp.
Right. I'm on your side now, Steve.
I don't understand what happened then. So at the end of it, you always shout cheapest chimps. Is that what? That's the quiz, is it?
Oh, play a record.
Wait, so is that it? Is that seriously it?
Is that it? Was that the first instalment of Cheapest Chimps?
Yeah.
We'll have to see what the press say about this.
And why does it only eat one banana? Because it only gets given one banana.
I think that's all it wants.
No.
So you don't even know. You didn't even bother to ask him.
It wouldn't just get given one banana and nothing else. It would get given banana and then lots of other stuff like apples, oranges, carrots. It would get given a balanced diet.
Cigars.
Yeah. So it's just how many do they give it at London Zoo?
I look forward to playing this again. Who is he and what is he to you? We have not had any successful answers on your quiz, Carl. We've had people who've got
you get
a maximum
when you put
of 4.
A duck in a microwave.
Yeah.
Bill Withers.
Nice.
All right.
Cheers. So I'm not talking about cheapest chimps. That's
safe. That's going to run and run.
Yeah,
that is going to run and run.
That's really got legs.
I'm going to check the press Monday. I can only assume it's a triumph.
Exactly, another Pilkington triumph.
Yeah.
I'm going to give the prize, if you don't mind, Carl, to Karen and Jeff Gillian, because they're the only one that got, they were the only couple that got, the second answer, which was very, very
But
tricky.
they got 4, did they?
But they only got 4
But
right.
4 is the top answer, so should we give
So
the answers
play it,
now?
Carl, and then tell us who each one is.
Right. So there you go.
I didn't know the second one.
There's
Play it
this
again.
hairy Chinese kid.
So the first one, the Lars.
Lars.
There she goes.
Right.
That's George Harrison.
No.
That's Philip Bailey. And that's Deacon Blue.
Right, so it was the Lars.
Yeah, what's the second one?
Strokes.
That was very tricky.
That is hard.
George Harrison for
yeah.
Airy, that's all I could get. It was Ari.
Ari Krishna, yeah.
But it, no. Chinese, Phil Bailey.
Chinese War is.
Yeah. And Deacon Blue, Real Gone Kid.
Real Gone Kid, yeah.
There's this airy Chinese kid.
Very, very hard.
I love the fact that the normal bit of that, like, the normal bit is like the well-known phrase, there's this hairy Chinese kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, nothing happened there. That's normal. There's this hairy Chinese kid. As a phrase that often... In fact, you're right. We must have said that phrase 20 times today. When was the last time that was said 20 times?
Never. I don't think it's ever been said anyway.
There's this hairy Chinese kid. I mean...
Even in China?
I don't think it's... Well, it's very rare.
Definitely not said in China. The prizes they've won.
The prizes they won: Red Dwarf DVD, Live Forever, the best of Britpop, Marin and Jeff on VHS, and the best of Led Zeppelin. Well done to Karen and Jeff Gillian.
I've also seen no proof of this hairy Chinese kid.
None whatsoever.
XFM.
Alpine Stars, Burning Up on XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington. Steve, you were out of the room there.
Mm-hmm.
Carl took a phone call from someone.
Okay.
He's found a cellmate.
Right.
Not a soulmate, I think one day they will be cellmates.
Yes.
Because he's just like, he loves everything Carl loves, and he was telling Carl stuff, and Carl's face was lighting up.
Yeah.
He's told him of 2 Russian kids in the circus. They're covered in hair, and their mum tells them off because they're covered in fleas. Carl said, see, that annoys me again, innit? They do something else. And the bloke went, yeah, they should just make money out of being hairy. And Carl went, exactly. And he said, have you heard of the 3-legged juggler? And the bloke went, no, what's that? He went, that annoys me as well. Because he thinks they shouldn't have done juggling, they should have done football.
Do you know what I mean, though, Steve?
What do you mean a 3-legged juggler? What are you talking
He's a
about?
famous 3-legged juggler.
Oh, he's mega famous. He's like the Beckham of wherever he's from.
But the other day I was looking in, I don't know, Bizarre magazine or something, right? And there was this fella who, he had no arms. So you saw a picture of him, his job was fixing watches, did it with his feet.
Go on.
Well, it's just, why pick the most hardest job to do when you haven't got any hands? Crush grapes. Or... Do you know what I mean? That annoys me.
Oh, crush grapes! Imagine him being told that he comes into the careers advisory where they go, now, what do you want to do, Hargreaves? Make watches? Right, take a look at your arms. Crush grapes, mate. Sorry, you're a grape crusher. Next. Brilliant. Brilliant. I would love you to be a career advisory in some sort of clinic. It'd be brilliant.
I like the fact that it annoys you. Here's a man, he's got no arms, he has learned to fix watches with his feet.
Yeah.
An incredible talent, incredible skill, he's utilising that brilliantly. That's annoying to you. You are angered by it.
I'm only being honest. Now, you be honest, right? Your watch is broke. Who would you go to? You're in a rush. You need it fixing in a rush. Now, you need some fresh wine.
Be honest.
Oh, you're
But
amazing.
what's this thing that you've been talking about, this video?
Freaks, right. It was a thing that was banned for like 50 years. I think it's been taken off again, but I don't know why, if it's just been deleted, right? It's a quest. If anyone out there has got a copy of Freaks on DVD or VHS, can Carl borrow it, please? I mean, I almost want to set up a camera to see him watching it. It's absolutely real. They use people in the circus of the time. I think it's the 20s or 30s of the Depression. And there's people, there's Coneheads, there's a bearded lady, all genuine. There's a bloke they call the Human Slug who's got no arms and no legs, Carl. And he's just there, and he rolls a cigarette and lights it with his mouth.
I think I've seen his brother who isn't called the human slug, is called the pillow.
Right. How does he make a living?
He,
Does anyone want to meet Carl for money? Do you know what I mean?
The annoying thing was, right, there was a picture of him, I was going to put it on
I think I've seen his brother.
on our website, we put things up like this, right? If you go to ricky.gervais at xfn.co.uk/...
What? You've put things like that on my website? It's nothing to do with me. I want people to know that that website is not kept or looked at by me. So, what have you put on there?
There's a fella on there who's known as the